Chapter 151. With a cold syringe, the needle was directly inserted into the fragile neck, and the liquid like crushed ice was slowly squeezed into the blood vessels, and there was a violent reaction in an instant. Wang Yong's hands trembled, and he didn't even know when the syringe fell to the ground. A severe pain was transmitted from his various sensory nerves, his muscles were shaking, and every single cell seemed to be crying. The areas where the ice-shattering liquid flows, directly connect the corresponding tissue cells to the frozen necrosis, and then go deeper, reaching the depths of the flesh and blood, and the fragile internal organs are frozen into crystals in an instant. The gas Wang Yong exhaled was all ice crystals. The entire isolation chamber was filled with frost and mist, and Lin could even keenly feel that the temperature of the entire laboratory had dropped by a few degrees. Lin's eyes lit up, and he recorded every change with the chip. He knew that this was the result of his deliberate and meticulous operation, and the ice attribute was born. Here it is. Can you adapt? If you can adapt, it means that Wang Yong has successfully made a breakthrough and has become a second-order awakener. On the contrary, it can only become a collision of ice and fire, thermal expansion and contraction, turning into powder in one place. At this time, under Lin's keen observation, the effect of the medicine began to affect Wang Yong's spine, as well as the tighter head and heart. The spine contained fluid. Originally, under the influence of Wang Yong's fire attribute ability, the spinal fluid was like hot magma. With the inflow of these ice crystal liquids, the two mixed together and emitted a red-hot glow like a steel workshop. The sound of the metal being put into the cooling pool water expanded rapidly, and exploded. Wang Yong almost couldn't help crying out in pain. Every blood vessel, even the capillary, was forming a scene of alternating hot and cold, which was extremely strange. Sure enough, this kind of change, this confrontation between the cold and the hot, will definitely bring more surprises and inspirations, even more beautiful and exciting than Aokizo's survival picture. Don't let me down, Wang Yong, this is my very serious work, my work must be perfect, if it can't be perfect, it can only be destroyed. Lin's eyes are full of fanaticism, which is the exploration and knowledge of life, as well as the waiting and urgency to witness the beautiful side. Dong dong dong. The heart began to beat violently. When the ice crystal liquid returned to the heart through the blood vessels, Wang Yong's body reacted more violently, and the blood quickly began to rise in temperature, fighting against those liquids. At the same time, spots of red light appeared on Wang Yong's skin, which was the use of his own abilities, the confrontation between the ability mutation factor and the ability mutation factor. I saw it, I found it, and I finally know how to do the following research. There are deeper things in mutation factors, special mutation factors and ability mutation factors. This is the road after the second order. A slightly moved expression appeared on Lin's face. This is one balance, and another balance, but the balance has already been reached. If you continue to add new mutation factors, the original balance will be broken, and the second order will still be restored. It can be controlled in detail, but when it reaches the third level, the subtle manipulation required is even more exaggerated and terrifying. Lin thought about it for a while. He has a chip to assist him. At that time, he can use the simulation experiment to simulate one by one. In actual operation, it may not be a problem as long as it is applied several times. It's really wonderful. This miracle of life is born. Sure enough, every world has its own uniqueness. Even if the world is weak or strong, I have already grasped the only way of truth in this world. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. Everything was completely broken. The plan can be carried out in advance. A day later, when Wang Yong's consciousness returned, he found that he had appeared on a white single bed at some point, with a lot of tubes attached to him, connected to a very high-tech instrument, as if collecting what? Join Master Lin. Wang Yong saw Lin operating next to the instrument. You're awake. Your performance is very exciting, and I have gained a lot. Just collect some data, don't worry. Lin said slowly. You can feel yourself and your newly acquired abilities. A burning flame erupted from Wang Yong's left hand. His entire arm was like coke, but it maintained the whole. His right hand instantly turned into ice crystals, like an arm carved by ice. Interpunct. Very good. Ice and fire coexist. You can use the physical properties of the two to give the enemy an absolutely lethal blow. Lin nodded in satisfaction. All of this is inseparable from the cultivation of Lord Lin. It is all because of Lord Lin that Wang Yong will have everything he is today. He is willing to go through fire and water for Lord Lin, and he will do whatever it takes. After 7 days, the plan will start, and until then, you should stand still. Yes. Lord Lin. Time passed, and 4 days passed quickly. Today is also the day Daniel promises to give the spa that Lin needs. Sure enough, that night, Daniel secretly came to the laboratory. Dr. Lin, long time no see. This is the spa you want. There are 5 in total, including 1 of A level, 1 of B level, and 3 of C level. All of them are high-quality goods with plenty of energy. Lin saw that Daniel was very high-spirited. Could it be that there was something else that would make him profit? Moreover, the spa he took out had far exceeded his expectations. Not too bad, but too good. A-level and B-level spa can only be obtained by a third-order awakened person. What is the willingness to let this guy get these spa? Lin would never have imagined that the boy in front of him had sold him and brought his information to the people at the southern Sichuan military base. And the other party gave such a high-level spa. And in the dark, the manpower has been organized to plan ahead, expeditions, and recover the wilderness. Even the recovery of the wilderness is secondary, and the more important purpose is the amazing researcher Lin. This kind of talent must not be missed. After Daniel sold Lin, he got a lot of benefits, so he was so high-spirited. I don't know why. But seeing this kid in high spirits makes me very upset. Lin blinked and decided to add some ingredients to the advanced evolution potion prepared for this kid. Daniel suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 152. Yes, these crystals are all I need. According to the agreement, the production of advanced evolution potions can be started. Lin put away all the spa, then took out a dagger made of some kind of animal bone in this world, very sharp, and threw it in front of Daniel. Dr. Lin, what does this mean? Daniel's expression froze, and he looked at Lin strangely, completely incomprehensible. I need the mutation factor in your body to neutralize the mutation factor in the spa, so that I can refine the advanced evolution potion. Lin said lightly without moving his eyelids. You need to cut a piece of your body tissue, about a pound or so. This is necessary. The advanced evolution potion is fundamentally different, and you must have enough mutation factors to be able to match successfully. But Daniel's face was embarrassed, the knife was too bright, and the flesh had to be cut off too much, and the last time the mutation factor extraction was not so exaggerated, it just left a little blood. Lin directly interrupted what Daniel wanted to continue. and said lightly, "Are you a refiner, or I am a refiner? If you think you can do it, then you can do it yourself." Daniel couldn't say what he said. He didn't even know what the mutation factor was, how to refine this evolutionary potion. In the end, I could only hold back, gritted my teeth, and cut off a large portion of my thigh with a knife and put it on the plate in front of me. "Dr. Lin, these should be enough." Daniel's sore eyes blinked hard, and his teeth were about to bleed. Now, the pressure to use a knife for yourself is even greater than the pressure someone else has to endure when using a knife for yourself. Lin said lightly, "It's not enough, it's still about a tail." Daniel took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and came down after a bit of meat, finally meeting expectations. "Yes, that's enough." Lin nodded with great satisfaction, and patted Daniel on the shoulder. "You are much more ruthless than your father." "No. You are much more powerful than him. I believe you are brighter than your father." Prospect. In the laboratory, Lin started refining the advanced evolution potion, and there have been 2 successful cases. Moreover, Lin's current knowledge of flesh and blood is not what it used to be. It is almost impossible for the refining of the advanced evolution potion to fail. 1A level, 1B level kill, 3C levels, enough for my experiment. What Lin is going to refine this time is his own advanced evolution potion. Time has passed again in the laboratory. Lin has successfully refined the advanced evolution potion and injected it into his own blood vessels. His body began to undergo earth-shaking changes, and strands of pain came from between his eyebrows, which seemed to be developing his soul and improving his spiritual power. 10 minutes later, Lin was surprised to find that his spiritual power had risen from the stage of a wizard enlightener to the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. Then comes the birth and development of capabilities. Chip, analyze my strength and test what my ability to awaken this time is. Hint, analysis is in progress. Analysis completed. Host, Lin Harak, current strength, second order awakened, ability, gravity control, mental influence. Analysis and other awakens battle winning rate, fighting with Okizo, the winning rate is 99%. Fighting with Frank, the winning rate is 98%, and fighting Wang Yong, the winning rate is 95%. Now I can almost be regarded as invincible to sweep the second level awakened, and even the third level awakened may not be my opponent. The corner of Lin's mouth raised a smile. The harvest was almost done. Now is the time to start planning. There is nothing that can stop him from the gathering place of human beings in this wilderness. I got the news from Daniel that the convoy of the South Sichuan military base is already on its way, and it is obvious that the target is me, and there must be third-order awakeners on it. But the time has come to allow me to directly refine the advanced evolution potion and become a third-order awakener. Or find the whereabouts of the relatives in this body, completely complete the residual thoughts, separate the soul and fuse with the deity, carry the invincible power, and occupy the center of the entire world. Lin has these 2 options that can almost suppress everything, so he doesn't worry too much. 0 With the mental power of a first-level wizard apprentice, Lin's strength has increased to a terrifying level. He found the location of Okizo and Wang Yong, and passed a message to them. Killing, just tonight. Night comes. The iron cage gathering place fell into darkness early. Only a few places have lights on. Energy is precious, electricity is not easy, so there is no supply in this area at night. But in a dark room, 2 figures arrived early. What's going on here? Why are we here? That woman hasn't arrived yet. Didn't she invite her to this party? A gloomy male voice sounded slowly. Another figure said faintly, I feel that something is wrong, let's forget this party. No, this party is what everyone has been looking forward to for a long time. A voice that was obviously not familiar to them echoed in the room. Who is it? The lights suddenly came on, and the situation in the room surprised the two awakens who came to the party, and even had a strong fear on their faces. Because at the entrance and exit, an Asian awakener with a strong face blocked it. Another woman with flaming red lips was looking at them affectionately. There is also an Asian young man who has been sitting on a reclining chair in the housing price center for some unknown time. Wang Yong and Lin. Wall's face was ugly. Oki, what do you mean? Why did you bring them here without our consent? Sol, the logistics management captain, did not expect to be a member of this party. I can't be the master right now, everything has to be left to Master Lin. Okizo smiled slightly. I need you to do things for me, yes or no? Lin said straight to the point. Even if one of the two people was Frank's person, he was placed in it to listen for news. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Chapter 153. Both Sol and Wall were very surprised. Isn't this guy a person that Frank values very much, and he is very protective? Almost all of them don't know any information about this guy. And Wang Yong, who is blocking the door, what the hell is going on? What's the matter? When did these three get together? But according to the current situation, there is no way to improve. Don't be joking, this is a gathering place for iron cages. No matter what tricks you have, as long as the leader is there, nothing will turn around. Wall sneered, every muscle in his body swelled rapidly, turned into a muscle monster in the blink of an eye, and slammed into a wall. In this mode, his physical fitness has increased several times compared to the original. It can be said that he is an invulnerable monster. The walls are like foam, and they will shatter as soon as they are pulled. As long as the situation here is revealed, Frank will solve everything. But he seems to have misplaced his attention. Wang Yong's face turned cold, and he actually dared to refuse Lord Lin's kindness. The flames emerged from his arms, swelled quickly, and enveloped Wall, but after all, he was still a step slower, and the fever was gone, and the wall was in front of him. Kai. A strong gravity acted on him, making him unable to move and stagnant in place, followed by a terrifying attraction behind him, and instantly he was like a powerless duckweed, being pulled at will. The traction force began to act on his limbs, and the next moment, with indescribable terrifying power, his limbs were torn apart. Blood spattered everywhere, and the corpse fell down. Lin stood up with an indifferent expression, not even looking at Wall's corpse on the ground. Then what is your choice? Lin looked at the rest of Sol indifferently, life or death. Sol's legs were shaking, his heart was full of shock. What happened just now? What happened? What exactly was that terrifying power that actually killed Wall in this state? So would he be the same? Do not. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die so vaguely. With a snap, Sol knelt down, very simply. Yeren, don't kill me, I'm willing to listen to you, let me do anything, I can be your dog, your knife. In their view, dignity is nothing in this world. As long as they can survive, they can give even more. Lin took out a syringe from the medicine box he was carrying, threw it to Thor, and left. Okizo followed closely, with the demeanor of a secretary. Wang Yong walked at the end, and said with some disdain, your luck is really good, Lord Lin didn't kill you, but gave you a chance to change your life against the sky, inject it. You can become to awakened person, the premise is to be able to support the severe pain. Thank you very much, Lord Lin. Thor took a deep breath. Thank you, Lord Lin, for your gift. Directly under Wang Yong's gaze, he injected the syringe into his own blood vessel. In an instant, there was a violent reaction. In this syringe, Lin also has a backer. After using it, his nature will remain unchanged. But he will become extremely loyal to Lin, just like Okizo and Wang Yong. Lord Lin, where are we going next? On the road, Okizo asked softly. Just go to the core area, and it will be convenient to notify you tomorrow morning," Lin said lightly. Corzone Frank was using various methods to heal his wounds, but the wound on his chest, even his physique, could not heal for a long time. Everything was caused by the icy aura above. Just when he was about to use fire to heal his wounds, another voice actually sounded in the secret room. "You are in danger, go away." "Dangerous? What do you mean?" Frank was very puzzled. And the person who was talking to him was actually a man inlaid on the wall of the secret room, almost merged with the wall, with only one face outside. "I foresee the danger. If you don't leave, you will die. Or something worse happens." "What terrible things will happen?" A very cold voice joined their conversation, so prominent and obvious. Frank's face was very ugly. The voice was. The door of the secret room was hidden, but a terrifying force directly shattered the mechanism at the entrance. As the door was damaged, a figure he was very familiar with walked in. "Brother Lin, it's actually you. Why did you do this?" Frank felt very bad, because Okizo and Wang Yong also came in. "I think I treat you well, why do you do this, tell me?" Frank also seemed to want to play an emotional card, or to distract himself and act on a whim. Lin's attention was no longer on him, but on the man who merged with the wall. The ability of gravitational control was used, and the huge traction force directly sucked Frank over. The mental influence made him dizzy, and then the effect of multiple gravity. This pulling and falling terrifying power occurred at the same time, and Frank was in a dizzy state. He couldn't even use his two abilities. He was torn alive into a flat body, and his head fell directly. Rolled on the ground several times. In the end, no one can to kill. According to the law, almost everyone is guilty, especially the awakened ones, but the law does not exist. When Lin killed him, he could better control the iron cage gathering place. The strong were respected. When Frank's head was in his hand, he was the new owner of the gathering place. Later, he annexed other gathering places, and relied on evolutionary medicine to create a powerful army of awakeners, swept this wilderness, and collected the resources that Lin needed. It is also able to fight against the convoy sent by the Nashwanan military base in order to implement Lin's follow-up plan. "Tell me, what the hell are you and what's going on?" Lin stood in front of the wall and looked curiously at the human who merged with the wall. Only a face existed outside. Okizo was also very surprised, apparently she didn't know about it either. Wang Yong picked up Frank's head and wrapped it in black cloth. "I have no choice but to answer until now, right?" The man's face made a cold joke, and then said slowly, "My name is Hardy, and I have the ability to predict." Chapter 154. My name is Hardy. I have the ability to foresee. Because of the side effect of this ability, I was embedded in this wall and became one with the wall. It can be said that I am this wall. The man who called himself Hardy said with his mouth open and closed. The chip, scan this wall and this face, analyze his life structure. Hint, scanning analysis completed, name, Hardy, level, first order awakened, ability, predict the future in 1 minute, status, in the stage of mutation factor runaway, fused with the steel property wall. Due to the uncertainty of the mutation factor, life has fundamentally changed, and it has been in a state of symbiosis and fusion with steel, and has obtained a great lifespan blessing to a certain extent. Aaron was suddenly thoughtful, and probably understood all the circumstances of the man in front of him. The structure of your life is very strange, and it is actually integrated with the wall. If I read it correctly, this wall is essentially made of steel, and you are actually fused with the human body and steel. You are not dead, alive. Well. Lin's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. This seems to involve another kind of life form, silicon-based life, not pure flesh and blood life, carbon-based life. Even Lin never thought that the mutation factor could achieve this level. The miracle of life is really infinite. The potential of this mutation factor is very high. To be able to do this to such an extent, to change the survival form of the essence of life, it already has the extreme adaptability and integration of the survival of the fittest. More research is possible. The chip supplements the relevant information base, establishes more research plans for mutation factors, and focuses on establishing the adaptability of mutation factors and adding the reaction mutations that may be generated by the blood of various extraordinary organisms, and exploring the limit of mutation factors. Fusion medium, and whether it can be used to make flesh and blood alchemy weapons. Hint, the corresponding task has been successfully established. Waiting for the follow-up experiment. Lin looked at this hardy and said, "Your abilities are useful to me, and life forms have a very large research space and have value that no one else has. I will not kill you, but you need to cooperate with my research. I make a promise to you that I will convert you from this silicon-based life state to carbon-based life after the study of your body structure is completed." Hardy said very freely, "I don't have any choice at all." I naturally agreed. "Anyway, I'm here and I can't leave by myself." Lin said calmly, "That's because your silicon-based life form has not been fully developed. Control this metal wall." Wang Yong, who was on the side, used the power of flame and freezing to cause the essential damage of the material, under the direction of Lin. The edge of the wall was so damaged, and then he picked up the metal wall that carried Hardy's body and moved towards the wall. "Go outside." Okizo held Frank's head and followed closely behind Lin. When Lin came outside, he found that all the awakened people in the iron cage gathering place were blocking the door. "Daniel, Rubens. I think I need an explanation, Dr. Lin." Daniel's complexion was very ugly, especially after seeing the head in Okizo's hands. His complexion changed greatly, with a cold light in his eyes. "Frank can die. But he must kill him, not anyone else. The iron cage gathering place can only be his." Rubens and frowned, staring at Lin and the others, and the atmosphere became anxious. However, Lin didn't answer Daniel's meaning, just chuckled and said, "Follow me, my promise is still valid, it depends on your choice." I was silent for a moment, and seemed to have thought of something. Under the unbelievable gazes of the other two, she walked directly to Lin's side. "Allah, you actually betrayed us, you betrayed the entire iron cage gathering place." Daniel gritted his teeth and said. Rubens beside him gradually became a little flustered in his heart. "No, I didn't betray the iron cage gathering place. Isn't he still here? It's just that the leader died, and now there's a new leader." I said gloomily, "The strong are respected, I think you should understand this." This under the gazes of the four awakened people including Lin, Daniel and Rubens felt more and more bad in their hearts, and they had already started to back down. Daniel's eyes showed Rubens, and asked him to rush together later. As long as he escaped from the iron cage gathering place, and then contacted the people at the southern Sichuan military base, everything would turn around. "Well, we also choose to surrender." Before he could finish speaking, Rubens suddenly rushed out. It was agreed that we should rush together. However, a dagger had pierced his heart directly, from his back. "You!" Rubens stared blankly at Daniel who was attacking him. His pupils collapsed, he did not dare to fall down, and blood spread out. Daniel's expression was very sluggish at the moment, as if he had been affected in some way. Some dusty things in his mind were gradually awakened, and finally they were completely affected. "Daniel, see Lord Lin." Daniel came to Lin's side and knelt down on one knee. In every evolution potion, there is Lin's backhand left behind, and he only needs to use his mental power to stimulate it gently, and he can completely become his own person. For the time being, Lin still needs this Daniel to communicate with the people at the South Sichuan military base to accomplish some other purposes. Tonight almost completely ended the high-level exchange of blood in the iron cage gathering place, and it became Lin's one-word haul. "I remember that there is another awakener, your brother?" Lin asked curiously. "He was killed in advance by me, Wang Yong," Daniel answered truthfully. Lin's expression is a little weird. This family is really, really cruel. Early the next morning, when the sun came out, a message quickly echoed in the iron cage gathering place. That is because the original leader was too seriously injured and could no longer support him. He gave up his seat to the awakened Master Lin. The son of the original leader, the awakened Lord Daniel, also completely agreed, and the original leader knew righteousness and knew that the injury was serious and he would not live long. He took the initiative to cut off his head so that the new leader could be justified and let everyone know the leader is willing. Overnight, the entire iron cage gathering place completely changed hands. As for how many people said this, it is unknown. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the water inside is very deep. Chapter 155. After Lin became the owner of the iron cage gathering place, the first thing he did was to destroy and renovate all the core building areas that originally belonged to Frank. This is a complete waste. With such a good location and so many materials, it is natural to use it to expand the laboratory. Frank's family members and the like were all left to Daniel to handle. But what surprised Lin was that this kid was really ruthless. He actually killed his own relatives and killed both of his sisters, and the others were confined in his own small flat building. Lin didn't think that this matter had something to do with him at all. At the previous banquet, Daniel's two younger sisters made rude remarks and looked down on Lin very much, which was always remembered by Daniel. Killing his own sister this time was also to show his respect and loyalty to Lin. After a day or so, some of the turmoil caused by the exchange of blood at the top was suppressed, and everything returned to its original level. After all, whoever is the boss is the same. As long as they can survive, they will be fine. Some people are even more motivated than before, just because Lin announced a shocking news in the iron cage gathering place, enough to set off a storm. There is a way to make ordinary people become awakened. This gives them a way to ascend, full of hope. As long as they follow the new boss, they will have the opportunity to become awakened ones. The storm caused by this incident not only spread in the iron cage gathering place, but also covered other gathering places. More and more people know that there is such a big man in the iron cage gathering place, and he has a method to make ordinary people also become awakened. As time passed, everything went on as usual. Lin still stayed in the laboratory, and the daily chores were handed over to the awakened under his command. Inside the utensil in front of him, there is a black hair colony that was peeled off from a mutant creature. Lin is dealing with it, this time refining the advanced evolution potion. The object of taking it is Wang Yong. He has made up his mind and is willing to be this experimental product. Even Lin is not completely sure that the high-level evolution potion refined this time has a 50% success rate, and at most only about 40%, and the pain and side effects he suffers are completely different. More heavy. The first awakening is to achieve a balance between its own mutation factor and the SPA's mutation factor. The second awakening is to add the second SPA mutation factor to participate in the fusion, and this third awakening is naturally also necessary. Add one, and each addition must be balanced with the previous overall, so the demand level of SPA will be higher and higher, and the energy required will be more and more. In the same way, the natural pressure is also completely different, the possibility of failure is greater, and it is very likely that the fusion will occur. In the process, it turned into a humanoid mutant creature. Are you sure you're ready? Lin looked at Wang Yong in the isolation warehouse, holding a syringe in his hand, which contained a completely transparent liquid, almost invisible, very strange. Master Lin, Everything I have now is given by you. I am willing to give everything for Master Lin. I am sure I am ready. Wang Yong's face was very firm. That's what you want. Lin put the syringe into the groove, followed the inertia, rolled into the isolation chamber, and was caught by Wang Yong. My whole life belonged to Lord Lin as early as the moment of awakening. This is what he gave. The syringe directly pierced the skin, and then injected into the blood vessel, and the liquid inside slowly flowed into the limbs and bones. Wang Yong's pupils were instantly congested and filled with black bloodshot. The next moment, they exploded directly, turning into two bloody eye sockets, as if something was about to come out. Kai Kai. A group of tentacles composed of ignoring eyeballs flew out and hit the glass directly, and behind the glass was the expressionless Lin. Oh. This is a failure. No. Not yet. A pair of arms grabbed the eyeball and tentacle, and then pulled it fiercely. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and stepped on it with his foot. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and Wang Yong also felt an unprecedented pain, a feeling that was even more painful than the torment of ice and fire. This eyeball tentacle can be said to be a part of him, and to damage it is to cause damage to himself. Lin's eyes moved slightly. It seems to be a long wait. The chip starts to record the corresponding data. The next day Wang Yong's successful transformation has been completed and his evolution has been completed. Lin recorded the data related to I, and gained a more thorough understanding of the advanced evolutionary medicine. Combined with his own flesh and blood knowledge, he refined his own advanced evolutionary medicine. He chose the only A-level spa for himself, and spent a day and a night matching his mutation factor with the spa's mutation factor. The next step is the refining process. Lin, who had started many times, didn't have much difficulty at this stage, and he passed it safely. Immediately at the final stage, Lin's figure in the laboratory began to get busy faster, adding neutralizing mutation factors, adding mucus secreted by special mutant creatures, and the blood of some mutant creatures, or tongue coating etc. A day later, under the blushing lights in the laboratory, the advanced evolution potion in Lin's hands radiated a different luster, which was different from the inferior defective product that was given to Wang Yong. Is flawless. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin injected himself directly. With the inflow of the medicinal liquid into the blood vessels, a slight tingling and swelling sensation occurred. Lin couldn't help but vomited out a large mouthful of blood, followed by further subtle changes. My advanced evolution potion is much more perfect than Wang Yong's. His success rate is between 30% and 40%, while mine can reach about 60%. There will be no problem with my own spiritual guidance. An hour later, the reborn Lin walked out of the laboratory slowly, and his whole person changed greatly. On the ground are the husks and wrecks left by Lin after his evolution, which has shed its skin. This awakening, the ability obtained is repulsion and gravity. Gravity can be perfectly coordinated. Lin used gravity to attract an iron shelf in the laboratory, and then he opened his palm, and the repulsive force was activated. It bounced off in an instant, and under the action of gravity, they squeezed each other, squeezing the iron shelf into a flat. It can be thought of as Vientian, gravity, Shenliu repulsion, and Tianjekan, gravity. Chapter 156. Common name, Lin Harak, level, 3rd order awakened, ability, gravity control, repulsion control. The endless wilderness is full of all kinds of dangers, mutant creatures, dangerous areas, dead places, or special radiation sources. Often if someone wants to cross the wilderness, they will die on the way, and no gathering place can do it. But just today, a 100-meter-long team is running rampantly across the wilderness, without any fear or stopping at all, and the mutant creatures encountered have turned into meat sauce in front of the war machine at the forefront. The burning kerosene, the black smoke that rises up, and the huge battle train transformation vehicle that is 100 meters long and 20 meters wide are the biggest trump cards of the southern Sichuan military base. In front of it, there is nothing that can resist, and there are a large number of fighters waiting and preparing in the car. In order to welcome the cherished talent in the wilderness back to the base, he specially launched a plan in advance to send such a war machine to suppress everything. The person in charge of this operation is one of the 4 generals of the southern Sichuan military base, General Tang Jen. Is also a third order awakened, with great strength. With the cooperation of the two, no matter whether it is the wilderness or any large or small forces in the wilderness, they can all be suppressed without any difficulty. A cherished talent who can turn ordinary people into awakened ones is more meaningful than reclaiming the wilderness. Even some foreign forces have received news and have also sent people to take that Lin the doctor will be captured or killed, so we must act fast. Tang Jen's eyes were incomparably solemn, and his aura spread out, and the people in the surrounding meeting trembled in their hearts. We must bring Dr. Lin back to the southern Sichuan military base as soon as possible and protect him. Yes. Iron Cage Gathering Place. It has been a month since the leader was replaced, and the environment and sphere of influence have developed and changed a lot. Mainly because after the news that ordinary people could become awakened people spread out, it attracted a large number of people to come, and people in other gathering places couldn't help it. They broke out and joined the Iron Cage Gathering Place, just for the chance to become an awakened. In the conference room the current situation is very good. Lord Lin said that no matter how many people come, let them come. As for the preconditions for the opportunity to become an awakened, it will naturally not cause any disturbance. Daniel has become Lin's #1 horse boy at this moment, and his words are full of admiration for Lin. Master Lin has already anticipated everything, and then the people in the gathering place can't sit still. Yeah, when the next message is sent out, the leaders of the major gathering places will probably become loners. Okizo said with a smile. There was gloating in her words. This is inevitable. Master Lin's plan is to integrate the forces and populations of the entire wilderness, and gather them together to become a large force comparable to the military base in southern Sichuan, so as to have the confidence to talk. Wang Yong said. With the passage of time, the major gathering places finally couldn't bear it as their population continued to shrink and their power continued to shrink. A total of 5 gathering places joined together to hold a meeting, mainly to discuss and resolve this matter. In the end, it was agreed that 3 days later, we would gather our troops to attack the Iron Cage Gathering Place. But just the day before they gathered their forces and attacked, another exciting news came out. The Iron Cage Gathering Place actually has a means for the awakened to advance, allowing the First Order awakened to advance to the second level awakened. This is a complete downturn and disintegration of the military. Some awakens gradually have dissent, and began to secretly discuss with some good friends, and decided to join the Iron Cage Gathering Place. It can make ordinary people become awakened people, and let the awakened people advance to the second level awakened people. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy, but they have investigated and some people who join the Iron Cage Gathering Place have really become awakened people. Then it proves that there is a way for the awakened to advance, and it should be true. In just one night, the forces of the major gathering places shrank again, almost to the point of becoming a bare commander. The power of the Iron Cage Gathering Place also expanded rapidly, almost reaching an extremely terrifying level. interpunct 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 interpunct. Under the very clear and public promotion route, all the awakened who joined in were very satisfied and recognized, which was not felt in the original gathering place. With hope, there is motivation. Under the will of Lin, the awakeners who joined in a large number thought about the surrounding wilderness, killing a large number of mutant creatures, and then collecting and gathering spar. Now Lin has almost no shortage of spar. Of course, the more advanced spar is still quite defective. Only Wang Yong has the ability to hunt and kill. With the cooperation of others, he went to the ruins of the city. After a lot of effort, he collected 3 high-level spar. Lin used these 3 spar to create 3 third-order awakeners again. Since then, the Iron Cage gathering place has been invincible in the wilderness. But the external forces gradually showed signs, and the packages were entangled in the open and secret. Lin also knew it, but just watched indifferently. Because he already has the confidence to be absolutely invincible in this world. That is, under the current power of the Iron Cage gathering place, it is very easy to find the original elder sister and younger sister, and soon followed the clues along the way and found a lot of clues. It has been successfully learned, there is no doubt that it is the news of death. The original body's lingering wish has been completely completed, and Lin has been able to integrate with the deity and can return at any time. That's exactly what he's preparing for. Through the corresponding preparation conditions, in the secret room he built, he created a special conduction pattern, which cannot be activated without spiritual energy, but Lin is only for a positioning, so that the deity can appear here when it is transmitted. After everything was ready, he posted a message to forbid anyone to disturb him, no matter what happened, just wait for him to come out. Then he stood directly on the pattern of the formation, and his spiritual power called and communicated with the Book of Vientiane that was hidden in the depths of the spirit. On a special page, it's the page representing the wizarding world. The next moment, the split soul was directly separated from the body, and was thrown into the Book of Vientiane again. Earth. Chapter 157. In the dense forest, the light from the sun cannot penetrate the blocks of the dense branches and leaves at all, and can only cast light and shadow spots between the gaps with difficulty. The most peculiar and impressive thing is that every tree in this forest is incomparably dark. The corpse buried deep in the soil in the forest, the breath of death permeates. The terrifying beast turned into the most ordinary thing to hide, waiting for the arrival of some unlucky prey. Kai. With a slight tremor, it can be seen that this is a dense mass of black and red vines, and it is very long. It is connected to the building at the core of the forest. It is full of supernatural craftsmanship. It is not something that ordinary people can build. Vibrant texture fluctuations. In a pothole in the center of the building, a deadwood material is constantly burning, but only the last bit is left, and it will be completely extinguished in about a month. Lin woke up from the retreat, and there was a violent sense of fluctuation in the spiritual world, as if there were some hints. It was the Book of Vientiane, and it actually existed in his mind. He began to open the pages of the book one after another, and finally a page appeared, and then a faint light flew out and merged with Lin. After a long time, Lin gradually reminisced, and his momentum changed a lot, and there were a lot of vicissitudes. Hint. The split soul has returned, and it has successfully merged with the deity, and it is indistinguishable and perfect. It turns out that it was a doomsday world. Mutation factor. Mutant creature. Human power. Lin has adapted to the increase in a lot of memory, and his knowledge of flesh and blood has also improved rapidly, reaching the level in the apocalyptic world, or even higher. Because Lin's deity did not do anything in the Black Forest, he has been improving the accumulation of knowledge, and almost all the knowledge in the chip information library has been learned by Lin. For example, alchemy has reached the first-class apprenticeship as a pharmacist, and the next step is to become a formal pharmacist. Pharmacy has also improved a lot on the basis of the original, and learned more about pharmacy. Mutation factors and mutant creatures. It's really interesting. The materials for my next alchemy item are available. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. At the moment when the split soul merges with himself, it means that his body can pass directly. No need to care about anything, just crush everything and collect the resources of the whole world. However, some preparations still need to be made, and the split soul also brought back some other things. Lin raised his hand gently, and the object in front of him floated out of thin air, and then a repulsive force was generated, and it flew out quickly. Gravity was generated, and it flew back quickly. Interestingly, the abilities of attraction, repulsion, and gravity, these three awakened ones, also appeared on me, and there is no barrier between them, as if they were instinctive. Lin felt the passage of spirituality, and seemed to have arrived in the wizarding world. Due to the power of the wizarding world, the rules have changed, and this ability has become a kind of wizarding spell, which also consumes his own spiritual energy. Even so, what is more than the wizard spell is that this special wizard spell is instant, without any interval use, as long as the spiritual energy supports it. This is a very good method. In terms of degrees, it can be compared to the spells of some third-level wizard apprentices, but it has not yet reached the stage of an official wizard. With the blessing of the source of the spell, it is estimated that it can reach the level of an official wizard. When used like that, it is the real and absolute killer. Lin thought of the abilities of other awakened people in that apocalyptic world: physical enhancement, some limbs gigantic, super powerful regeneration, manipulation of flames and ice, control of creatures, fusion of creatures, and even predicting the future. These abilities are like wizard spells, and there are all kinds of faculties, if all are accommodated in oneself. Then can I have multi-line instant wizard spells? Lin imagined the scene. Maybe he doesn't need to become an official wizard. Now he can directly compete with official wizards. He can become a wizard without any shortcomings. But the premise of all this is that it needs to be studied clearly. How can other abilities be summed up into oneself, if it is integrated according to the balance? I am afraid there is still a biological limit. Zero variation factors are not boundless things after all. All of this has to wait for me to enter the doomsday world before I can conduct follow-up research, and my resources are almost exhausted. There are substitutes comparable to extraordinary creatures, and everything about those mutant creatures can be counted as extraordinary resources. Lin's face began to show heat. This is another world, and he actually has the opportunity to monopolize a world. According to the memory passed down by the split soul, Lin fixed the corresponding position to connect the magic circle, and then gathered all the remaining deadwood energy into the Book of Vientiane. The energy required to traverse the body is even greater. Accompanying the array, the light shone, and the Book of Vientiane opened the corresponding number of pages, and Lin entered it together with the light of the formation. Doomsday World, the gathering place of iron cages. In Lin's private room, there were no strange lines at all, but at this moment it was actually glowing, and a figure gradually appeared under the overlap of light and shadow. A black wizard's robe, holding a magic wand, his face is indifferent, and there is a simple book of all phenomena in his hand. Is this the apocalyptic world? Sure enough, there is a strange thing in the air, a lot of impurities. At this moment, Lin can almost be regarded as a half-step official wizard, and his vast spiritual power is naturally not comparable to that of splitting the soul. He can see more things, and the support chip achieves more powerful performance. Under the coverage of mental power, the entire iron cage gathering place, and even the surrounding distance of several hundred meters can perceive everything. This world does not have my strength to supplement, so wizard spells cannot be cast at will, only the abilities of the awakened can be used unscrupulously, and it only consumes physical strength. Lin tried to walk a few steps. But the deity is different from the split soul. There is a physical existence, and there is a feeling of being out of place. It seems that even if it is to fulfill the wish of the remnant, it cannot be completely adapted. It should be said that because I fulfilled the wish of remnants, I was considered to be that Wang Yong to a certain extent. Otherwise I am afraid that I have come to this world, and it will directly cause me to have a backlash. Lin began to analyze. Chapter 158. Lin did not leave the secret room for the time being, but was adapting to this world. And use its own spiritual energy to form an inner membrane, isolate the air, and then filter it. I'm not a person from this world. Mutation factors have not existed in my body congenitally, so I temporarily keep my body pure. The chip began to analyze, and the body was slowly adapting to the pressure and gravity of the world, and finally came to a conclusion. The gravity and density of this world is actually much smaller than that of the wizarding world. The power of my wizarding spells blooming in this world is several times that of the wizarding world, and the power of my tips is the same. Lin imagined for a moment that if he used the flaming whip, he would be a huge fiery snake as large as tens of meters, which could drown everything. If high-dimensional people are bullying low-dimensional people, this is a dimensionality reduction blow. The inner diaphragm must be maintained at all times. According to my spiritual content, I can last for a year. If I use wizard spells, this time will be much lower. 13 thought for a while, but decided to only use his own bloodline power. The consumed bloodline power can recover itself over time, and it is nothing more than physical strength. Maybe I'm wrong, the mutation factor can't affect me much. My physique has reached the stage of the official wizard's combat power, it is extremely powerful, and I still have the power of the bloodline of the cursed snake, which is the upper limit of level 4. And the mutation factor 10 cannot be changed. Thinking of this, Lin simply removed the inner diaphragm. His body is almost completely adjusted, and the next step is to quickly start the follow-up plan. The entire wilderness will be in his pocket. Resource extraction place. The spark can supply supplementary energy, and after conversion, it can also supplement Lin's spiritual energy and spiritual tide energy, so Lin needs it very much. The conference room hall, originally the residence of the core area, has now been transformed into a high-level meeting place. The huge long wooden square table was full of people, all of whom were the high-rises of the iron cage gathering place, as well as the horses of Lin. Now, I have something to announce. Lin is still in his original dress, the deity has arrived. He can be unscrupulous without any pressure. Everyone had serious expressions and listened quietly. The original plan was launched ahead of schedule, the mission merits were released, and those who completed the corresponding mission can exchange for the opportunity to become an awakener or a second-order awakener here. Similarly, it's the same inside. As long as you have enough merit and an equivalent spar, I can help you make it. Lin's words resounded in their ears like the sound of nature. Although they were always loyal to Lin, they also had their own ideas and personalities. Facing such temptations, they couldn't resist, and their enthusiasm increased a lot. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Lin. I'll pass on the message. It's time for the whole wilderness to integrate. It only needs a gathering place and a voice. That's Master Lin. The last word opportunity was shouted out by all the awakened people present. With the passing of this order, an uproar arose, because many people came out of the original gathering place. However, after seeing the reward that can be obtained, his eyes suddenly turned red, and there was absolutely no sympathy in his mind. But those who block me die. In order to strengthen one's own strength, there is nothing that cannot be given up. What's the matter of mere affection? Is it worth the chance to advance to the next stage and become stronger? There is no comparison at all. It quickly fermented, and some of the awakeners and hunters, fighters who joined from outside, were even more enthusiastic and excited than the original people in the Iron Cage gathering place. In Asia, the Forest Organization performed well in the Summary War, and even knew the original gathering place very well, and contributed a lot of strategies to break the enemy's defense. Just a week later, there is only one gathering place left in the wilderness. Iron Cage Gathering Place. The current scale can be said to be incomparably huge, and under the attraction of evolutionary medicine, the cohesion is very high. It was expanded 7 or 8 times to accommodate the combined population of several surrounding gathering places. The number of awakeners reached a rare 3-digit number, and when he learned that Lin even had a way to advance to the 3rd rank, he completely devoted his loyalty, even to the former leaders of the gathering place. Then, under the leadership of Lin and attracted by the evolution potion, a large number of fighters and awakened people moved towards the uninhabited area of the wilderness, attacking and occupying them frantically. The power of the group is powerful, especially if they are united. They occupy more areas almost every day, turning the original dangerous area where various mutant creatures exist into an area where human activities can be casually stepped on. In the laboratory, Lin can harvest a large amount of spar almost every day, and then store it in the purple gold flower ring and space storage bag. Then began to study the abilities of the awakened, obtained the flesh and blood of each awakened, and the flesh and blood rich in mutation factors, and compared it with the flesh and blood of mutant creatures and spar. Why the awakened does not have the spar of the mutant creature, but can also show the ability, and the mutant creature needs to gather a spar, the difference may be the answer I'm looking for. Apostrophe. 3 days later in the laboratory 700s, the progress is a bit slow. It should be said that I have encountered a bottleneck. Well, this path is wrong and can be ruled out. Lin focused his research on the life structure of Hardy, which is different from carbon-based life and silicon-based life, which is really rare. Even in the wizarding world, Lin has never seen or heard of the emergence and existence of silicon-based life. This may bring him a lot of harvest. If the knowledge of flesh and blood and the knowledge of living species can be further improved, it will really make a lot of money. Inside the isolation chamber, the wall carrying Hardy's body was stored in it, and was fixed by 2 metal shelves, so that Lin could analyze all aspects. Compared to the necessary resources such as spar, and the body of mutant creatures, this Hades life form is also the most valuable one. Lin watched it very seriously, and was still using the chip for constant analysis. If he can master the mutual conversion method between silicon-based life and carbon-based life, then his knowledge of flesh and blood will be greatly improved. Perhaps it will be possible to refine the life potion that will advance to the official pharmacist. 1 or 2 more. Chapter 159. Lin intends to study Hardy's life structure through 3 aspects. Compare, analyze, test. Using the differences and similarities between carbon-based life and silicon-based life, Hardy's life structure can only be regarded as a semi-silicon-based life form, and has not been completely transformed into a silicon-based life form. There should be some connection points with each other. Special discovery. Secondly, The analysis function of the chip is very comprehensive, enough to analyze the material inside and outside of Hardy's body clearly, and the reason for survival. Test whether different mutation factors can react with Hardy and change its morphological structure, and figure out what kind of mutation factors can cause such survival. Hardy suddenly said at this time, Lord Lin seems to be trying to do something to me, although I really like to be able to move freely again, but I feel that I can't succeed. I need to understand one thing, your predictive ability, which aspect is predictive, and where is the limitation? As long as I know the person or name, I have the information concept of that person, and I can predict it, and sometimes if the other party's level is higher than me, I can't predict it. Hardy thought about the explanation and said. Lin's eyes lit up. This is a good ability, almost directly equivalent to the foreknowledge spells in the wizarding world, perhaps with a bit of divination, but it is much more brainless than divination. Directly predict what will happen in the next minute of the corresponding existence. No, this ability is too exaggerated. Even if it is brought to the wizarding world, some changes must be made under the rules, and there may be some side effects or limitations. But no matter what, Lin is very jealous of this ability and wants to get it. It means that you can predict the enemy's opportunities. With the scanning function of the chip, it can almost be said to be a perfect match. I'll study you next, my promise is still valid, I won't let you die, and I have the opportunity to set you free. The chip began to scan, and Lin also found a cutting machine. The gigantic 100-meter war machine crushed everything powerfully, and some mutant creatures that attacked were directly disguised as flesh and blood fragments without even touching it. From the news and maps from the informant, we are not far from those gathering places. It only takes about 3 days, and in the same way, some of his hidden enemy forces traveled at the same speed as ours. Tang Jen stared blankly at the scenery outside the barricade window. With sufficient fuel to support it, this seemingly dangerous and desperate wilderness was nothing more than that. As long as those big guys didn't come to find fault, they would be safe and sound. Mutant creatures that exceed ordinary levels, and even S-level mutant creatures with their own titles. But it's a little strange that our informant seems to have some problems. It's been a long time since he has contacted us for supplementary information. That Daniel who came out of the iron cage gathering place, said a man dressed as an adjutant. There is no problem with this. We are not far from the gathering place. We will directly suppress them at that time. Tang Jen consulted you very much. This was brought to him by power and strength. After all, he is an extremely rare third-order awakener. There are only a few military bases in southern Sichuan, which is enough to suppress the entire wilderness. With some special equipment, you can even directly engage with S-level mutant creatures. There are just a few human gathering places. I hope they know each other and don't cause any bad things. A sneer appeared at the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. The surging water flow in the dark is not so simple. In addition to the people from the military base in southern Sichuan, there are other forces lurking in the wilderness who decided to take action. Most of them are hidden underground, have complete self-circulation facilities, and are conducting related research. It is also equipped with many powerful guards in the Underground Research Institute. With the communication of the above information, they began to gather troops and prepare to attack the Iron Cage gathering place. The war seems to be about to break out. Iron Cage gathering place with the assistance of a large number of awakeners and other fighters, more and more wilderness areas are occupied, and there is no shortage of spar. Anlin has been ready to supply all the resources before the retreat experiment. A unified model for ordinary people to awaken, evolution potion. This is an evolution potion that can be paired with anyone's mutation factor, and as long as you take it, you can awaken a mutation. The hesitation is not due to a single configuration. The success rate is only 50%, and there are some minor side effects, such as causing some mutations in the body, and growing all kinds of mutant creatures. Limb features. This is unavoidable, after all, it is mass production of adaptability. Open up the territory, kill mutant creatures, get spa, get merits, intercept quests, continue to live to obtain merits, and then exchange for evolution potions. This has become a virtuous circle, a logic that cannot be changed. Anyone who wants to break this situation will be torn apart by ordinary people and awakened people in the entire iron cage gathering place. The passage of ascending and the power to become an awakener. The thrill of power is what everyone is pursuing. 3 days have passed again and Lin in the laboratory has also made new progress about the structural reasons for studying the nature of Hardy's life. I didn't expect this to be the case. I still seem to underestimate this mutation factor. The upper limit is even higher. Not only can it infect carbon-based life, but even some silicon-based objects can be infected, but not infected completely, unable to give life, only very weakly possible to give some extraordinary characteristics. Tai Lin's eyes lit up, but this way, Jiao's, can be used to manufacture some extraordinary materials used in alchemy, which can be analyzed with a chip, and through certain transformations, the materials can be transformed and replaced with the same type of materials that were originally needed. Lin felt more and more that this might be successful. But there is another most important precondition, is that he must completely control this mutation factor, both inside and outside, as well as his potential and various changes. These can be analyzed by the slow analysis of the chip. Although the mutation factor is still a little weak at present, its greatest value lies in its infinite possibility, which can carry out self-mutation and devolution, integrate with other species, or adapt slowly to any other environment to become a more powerful mutation factor. Lin has an idea. If he can fully master the mutation factor and integrate it into his own soul and blood, let his soul also have. Chapter 160. Lin has an idea. If he completely masters the mutation factor and integrates it into his soul and blood, so that his soul also has the possibility of infinite evolution, has the same characteristics as the mutation factor, and even he can become a mutant. The concept of variable factor. As long as there is a place with a mutation factor, then he can exist in that place. To be something above the limit. But it takes a long time to study and utilize. First of all, my soul essence must be able to accommodate mutation factors. In order to achieve the terrifying level in this conception, I need a more powerful soul essence. But Lin has already made a lot of gains and found a path with great prospects and almost no constraints. The bloodline fusion mutation factor of the cursed snake, what will be the final result? I'm really looking forward to it. Lin has fallen into the state of fanatical research. Hardy's reason for becoming a silicon-based life has gradually become clear. One that is a kind of mutation factor that is different from the general one, and it can only be achieved by the mutation factor that belongs to the top level, and front end of mutation. There are also levels of mutation factors, some are strong and some are weak, otherwise there would not be so many mutant creatures with disparities in strength. The mutation factor at 700 changes and evolves from time to time. Hardy's mutation factor has evolved to the upper limit of this world, so the ability to predict such an exaggeration is born. Lin knew what he should do next. He collected several of the most powerful mutation factors in the world, analyzed and merged them, so that the mutation factors that could no longer be evolved could evolve again. That is the king of mutation factor, the mutation factor that belongs to Lin alone, and the only way to control this world. The center of the world, the king of mutation. My split soul has been contaminated with the mutation factor of this world, and 3 abilities have been born, and now it is fused with my deity soul. In theory, my soul can be fused with the mutation factor and become a mutant. the variable factor itself. Lin's eyes focused on the large number of spa on the table, and then thought of the many awakened people in the iron cage gathering place. If the evolution of a world is limited, and the infinite world can evolve infinitely, the mutation factor can gradually adapt to integrate some related forces of other worlds as I step into countless worlds, and become stronger, just as the bloodline of the cursed snake is the same, and it does not even need to break the boundaries, because it has no boundaries in itself. It is a miracle of the birth of life. The research has thoroughly researched the origin of the mutation factor, the subsequent evolutionary mutation, and the mutation of the entire world. It's really interesting. Iron Cage Gathering Place. After many days of development, there are now more than 200 First-Order Awakeners, 10 Second-Order Awakeners, and 3 Third-Order Awakeners. Later, Lin produced an advanced evolution potion, which also aroused the enthusiasm and desire of these awakened ones. Loyalty has skyrocketed. In the Father Wilderness, there are quite a few scavengers walking, meeting each other to find out if there is any unexpected harvest. There was a smile and hope on their faces. In the past, they did not dare to walk outside at will, and a large number of mutant creatures would kill them. Now there is no such worry at all, and the surrounding area has become an absolute safe zone. And the scope of the safe area is still spreading further into the depths of the wilderness. All this was brought by Lord Lin. Everyone felt that Lord Lin was the savior sent by God, who might be able to recover the entire wilderness. Come back and let mankind become the overlord of this land again. Look at it. What is that? A scavenger's voice suddenly increased with a little panic. The other scavengers looked in the direction, and a faint dot seemed to be moving. No, it's so big, it's a big monster. That fuzzy little dot was approaching quickly, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Where is this little dot? It was clearly a fortress as large as 100 meters. It was burning with thick smoke, and it rushed over directly. All were smashed, and his target direction was on their side. Report to General Tang Jen that it is close to the range of human gathering places, but it seems that there are some strange situations. The original wilderness is actually occupied by humans. It seems that they are deliberately counter-attacking to clear the danger. On the war machine, the adjutant was reporting the situation to Tang Jen. The original scope of human activities should not be here. It belongs to the middle area of the wilderness. There are also cities left over from the previous world, called city ruins. There are a large number of high-level mutant monsters, which are not at all. Humans can resist, can't explain how they extended the safe area here. A few young men and women in combat uniforms said nonchalantly, "Is there any big problem with General Tang Jen here? No matter what the situation is, there is no problem at all, it can be suppressed at will, not to mention there is war." The machine. The first level is equipped with a mecha developed by the latest technology, but it is enough to resist the mutant monsters of the S level, and it is used to suppress a small gathering of wild humans, which is basically a knife to kill a chicken. Tang Jen thought more, and he was also a little puzzled, thinking that the previous informant had not been in contact for a long time, and decided it was better to be on the safe side. First, slow down the speed of the war machine, and exclude the exploration team from going to the ruins of the city to see if they can find some other situations. I always have a bad hunch that this operation is not just us, there are some other hostiles. Power. General Tang Jen's words are our will. The young people around can only agree. Drop drop. In a relatively hidden corner of the building, a figure is using a small device to convey news to others. He deliberately chose to do it when there was no one around. The patrolling guards would pass by after 30 minutes. He had enough time to complete everything he wanted to accomplish. DD. The exact information has been investigated. The Iron Cage Gathering Place can indeed have a way to turn ordinary people into awakened ones, and there are also follow-up advancements for packages. The one core lead person who is Lin has unimaginable value. It is recommended to control it as soon as possible and bring it to the empire on which the sun never sets. With the transmission of information, the other side also responded quickly. Obviously, this is a spy of a hostile force, or someone from the empire on which the sun never sets. Although the iron cage gathering place does not limit the number of people, some people with ulterior motives also sneak in. Chapter 161. Today I'm not at home during the day, I'm doing errands outside. I'll make up for it tonight. It's not just the people of the empire that never set the sun doing this, including the White Eagle Federation, the pyramids, the giant bear capital, and even the neon capital where other spies have mixed into the iron cage gathering place. Undercurrent surging. In the laboratory Lin rubbed his tired brows, and finally got a clue. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, he can figure out the source of the mutation factor, and then create his own medicine of the king of mutation. The upper limit of the entire world is the third order awakened person, and there is no way after that. To be precise, there is no stronger mutation factor. What Lin has to do is to create what is on the basis of what is not. In order to save time, I need the strongest mutant factors in this world, mutant creatures that surpass rank A, and 8 king beasts with titles. Lin obtained a lot of information from Okizo and Daniel, about the forces outside the wilderness, the situation in the whole world, and about the powerful among the mutant creatures. Every king beast has the threat of destroying the military base and is the ultimate enemy of mankind. The huge war machine quickly drove towards the iron cage gathering place. I didn't expect the result to be like this. All the gathering places have been led by the Dr. Lin, relying on the evolution potion. Sure enough, this is the high-level talent we are looking for, enough to control the changes in the whole world, so that the awakened people can enter rank, or even a third-order evolution potion, is really terrifying. A young officer said in shock, and his heart gradually became hot. They don't have such a method yet. Awakeners are all the darlings of God, not to mention the ability to awaken 3 times. There are few among the entire human race. Evolution potion. Tang Jen got this news after exploring the ruins of the city. He was also a little disappointed. It is possible for third-order awakened people to reach it, so what does he count? When the number of third-order awakened people increases, he is a general. What? No one knows the complexity of Tang Jen's heart. The other officers are all looking forward to the evolution of the potion, which can make him one step closer, or even reach the 3rd rank. The only good news is that Dr. Lin has never researched the evolutionary potion that can advance to the 3rd order awakened person. We came just right, and other forces have already pressed against Dr. Lin step by step. We are going to rescue him. The southern Sichuan military base will be well protected later. Tang Jen said with a faint expression. Everything has not been out of his control, it is still within the controllable range. Night under the instructions. The figures dressed as scavengers gathered in a room. The plan to attack and kidnap Dr. Lin started tonight. The spy captain of the Empire of Never Sunset discussed the details of the plan with many of his team members, and then took the corresponding equipment and entered the dark night one after another. The surging darkness spreads towards the core area. That is where Lin is located, and it is also an absolute forbidden place where the iron cages gather. Okizo yawned and walked on the flagstone path. She has been very busy recently. She has meetings every day, she has to deal with inquiries from the Neon Kingdom, and cooperate with the other party's forces to kidnap Dr. Lin. Of course, she decided to do whatever she wanted, and successfully wiped out all the sneak attacking forces in the Neon Kingdom. Now, I got the news from another spy who abandoned the dark and turned to the light to solve the sneak attack force of the Empire. No one can resist the attraction of evolutionary medicine, so naturally they can't escape Lin's methods. All the actions of those hostile forces have already been known by the high-level officials of the Iron Cage gathering place, and they are waiting for them to come from the net. Oh. Are you here? Okizo discovered the enemies hidden in the darkness and constantly approaching the core area through her eye ability. Some small mutant creatures that had been ambushed in advance rushed out quickly, biting and hunting all those people to death. What's going on here? Why is there an ambush all of a sudden? The spy chief of the Empire of Never Sunset said in horror that their original plan should be perfect, and they could easily enter the core area. But now those roads that were supposed to be safe were posing a deadly threat. One by one, mutant creatures attacked and killed his subordinates one by one, and there was no resistance at all. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Now it's his turn. A ferocious mutant tiger protruded a tiger's head from the top of the wall where he was hiding, and then swooped down. Do not. The sound of chewing sounded slowly, accompanied by a sharp pain that soon subsided. Call. No one can disturb Lord Lin, and no one can be qualified to be an enemy of Lord Lin, a bunch of rubbish who don't know the so-called. Okizo sneered. Tonight is the night of killing. Finally, I have thoroughly figured out the source of the mutation factor, and at the same time I know where its current peak position is. 00 in the laboratory. Lin had a smile on his face. He also established a deeper evolution potion through the chip, called the Ceremony of the King. It is necessary to use some of the strongest mutation factors to carry out deeper mutation, and add Lin's spiritual energy and soul power into it. What you get in the end is a brand new mutant soul. After the analysis of the chip, the success rate of the King's ceremony has reached 60%. And the chance of assisting with the chip will increase, enough for me to try it. Hardy in the isolation warehouse sighed, Lord Lin, your wisdom is the most terrifying one I have ever seen, and your character. Lin glanced at Hardy, and he was able to achieve such a gain by studying this guy's body structure. What I said won't change. I already have a way to get you back on your feet. As long as Lin becomes the mutation factor itself, the source, all mutation factors can be manipulated and controlled, and Hardy's mutation factors can naturally stop converting into silicon-based life forms under Lin's manipulation. Conversion process. Lin finally walked out of the laboratory after many years. He has found the most valuable thing in this world, and now is the time to harvest it. Inside the purple gold flower ring and the space accommodating bag, there are spar stones that are as high as a small hillside, and they are almost filled with soil. Chapter 162. Inside the purple gold flower ring and the space holding bag, there are spar stones that are as high as a small hillside, and almost full of extraordinary materials of mutant creatures. These are the crazy actions of the awakened and the fighters, and all the mutant creatures around have been slaughtered. The Father Wilderness is also encountering poisonous hands. It is said that the ruins of the city have been beaten by 70%. Lin decided to start a great expedition. The current resource reserves and combat personnel are completely sufficient to completely penetrate the wilderness and connect to the outside world. And the delivery tool has arrived. A smile appeared on his face. How could he not know the actions of the southern Sichuan military base? but he was disrespectful to that war machine. There is just a lack of a mobile tool that can accommodate most of the personnel and materials, as well as an absolute weapon for attack and defense. Lin didn't know what to say when he came from a long distance to deliver the courier. The huge 100-meter behemoth stopped in front of the iron cage gathering place. A large number of awakens and fighters were all waiting, raising their firearms and aiming at this steel behemoth. But the gap is obviously huge. Anyone who is in front of this giant steel beast will feel an absolute sense of insignificance. I am the North General of the South Sichuan military base, Tang Jen, and I am here with goodwill. I hope that Dr. Lin will accompany us to the South Sichuan military base. I will protect Dr. Lin's safety. There are absolutely excellent and complete instruments. Allow Dr. Lin to better study the evolutionary medicine. Tang Jen said, neither humble nor arrogant. His words were also very powerful, and the momentum of a third-order awakener was exuded. The faces of the awakened people in the iron cage gathering place suddenly changed. This aura was stronger than them, and with this big steel guy, they might really be unable to stop them. What are you pretending to be, a big-tailed wolf? Master Lin is something you can delusional about, and you still go to your military base in southern Sichuan. What is the military base? Lin's number one pony, Daniel, stood on the tower and said with disdain. Daniel, what do you mean? How dare you do this to General Tang Jen? Do you want to make yourself completely doomed? A senior officer next to Tang Jen couldn't stand it any longer and scolded angrily. Haha. Acting with you is serious enough. You are also worthy of it. The wilderness can no longer stop us. Under the leadership of Lord Lin, we will not only conquer the wilderness, but also the whole world. Daniel said with great longing and excitement. What a lunatic. I don't know how high the sky is. Even if you rely on the evolution potion to become an awakened person, in front of absolutely powerful strength, you can only be a chicken and a dog. The senior officer wanted to say something else. Tang Jen waved his hand. It seems that you guys want to hold Dr. Lin hostage, so that you can refine the evolutionary potion, and completely fall here. For the future of Dr. Lin, you must be wiped out. Tang Jen has run out of patience. He has not become a Tier 3 awakener. He is vulnerable in front of Tier 3 awakeners. That's why he is so confident. But looking at the number of awakened people in the iron cage gathering place, my heart still trembled violently. It is necessary to control that Lin as soon as possible and limit his production of more evolutionary medicines. Even if he studies the direction of subsequent evolutionary medicines, it must be strictly monitored by the military base. It's really crazy. Second Order Awakener, the number of military bases has even been 1/3, and the First Order Awakeners have completely reached the number of military bases. If he was given more time, what would he swell into? He even developed a stronger evolution potion, the Third Awakening. Tang Jen didn't dare to think about it any longer. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. The terrifying aura on his body instantly reached its peak. Those who are stubbornly resisted, kill without mercy. A large amount of purple energy appeared in his hands, and soon a huge energy sphere was condensed. If it exploded, it could form a huge explosive power. He is a rare energy type ability. Shoot, kill him, yet dare to attack Lord Lin's idea. The numerous different abilities were used one after another, and with the release of the firepower of the guns, they directly collided with the purple energy sphere that flew over. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly vented, completely evaporating the area in front of the entrance of the iron cage gathering place. Today we will let you fools take a look, what is a real Third Order Awakener. Tang Jen sneered, and with the support of purple energy, he flew straight into the air and flew into the air. 1 by 1 purple energy spheres appeared behind him, densely packed. In an instant, above the iron cage gathering place, there were all such spheres. If they landed, it would be enough to destroy the iron cage gathering place. Many people have already started to despair. Now I'll give you one last chance. Give up your chance to fight stubbornly, hand over Dr. Yin, and let us protect you. Tang Jen said arrogantly, looking at the powerless awakeners below with indifferent eyes. This is the difference in absolute strength. How could a mere idiot ever see the existence of a Tier 3 awakened? In this mere wilderness, he is invincible. Now, find out that Lin and control it. I heard you were looking for me. Suddenly, a cold voice appeared in his ears. Who is talking, and when exactly? Cold sweat suddenly flowed out, and Tang Jen was horrified to discover that behind him at some point, a guy in a black robe had appeared, holding a book in one hand and a strange wood in the other. It's Lord Lin. He flew up, and faced that terrifying guy face to face. Lord Lin, be careful. The awakens below shouted one after another. Only Wang Yong, who had just come out of the laboratory, looked a little weird and glanced at Tang Jen with pity. He is also a third-order awakener. He was pulled into the laboratory by Lord Lin just now for sparring, saying that he was moving his body. In the end, every time the result was, Lord Lin slapped him with a slap, and then he was defeated, so he just slapped him casually. Wang Yong recalled the scene of Lord Lin's disgust, and he didn't even have the strength to let Lord Lin move. Lord Lin's strength is invincible, no one knows how strong it is. A third-order awakener is simply a slap in the face. Wang Yong glanced at the idiot and looked at that Tang Jen, who was still flying so high, he didn't know how miserable he would end up in the game later. There are 4 more. Chapter 163. Are you looking for me? Is there something wrong? Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at these purple energy spheres, which he had never seen before. It seemed to be of great research value. His research soul was born in an instant. Gravity and gravity can make him fly. It is nothing more than reducing his own gravity, plus gravity pulls himself. You. Tang Jen was stunned for a moment. This is Dr. Yin. No matter what, let's control it first. Thank you for sending me my war machine, courier. In addition, these purple things of yours are very valuable for research. I decided to save your life and be my experiment. Lin smiled lightly. As early as these guys went to the ruins of the city and arrested a few people for questioning, he already knew their news in reverse. Each of the awakened who used the evolution potion is Lin's eyes. Now that the final conditions have been met, it's time for the great expedition to lay everything down. It started with the military base in southern Sichuan, and then there were other major human forces. 30 integrates everything and occupies the center of the world. Tang Jen turned the energy sphere behind him into a purple palm, and then held Lin in one hand. Dr. Lin, I hope you understand that I am doing this for your own good. There are many dangers hidden in the dark. Hostile forces in other areas will come to hurt you. Only those from our military base in southern Sichuan will give you absolute protection. Tang Jen continued to explain, but he started very quickly. Lin looked at the purple palm indifferently, and an interesting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to come and play with me, why don't you tell me sooner? Then, he also stretched out a clean palm, aimed at the purple palm, and patted it too. The awakened below looked extremely anxious, and they all spoke out worrying about Lin's safety. As for the officers on the war machine, they laughed and said, it seems that the so-called Dr. Lin is still an uninformed guy who doesn't know the concept of a third-order awakener. How could a bastard in the wilderness ever know? Puchy. There was not much movement. When the two collided with each other, Tang Jen even prepared to remove the power of the big energy hand, so as not to cause Dr. Lin to be killed. But these are the two hands that seem to be very different. The white arms seem to carry the most terrifying power in the world. The big purple hands can't even hold on for a blink of an eye. Shrouded Tang Jen's body. Sensation. The explosion sounded in the buildings where the iron cages gathered, and 10 buildings collapsed, spreading far and wide. Just now, did something fly down from the sky, and then passed by with a swish? A first-order awakener had cold sweat on his forehead and said uncertainly, "I really think so." Cough cough. The narrator's awakened laughed dryly, and pulled his neck to look at the place that was almost ruined. A middle-aged man in a military uniform fell into a coma, and there was a lot of vomited blood on his face. Seeing that he had less air in and more air out, Wang Yong swallowed his saliva. It seemed that Lord Lin didn't use such force when he slapped him. Very nice. Lin slowly flew down from the air, and the atmosphere instantly froze, and no one made a sound at all. They were all shocked by this scene. With just a slap, he knocked down a third-order awakener. How powerful is this? But Lin's number one horse, Daniel, reacted the fastest and shouted loudly, "Oh, I thought I was so powerful, that's all? That's it? In front of Lord Lin, everything is rubbish." Chicken and Wagyu, Lord Lin moves his finger, and the enemy can be wiped out. He also deliberately shouted towards the war machine. The voice stimulated the hearts of every officer, and a lot of sweat dripped down. It's over. Lin's eyelids twitched, and he didn't bother to pay attention to this guy's flattery. He didn't set foot on the ground. He flew all the way to Tang Jen from half a meter away. At this moment, the other party is in a coma, with extremely serious injuries on his body. All his bones are broken, and 80% of his internal organs are damaged. It would take at least 3 months for all the repairs to be done. Looking at how high you are flying and making such a big scene, I thought you were very strong. Lin used a little bit of strength, about 1%. My physique is the combat power of an official wizard, and it has exceeded 100 points. In this apocalyptic world, it is almost absolutely crushed, and every move can cause destruction. Lin knew why. He then slowly flew over the war machine and said lightly, "In 1 minute, come out if you want to live." Lin didn't exude any momentum, but the officers' hearts collapsed. When they saw Lin's figure, extreme fear shrouded them. The scene where the life and death of the invincible General Tang Jen was shot with a slap is still vivid in my mind. "We surrender, we surrender." The officers came out one by one, but most of them surrendered, and there were always people who were unwilling. A certain hatch of the war machine opened, and a magnificent mecca flew out. The rough appearance also has the beauty of technology. The most conspicuous is the metal sword on the back, and the huge guns, gears, valves, steam and energy on the waist. Various technologies and materials are used in it. This is the secret weapon of the South Sichuan military base, and it is also a weapon that enables ordinary people to fight against the awakened and mutant creatures. If the awakened is driving, it can even fight against S-level mutant creatures for a certain period of time. Stop joking, you bastard. We will not surrender. The spirit of the South Sichuan military base will always exist. Die for me. In the cockpit is the deputy commander of the eye operation. With a ferocious anger on his face, he controls the mecha to fly towards Lin, and the energy pulse behind him provides the kinetic energy of flight. This is a combination of human technology and mutant's power. However, when the mecha waving a metal sword and came to Lin, he was greeted by Lin's gently waving palm, and the expression that he was a little bored and even yawned. Next moment, the majestic mecha, together with the driver inside, turned into parts flying all over the sky and blood mist that bloomed in an instant. Children's toys, take them out and play with them. Lin used 10% of his strength this time. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and the corners of their mouths opened wide. Looking at it again, they still felt an incomparable shock, as well as their own and the other party's dimensional awareness. Chapter 164. How is this possible? This is a mecha capable of fighting against S-level mutant creatures. It is the base's secret weapon. All the officers could hardly believe what they were seeing. But the facts are already in front of us. Lin immediately sent an order to go down. Now, our great expedition plan is about to start. Relying on this war machine, we will counterattack the entire wilderness and redesignate the entire wilderness as our human territory. Lord Lin. Master Lin is the savior. With Lord Lin, there will be no problem. Let's attack the wilderness. Accompanied by shouts and roars, the atmosphere of the entire iron cage gathering place condensed to a great extent. They all saw a hope that they could embark on a glorious road. As long as Lord Lin is there will be no problem with such a powerful strength. The other officers have been controlled and imprisoned in the dungeon. Lin needs to ask them some questions to understand the situation in the world and the specific situation of the military base in southern Sichuan. In just one day, Lin got the information he wanted, and the awakened people in the entire iron cage gathering place also got on the war machine, leaving only some combatants who were not awakened, the old, the weak, the sick and the sick, left in the iron cage gathering place. They are going to participate in the great expedition, and they are going to fight. To have today is something we never imagined. Daniel said excitedly, and saw Lin, who was standing at the commander of war machine, and many other high-level awakeners, who were all excited and excited. A total of 100 second-order awakeners and 500 first-order awakeners, plus Wang Yong, a third-order awakener, all gathered such terrifying power on this war machine. Whether it is the wilderness or the outside world, it will eventually be surrendered to the hands of Lord Lin. Wang Yong has absolute confidence in Lin in his heart. South Sichuan military base at this moment. They were ready for the battle. They learned about the defeat of the war machine. Not only Tang Jen was captured, but even the war machine was taken away by the enemy. This is absolutely the worst thing ever. However, regarding Dr. Lin's description, the generals in the leadership believed that it was deified and falsely reported. How could there be such a powerful person in this world, let alone a scientific researcher? A lot of gun turrets are facing the outside, and a lot of metal spikes and some hot fuel have grown on the walls of Gundam. As one of the most powerful military bases of human beings, the defense equipment it possesses is definitely not something to be underestimated. 3 days later the huge noise came from afar, and the 100-meter-sized war machine quickly expanded from the small black spot, and then appeared in the eyes of everyone at the southern Sichuan military base. General Nan watched this scene with gritted teeth. The war machine was originally theirs, but it was actually lost. Tang Jen, a guy with more than enough success. General West guards the west side of the base, and each general has his own direction and entrance and exit. The war machine has stopped within 100 meters of the military base, and the huge weight has crushed the roads built. The people inside surrendered quickly. This is the army of the expedition. The purpose is to liberate the whole world and restore the dominance of mankind. We can become the pioneers of a new era under the leadership of Lord Lin. I hope don't mistake yourself. From the speakers of War Machine, a sound echoed throughout the military base. Some awakens even climbed out of the roof of the War Machine and looked at this magnificent military base in amazement. This is the outside world, and it is indeed very different from the wilderness. You foolish people, are you being deceived? If you pull back from the precipice now, it's not too late. The base chief of the southern Sichuan military base, Gulifeng, used projection technology to infinitely enlarge his projection, and looked down at the awakened people in the gathering place of many iron cages. I hope Dr. Lin can come out and see. I need an explanation. What kind of thing are you? And I want Lord Lin to explain to you. You are also worthy. Lord Lin is wise and invincible. He is the savior sent by the heavens. If you give up the base and bow your head as a minister, there is still time. Daniel held up a huge loudspeaker, and through the loudspeaker of War Machine, he constantly transmitted his words to the past. The people in the southern Sichuan military base were itchy. As Lin's #1 pony, he has used his flattery to the extreme, and even some awakens from the same camp have some twitches at the corners of their mouths, unable to bear it any longer. Curing continued expressionlessly, accent, we should all be on a united front. I think Dr. Lin should understand the current form of the world. If we are not united, we will be defeated by other forces. Completely wiped out. Internal friction is not desirable after all. But there is one thing you are wrong about. A very mysterious figure in a black robe slowly flew into the air. The staff and book in his hand added a lot of mystery. Lin said lightly, I don't need you, for me, the world is at your fingertips. He is telling the truth. His strength is enough to overwhelm everything in this world, his physical fitness is used to the limit, and he can even make the space rippling. There is nothing that can make him serious, he is invincible. Curing seemed to have made up something in his brain, frowned and said, the evolution potion has very big limitations, I think. Zhao's good. This is not the reason why you can be so confident. What nonsense are you talking to them, Curing? Attack directly, kill these foolish people, and take back the war machine. General Nan was on the city wall, roaring loudly, and a sudden burst of momentum. Since this is the case, then we have to offend, Dr. Lin, be careful. Complaint. The projection disappeared, and the high-end combat power of the military base flew from the ground into the air, facing Lin face to face. They are the generals and the base chief, a total of 4 third-order awakeners. Their ability is not able to fly. They all rely on the jet launch device behind them, which can support for an hour. Oh. Lin's lips moved, and then he yawned. Seeing this, General Nan was burning with anger. You are the first person to look down on me. Even if you are a researcher, I will teach you a lesson today. Chapter 165. General Nan was in a rage, and he used his own abilities, turning it into a light of lightning, and instantly arrived in front of Lin. The next moment, the right hand was densely entwined with lightning, and the bombardment came amidst the thunder and lightning. No, General Nan, if you hit too hard, Dr. Lin will have problems. Curing said with some worry. Don't worry, I can't die, I can grasp it. Lin looked calmly at the arrival of the thunder light, his arm suddenly flickered with purple light, and a ferocious giant python slammed out and bit it. Ignoring the hand knife covered in lightning, when it touched the giant python, not even the scales on the skin left any traces, and then it wrapped around General Nan's body. Sheku goes from top to bottom, swallowing it in one bite. Lin frowned. The smell of heavy metal was really bad. General South. Curing and several other generals watched this scene in horror. It can't be without reason. Curing muttered, obviously not believing what was happening in front of him. General Nan is a third-order awakener, and he has the most powerful lightning ability. How could he be killed in an instant? Even the scales of the giant python can't be broken. A message from Lin was transmitted to the minds of the awakened people below, and they immediately charged towards the military base. The huge war machine started and slammed into a gap in the wall. Attack, attack. The personnel in the military base are also experienced in hundreds of battles, they respond very quickly, and they quickly organize the defense line. This guy is weird, let's go together. Use Mecca. The East General and the West General looked at each other and made a decision. As a certain button on the waist was pressed, an electric wave transmission suddenly occurred. Crack. There was a crack somewhere in the earth, and it turned out to be an underground base, which was the hatch for the Mecca to enter and exit. Eastern Mecca combination. Western Meccas combined. Kill. The two generals flew into it immediately, the hatch closed, the Mecca started, and came towards Lin with a terrifying aura. A mecha of more than 10 meters is enough to deal with some S-level mutant creatures, allowing a third-order awakener to operate, and even have the power to fight. This is the biggest trump card of the South Sichuan military base. Curing looked at Lin with a solemn expression. It was he and Lin who dealt with each other just now to give the two generals the opportunity to use the mecha, but he also felt the terrifying aura coming from Lin. This man is very strong. Dr. Lin, we have absolutely no need for this, we are a united front. Lin was a little impatient, but he was really noisy. He just had a playful attitude and wanted to see what kind of surprises these guys could give him, but he didn't expect that the result would be such a disappointment to him. It's still a toy that only children play with. Even if it was nearly 10 times stronger than when the officer used the mecha, in Lin's opinion, it was simply a bigger grasshopper. The original purple python gradually turned into Lin's original arm. He was no longer going to use wizard spells and his own bloodline power, so he was going to use his own abilities to get used to it, and by the way, lay a solid foundation for the follow-up ritual of the king. Gravity control suddenly started, and as Lin's arm was pressed, one of the mecha's whole body made an overwhelmed sound, and then the fuel could not support the flight, and began to fall to the ground. Damn, this is his awakening ability. It seems to be related to gravity, everyone be careful. Understood. Auxiliary attack. Another mecha appeared behind Lin, and the metal sword swung over with a strong wind. If it was to be slashed, it would have to be bloody. Curing was not idle either, using his own awakening ability, like a shadow-type tentacle. But the sharp point can tear everything. A large number of shadow tentacles stabbed at Lin from all directions, as if catching a turtle in an, and there was no way to escape. You guy, it's too dangerous, no matter what you do, but you have to be controlled. Curing roared loudly. Lin waved his arm lightly, the ability gravity manipulation was used, and the metal sword behind him was instantly frozen in place, unable to move. Then the repulsive force erupted. An invisible repulsive force erupted with Lin as the center, and all the shadow tentacles were shoved out in an instant, even Curing. The internal organs received the impact, and a big mouthful of blood vomited out. Ability is the absolute power of the awakened right weapon, no matter how strong or weak, has its uses, and coordination, adaptability, and development ability are the foundation of an awakened person's true power. Lin smiled lightly and said, although you are third-order awakeners, you are too weak to fully develop your abilities. If it is Lin, the ability of the shadow is definitely not just such a shallow development of tentacles, but an illusory alternation, covering itself, entering the shadow world, and hiding the breath. Or it can connect to other people's shadows, implement control, and kill shadows. Shadow, causing the owner to die too. As for the guy who was swallowed by the giant python just now, the power potential of thunder is so great. He can use thunder to stimulate his body, improve his body's reaction ability and speed, and exercise his body all the time to achieve absolute power. Decomposing various elemental substances, or acting on people, forming various elemental reactions. Flame, explosion, electromagnetic. It can only be said that they are all a group of guys who only have brute force and no brains. Knowledge is so useful, and when used properly, it can change everything. Lin was too lazy to continue wasting time with these illiterates. He floated the book of Vientiane in front of him with gravity. Then, Lin directly used the force of gravity and repulsion to squeeze indiscriminately around him. Everything on the ground in an instant, the mecha that fell on the ground and couldn't move, the mecha that was controlled in midair, and the Q thing that was shot flying, were all given to the force field formed by this double blessing. All twisted and shattered. Puchy. The blood sputtered out, and the so-called third-order awakeners just disappeared from the world. Experiments, one is enough, I don't need any assistance and help. The first stop is the military base. The next is the sun never sets. the neon, the giant bear, the Federation of White Eagles and the pyramid. Unifying everything, I am the center of the world. Then, it is the ritual of beheading the 8 king beasts and mutating into the real king. Chapter 166. The battle with the southern Sichuan military base went very smoothly after the high-level combat power was completely wiped out. In the face of the almost invincible powerhouse Lin, the rest had to choose to surrender, while those who resisted were strangled by the awakened ones such as Daniel. The fish that slipped through the net escaped and died, and there were awakened ones who went to chase and kill them. In short, the southern Sichuan military base was in Lin's hands. It is still the same management structure as the Iron Cage gathering place. It was completely dismantled. Of course, a group of obedient former high-level institutions were also activated. Soon all aspects were stabilized and entered the right track. It took about 3 days to collect relevant materials and combat power, then assembled, entered the war machine, and went to the next battlefield. This time the great expedition is not just as simple as sweeping the wilderness and a military base in southern Sichuan, but also sweeping the entire world's human forces. One by one, the next object to be leveled is the pyramid. Then there is the giant bear sphere of influence. Lin can't wait to clear all obstacles, become the center of this world, and restore everything. Next is the final ceremony of the king. Let's go, follow in the footsteps of Lord Lin. The whole world will be ours, ha ha ha. Yeah? Anyone who blocks in front of Lord Lin will have only one fate, and that is death without a place to be buried. On the war machine, some awakened people shouted loudly, how could they have walked out of the wilderness in the past? And the final result is estimated that they will only be used as dogs by the people from the military base in southern Sichuan. How can there be such a refreshing experience now? Everything is brought by Lin's armor. We have to open up territory for the new world, and fight for Lord Lin. With the roar of steam and the expansion of fuel oil, the huge 100-meter steel behemoth made a deafening sound and headed for a far distance. Great Crusade's second battle pyramid. However, the news of the change of ownership of the southern Sichuan military base was transmitted very quickly, and the spies who were ambushed in it almost immediately before it was occupied passed the information to the corresponding hostile forces, and began to quickly set up a line of defense to deal with the enemy's attack. In the same way, with the idea of capturing Lin alive, he made an evolution potion for them. Although Lin was described by those spies as magical, they still did not believe that a doctor who specialized in research would have such a powerful fighting power. In fact, there is no such powerful person in this world at all. We planted traps around the pyramid, which are quicksand traps. Let the war machine fall into it, so that we can catch turtles in an urn. There is no one who belongs to quicksand more than our pyramids. Pharaoh, the leader of the pyramid, said with a smile, surrounded by a group of spiritual officials, who also smiled in agreement. As long as we capture that Dr. Lin alive, we can get a lot of evolutionary potions, so that our pyramid can become the most powerful force in the world, or even the most powerful overlord, and maybe unify the world. An adjutant said flatteringly, it's all our great Pharaoh, wise and wise, who made such a perfect plan. Time is slow after half a month, in the case of full speed, finally arrived at the area of the pyramid. Unlike the plains and mountains where the southern Sichuan military base is located, it is almost an endless desert, and the most conspicuous is the huge pyramid. It is also the core base of the pyramid forces. The war machine is carrying the billowing sand and will soon approach the area around the pyramid. Everyone's spirits are up, because another expedition battle is about to start, and then it's time for them to fight for Lord Lin. If they can get the respect of Lord Lin, it will be the greatest honor in their life. Lin's strength and mysterious personality have deeply attracted them, making them worship them like gods. Wait. There seems to be some movement in the front scan. An awakened looking at the war machine instrument, suddenly said in surprise, and quickly reminded. There is something in the desert, it seems to be some mutant creatures in ambush, everyone be careful. Some awakened people have already passed through the entrance and exit of the ceiling, climbed onto the roof of the car, looked at the thousands of miles of yellow sand around, and squinted their eyes. Interpunct 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 interpunct. The wind and sand above it was really big, making their eyes very miserable, almost unable to open them. Fortunately, I was prepared and put on a protective mask inside. What is that? An awakened was looking around on the roof of the car, trying to find the mutant creature searched by the detector, and was attracted by a small white spot in the desert. There are a lot of little white spots around it. The next moment, along with the submersion of the sand, those little white spots suddenly came out. The huge body shakes the sand and stones, the ferocious tone, the trembling corrugated body. This is a desert worm. It is 50 meters long, and the mouthparts are densely packed with spiral fangs. Can imagine. It's a mutant creature, a desert worm. Everyone be careful, there are a lot of them. 0. A call from the awakened reminded that there were desert worms coming out one after another in the surrounding area of the war machine, and from time to time they stuck their heads out and ate the awakened on the roof of the car. One bite at a time. I don't even need to chew, I just swallowed it. Normal awakened root. They are not the opponents of these desert worms, and there are a lot of them, and their size is very large. Compared with this, the fragile body is not a weakness at all. The war machine began to shake violently. Damn. Those desert worms are actually attacking the car body. What should I do? If this goes on, even if the car won't overturn, some settings will be damaged, and even the fuel system will be damaged. There are still quite a few desert worms attacking from below the war machine, where they are relatively weak. What the hell is going on? Many awakened people were about to vomit after the violent shaking of the car body, so they couldn't discuss any good countermeasures at all. Lin, who originally closed his eyes and was in the simulation laboratory of the chip, was carrying out the actual simulation of the specific operation method of the ritual of the king, and now opened his eyes. Some beasts are here to disturb my thoughts. The pressure of a bloodline fluctuated rapidly, and the surrounding desert worms began to flee in horror, but it was too late, and they all exploded spontaneously, the flesh and blood mixed with the sand, very disgusting and smelly. Earth. Chapter 167. The coercion of this bloodline, but Lena is about to reach the official wizard's cursed snake bloodline, and the upper limit is also up to the 4th level of the cursed snake bloodline. Under the dispersal, these desert worms, which can reach the level of 0-level extraordinary creatures, naturally couldn't bear it and blew themselves to death. This scene is like a miracle. As long as it is around the war machine, the desert worms will start to explode one after another. It can be said that the awakened people were stunned, and they shouted Lin's name one after another, with incomparable enthusiasm. In the end, he passed through this desert area safely, and soon he was approaching the core area of the pyramid. Lord Pharaoh, it's not good, that war machine, I don't know what means it used. It actually caused the desert worms to explode, and they are driving towards us quickly. A man dressed as an Egyptian soldier who was notified ran over. but the pharaoh just shook the jackal-headed staff in his hand, and a dim light directly turned the soldier into a pool of thick water. Terrifying. Lord Pharaoh calmed down. Even if they pass the death hell, they will definitely not be able to pass the sand trap behind them. Let's wait for the good news. The adjutant said flatteringly, but the cold sweat on his forehead was not as simple as he said. I will personally take action to get rid of those who are in the way, and prepare our Anubis coffin. When necessary, we can borrow Anubis' divine power. The pharaoh said gloomily. The jackal-headed staff in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, and a layer of awe emanated. He is very strong, and has reached the level of a third-order awakener. He himself considers himself to be the invincible existence in the pyramid. Even if other people come in the pyramid area, he can also suppress them one by one. There are people in the world that are comparable to him, more than none. Kai. The war machine was walking in the desert, and the front baffle pushed a lot of sand away. The next road seemed to be smooth and unobstructed, and nothing dangerous happened. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's all thanks to Lord Lin's wise martial arts. Daniel said without changing his nature, with a real flattery on his face, and deliberately moved closer to Lin's location, hoping that Lord Lin could hear his voice so that he could remember himself. Wang Yong and Aokizo glanced at each other, and decided not to go too far. They were secretly complaining in their hearts. Are these Franks all born out of the same mold? However, we can't take it lightly. In this desert area, it is very unusual, and there may be traps hidden in it, and we can't see it. Ebony has become a second-order awakener, and he is better at thinking about this. It's almost certain that there is danger ahead, because there has been no danger for so long. It's the other party who is paralyzing us and relaxing our vigilance, so that we can be caught in the final trap. This paragraph of analysis is very reasonable, and everyone agrees very much. Time passed by minute, and the pyramid was almost visible to the naked eye. It was so clear that one could even see the many Egyptian soldiers guarding the entrance and exit, as well as the pharaoh and other high-ranking officials standing on the high platform. But they were so unified that they didn't act at all, and they didn't even change their expressions, which made people wonder if this was a group of statues. A smile appeared on Daniel's face, and he was just about to speak loudly about Lord Lin's prestige, and take a good look at the aura of this group of countrymen. But at this moment, the body began to shake violently, and then there was a sense of weightlessness. Quicksand. We got the war machine stuck in quicksand. Damn. This is the opponent's trap. It's no wonder that they were all safe and sound along the way. Obviously they were prepared, but I didn't expect that there would be a quicksand here. Ebony said through gritted teeth. But now as the war machine fell, they were submerged in quicksand and completely trapped in it. What should I do? What should I do? All the awakened are like ants on a hot pot. Although they are anxious, they don't know what to do. Ha, Lord Pharaoh, you see they have been recruited soon. The adjutant smiled wickedly, and looked at the huge steel behemoth with the pharaoh. It roared weakly in the quicksand bit, but could not break free at all. This quicksand was very deep, even reaching 300 meters. This group of people couldn't escape. The problem of breathing and pressure alone was enough to be fatal. However, in order to control Dr. Lin's, there will be sent soldiers who will be unimpeded in the desert to salvage. It seems that Anubis' coffin is no longer needed. The pharaoh tapped his scepter gently, and the huge coffin erected behind him sank slowly into the desert. Under the dispatch of the pharaoh, sand soldiers all covered with gravel began to enter the quicksand to explore and disturb. In the quicksand, even the pharaoh would have to work hard to face these sand soldiers. The war machine has sunk into the depths of the quicksand, and the awakened people have felt a strong sense of pressure and suffocation. The fresh air they can breathe is getting less and less. If they don't want to get out, they will surely die. And the hatch has been blocked by sand, which seems to be a complete law. All eyes could only be on Lord Lin, whom they worshipped like a god. Through chip scanning, Lin found some interesting things. That is, behind the pharaoh, there is a coffin, which actually exudes the mutation factor of the highest purity in the world, which is the best medium to achieve the ceremony of the king. He wants to order the coffin. There should be such a high purity mutation factor in every major human force, even in the southern Sichuan military base, but it was accepted by Lin. If you add the coffin, there are two. The more mutation factors required for the ritual of the king, the better, to achieve the highest degree of evolution. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. The best arrangement and mutation order of the king's ceremony for chip analysis have been allocated. Each of the 8 king beasts should not try to escape from their own bowls. With the high purity mutation factors of these major human forces, Lin's potential as the king of mutation will reach the limit of this world. Chapter 168. End of Chapter 3 of Doomsday World. Back to the Wizarding World to advance. The next world crossing is about to go to the midterm. Do you have any world types to recommend? The Doomsday World is a little delayed. Lin recovered from the state of sitting and floating to the posture of walking and standing. The next moment, a faint purple light radiated from his body, and the power of his bloodline exploded instantly. The purple light spread beyond the war machine, and purple snakes suddenly formed one by one in the quicksand. A sand soldier seems to be like a flexible fish in the quicksand, going down quickly without being blocked. But just when they were about to come into contact with the war machine, the little purple snake suddenly attacked them, biting on the neck. The venom penetrated, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a substance similar to quicksand, which was very peculiar. Obviously killed. Lin was surprised for a moment. These strange soldiers seemed to be related to some kind of mutation factor with high purity. Obviously it was the creation in that khaki coffin. The pharaoh, the adjutant and other high-level officials chatted and laughed with each other, thinking that the victory was in their hands. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and the quicksand area under the high platform actually started 30 minutes and began to see sand, as if some behemoth was about to be squeezed out of it. Then they saw the most shocking scene in their life. Under the action of some powerful force, the 100-meter steel behemoth slowly floated and leapt up, blocking the sunlight and bringing shadows. It also brought extreme psychological oppression and fear to the pharaoh. How can that be? Everyone exclaimed. This war machine is 100 meters of pure steel and all kinds of metal materials. With such a huge weight, it can fly out of the quicksand of extreme pressure. This is simply a matter of no reason. The enemy attacked. Protect the pharaoh. A large number of Egyptian soldiers raised their weapons and surrounded them. The adjutant shouted in horror. The senior officials did not hold back their fear and lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. The shadow blocked the sky above them, and the huge war machine fell towards them. The pupils of the pharaoh kept shrinking, and he didn't even want the pharaoh's power symbol, the jackal's head staff, and ran away quickly. Boom! The deafening sound was accompanied by smoke and dust, as if a huge meteorite fell. The Egyptian soldiers were dead and wounded, all the arrangements were destroyed, and even the pyramid was shaken and a corner collapsed. Damn, you are looking for death. The pharaoh, with his hair disheveled and embarrassed, let out the most hated roar in his life. He actually didn't die and ran away early. The khaki-colored coffin slowly rose from the ground behind him, clicked, and as the gap opened, it seemed that something was about to emerge from it. Dangerous aura pervades, giving people a sense of extreme psychological oppression. But now, it is the pharaoh who feels this way. From his perspective, a figure wearing a black eccentric robe, holding a snake-headed staff, and a book is falling from the sky towards him step by step. Come! Every time he got closer, there was a strong fear in his heart. It's like a scene where a hunter faces his prey. Without much conversation and words, the khaki-colored coffin suddenly opened completely, and inside was actually a human-shaped object covered in bandages, very much like a mummy in ancient myths and legends, containing extremely terrifying divine power. It can be seen from the analysis data of the Lin chip that the mummy's body contains extremely pure and high-level mutation factors, which have exceeded the third-order online line, but have not fully reached the fourth order. This is indeed what he needs. Kai. The mummy's bandages began to vibrate, and as the pharaoh mourned the ancient and mysterious spell, more details and strangeness began to unfold. But in Lin's perception, the pharaoh used his own mutation factor to resonate with the mutation factor on the mummy. You are a monster, a terrible monster, only Anubis can punish you. There was still residual fear in Pharaoh's eyes, but as the trembling bandages began to wrap around him, the fear in his heart was gradually suppressed by this force. A more pure and powerful mutation factor, integrated in his body, gave him a powerful power. Interestingly, it is actually some kind of mutation factor of the same type that performs additional fusion, increasing power from high levels to low levels. The power system of this pyramid is from top to bottom, and the class is very hardened. Only the top of the pyramid is the most powerful mutation factor. Lin analyzed it. In the blink of an eye, the pharaoh turned into a mummified monster with a height of 5 meters. In the gap between the bandages, countless grains of sand shook off, forming a small gravel field around him. Give me death. The endless sandstorms gathered together to form a huge gravel spear, which was held in the hands of the mummy and pierced towards Lin. It even shook the wind in the sky. But a white palm slowly stretched out the cuff, and gently pressed against the mummy monster running over. Boom! The terrifying gravity acted on him, and even the ground within the range of the mummy monster sank a little. The sand spear completely dissipated, and under this high-intensity pressure, the mummy monster lay directly on the ground. However, the pharaoh did not concede defeat. A large number of sand grains were separated, and the mummy was soon left with a flat shroud. And those grains of sand were not affected by this gravity, and with the wind, they swept towards the Lin package. As long as these sand grains enter your respiratory tract and blood, you will completely become my puppet and Anubis slave. The voice of the pharaoh slowly appeared in all directions along with the tornado of sand. Among uncertainty. Boring. Lin didn't even bother to blink. The repulsive force exploded in an instant, a powerful repulsive force, centered on him, squeezed away in all directions. Those grains of sand were shot and scattered in an instant, and there was even a large blank space under Lin's feet, and a huge depression appeared. Ah, you damn bastard! The pharaoh's roaring voice became weaker and weaker. Under such an attack, he constantly broke up his gatherings and scattered, which would cause him great pressure and endurance. The power of Anubis is a great burden. After a while, there will be one chapter for half an hour, 4 chapters in a row, and the rest will come at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I have to go out. Chapter 169. The current situation is that the repulsion of those sand grains to Lin has been scattered and merged into the surrounding desert environment, which seems to be indistinguishable. The voice of the pharaoh came, "You can't kill me, Anubis' power is immortal, as long as there is a desert, I will not die, my power is endless." Lin saw the truth at a glance. Gravity drove his body and floated directly in front of the original mummy shroud. The next moment, spiritual energy exploded instantly, directly obliterating everything on the shroud. This is also the first time he has used spiritual energy in this world. The invisible energy particle fluctuations in the Bible obliterated everything about the pharaoh, including its mutation factors, including his consciousness. No. Damn, what are you? Why are you able to find me? Why? The power of Anubis is immortal. I'm actually going to die. Ah, you monster. The unwilling roar of the pharaoh was filled with extreme fear, and he really felt the danger of death. He's about to die. After a minute, Lin rolled up the shroud and put it into a container specially designed to seal such items. I don't even know what the essence of power is. The power of Anubis. It's nothing more than a high-purity mutation factor, and the ability characteristics show fusion, increase, and dispersal. Lin shook his head and walked towards the inner core of the pyramid. With the death of Pharaoh, the remaining Egyptian soldiers and other high-level people were naturally unable to resist the many awakened ones sent from the inside of the war machine. Soon, the entire pyramid fell and surrendered to the feet of Lin. The repairing took about half a day. All the awakened people replenished their physical and mental strength, simply repaired the damage of some war machines, and replenished a lot of materials. Some people left behind to control the overall situation in the pyramid, and they also took away some of the awakened people at the top of the pyramid's strength. As the war machine continued to operate, the next stop of the Great Crusade was the neighboring giant bear sphere of influence. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, a month passed. Under the leadership of Lin, the great expedition went very smoothly. Even if those forces knew the specific situation and made corresponding arrangements and measures, in the face of absolute strength, everything was a cloud. No awakened one is the enemy of Lin's unity, and no force can resist the road of conquest. The man who used the man's arm as a chariot and gave him recalcitrance has long since become a corpse under the axle of the war machine, buried in the dust of history. The giant bear force has been conquered. I obtained a special item belonging to the giant bear force, which contains a high-purity mutation factor, called the sharp claws of Sphinx. Next came the neon forces. The resistance was very strong, but when Lin started killing and slaughtered at least half of the population, the neon forces finally surrendered, and once they were soft, they were Lin's most loyal dog legs. He even took the initiative to submit all his core secrets to Lin, that is, using the high-purity mutation factor like Anubis shroud. The 3 lives stone of the 9-tailed fox. After getting what he wanted, the attitude of this neon force was extremely low, and Lin stopped killing. It is strange to say that Lin killed so ruthlessly and killed so many people, some high-level neon forces, some awakened people, on the contrary, more worshipped Lin, admired Lin, and even regarded him directly as him. Their gods. It is still the same as the operation in the pyramid, leaving a part of the control management layer so that there will be no chaos below. Then he took away some of the powerful neon awakeners, and Lin was naturally unable to turn the tide. Great Lord Lin, your brilliance is as dazzling as the sun, and as eternal as the stars. You will bring great changes to the whole world, you are our true God on earth. With the worship and admiration of these neon people, the war machine set off again. The next goal of the Great Crusade is the empire on which the sun never sets. The sun never sets empire has cleared away some of the mutant creatures in its territory, obtained a safe place where they can recuperate, and established their own empire there. The external combat department is the Royal Knights. Every member in it is an awakened person, and they belong to the physical aspect. Using the cross sword and shield, they are invincible and cleared away obstacles one by one. The Awakeners who also have the ability side form the Voldemort Legion, Flames, Vines, Energy, Control. Although the number is small, each one is very powerful. Rare and cherished, and extremely powerful, it is the trump card of the empire on which the sun never sets. They were also fully prepared for the final battle with Lin. This day is the moment when the sun is shining and the temperature is extremely high. The war machine has already faced off against the legions of the empire on which the sun never sets. Both sides are an army of awakened people. One is an army composed of mostly first-order awakened people, and the other is an elite team composed of mostly second-order awakened people. After continuous expeditions, 3 human forces have been won, and almost all the awakened ones on the war machine are second-order existences. In the end of the stubborn resistance, there will be no redemption. The old ladies of the empire where the sun never sets, I Daniel advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Lord Lin is the savior sent by the sky and will lead us to create a new world. It's against the tide of history. Daniel held the loudspeaker and shouted as usual. The monarch of the empire where the sun never sets is Queen Elizabeth. Listening to Daniel's words, her pale and old face is full of anger. Vulgar and despicable lowly people, with such foul language, I will definitely cut off your head, hang it above the cross and swing it, so that all the people of this country can see the end of the violation. Queen Elizabeth roared loudly, "Xiao Xiao, my knights, fight, defeat this group of invaders and defend our home. Battle fight." The army of knights and the army of capable people shouted together, their voices drowned out, and they were majestic. Lin's side was not to be outdone. The awakened from the giant bear force simply tore off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and let out a howl like a giant bear. The battle was imminent, and the crowd of awakened people collided instantly. And Lin was sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, staring indifferently at the battlefield below. He was newly scanning the high-purity mutation factor belonging to the Empire of Never-Set Sun, which was inherited. Soon, he found it. Feeling a little strange fluctuation, it came from that Queen Elizabeth's body. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. King Arthur's sword in the stone. Interesting. Chapter 170. Every major human force has its inheritance, whether it is the sharp claws of the Sphinx or the 3-born stone of the 9-tailed fox, or the blood of the ancestors of the military base in southern Sichuan, or the stone of King Arthur of the empire where the sun never sets. Medium sword. They are all high-purity mutation factors, and the objects formed, or in other words, attached and symbiotic on certain instruments, brought unimaginable power. These mutation factors are between the 3rd and 4th orders, not exceeding them, but they have reached a point where they turn corruption into magic. I believe that the 8 great king beasts are also of the same mutation level as these inherited objects. Lin collects these and performs the ritual of the king, which will have the greatest effect. With the passage of time, the battle has reached a white-hot stage. Although the number of awakeners in the sun never sets empire is more, and almost all of them are well-trained knights and mages, they can't stand the awakeners on Lin's side. Higher, almost all second-order awakeners, often able to fight several at a time. All kinds of elemental abilities are flying all over the sky, hitting the men and horses on both sides, or those with physical fitness, who use their weapons or fists to kill each other alive. Soon, the opponent was at a disadvantage, and he was no longer the opponent of Lin's side. Queen Elizabeth couldn't stand it any longer, her eyes flashed coldly, and she decided to activate King Arthur's sword in the stone to completely defeat the group of invaders. Behind them was a team of female knights guarding the queen, about a dozen people. One of the female knights did not carry weapons, but carried a huge stone platform with an ancient stone sword inserted on it. To be precise, it should be very inappropriate to carry it on the back, or it can be said that it grows on it. The back is connected to the stone platform with flesh and blood, and it is connected to the stone sword. From the old face and dry hair of the female knight, it is not difficult to see that every time you use the sword in the stone, there will be corresponding strong side effects. Can't you sit still? Lin's eyelids moved slightly, and a smile slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Queen Elizabeth's face was solemn and her expression was very serious. She came to the female knight who had already knelt down and showed the stone platform behind her. She gently held the hilt of the sword in the stone with both hands. For the empire of never-setting sun, your sacrifice is worthwhile. The next sword-bearer will inherit your will and protect the empire where the sun never sets. Your family members will be rewarded with the glory of the empire. Queen Elizabeth saw the trembling of the female knight's body, and she would die if she pulled out this sword in the stone. Every time she pulled it out, it would take away 1/3 of her life. I seem to understand the weirdness of this sword. It uses the flesh and blood of the awakened person. No, it should be said that the mutation factor and ability mutation factor of the awakened person is used to nourish this sword in the stone, no matter how many times it is used in the stone. The sword, the mutation factor consumed, will be replenished, and then used for the next time. Lin's eyes were faint, but that's it, no matter how powerful he is, he can't exceed the upper limit. Kai. The gravel slowly dripped, and the sword in the stone was finally pulled out by Queen Elizabeth, revealing its full face little by little. But that female knight is also about to come to an end in the turbulence of life. At the moment when the last part of the sword in the stone came out, the female knight directly turned into grey flesh and blood on the ground, unable to condense the slightest human shape. Fight. At the moment when the sword in the stone was drawn, all the knight's aspirations were instantly high, as if they had gained some invisible bonus, and they became not afraid of life and death, and they were not afraid of pain. The white airflow is like invisible sword energy, emitting from the sword in the stone. Queen Elizabeth's face suddenly flushed with excitement. It seems that this sword can bring her infinite power. I am the king, the sword of the king, the power of the king. She roared loudly, and the white airflow also burst out, and a large number of mutation factors were fused and exchanged in Queen Elizabeth's body and the body of sword in the stone. The king is unstoppable, golden sword energy. At this moment, Queen Elizabeth was completely enveloped by the white air current, giving birth to a golden light, which was the golden sword energy, spreading in all directions. The awakened people on Lin's side were attacked by the golden sword energy. The wounds, the cripples, and the crippled ones collapsed in an instant. The sun never sets. The sun never sets. The knights shouted loudly, marching with their iron armor, pressing step by step. The momentum condensed, under the blessing of Queen Elizabeth, became even more terrifying. Queen Elizabeth stared at Lin, who was paddling with her eyes closed in midair. Killing intent flashed in her heart. Everything was done by this guy. As long as he died, everything would be over. So she gathered all the strength of the sword in the stone and prepared to use the most powerful tricks to kill Lin in one fell swoop. With the condensing of golden light, her small movements were also discovered by a few awakeners in the area of Lin. Wang Yong looked at this old woman like an idiot, and there was a faint strangeness at the corners of his mouth. This road is too narrow. Who is not good to choose, but to provoke Lord Lin? Really? Cholera, you are the culprit of everything, die for me. Queen Elizabeth's body was full of golden light, and her aura was extremely powerful. She jumped up directly, and the sword in the stone in her hand gathered a more dazzling golden light, which also formed a shadow of a golden giant sword above Lin. The sword of the king is unstoppable. Give me death. Queen Elizabeth roared loudly, and the sword in the stone slashed straight down. Under everyone's eyes, the golden giant sword crashed down. The gust of wind raged, the ground pressed down cracks, and the surrounding trees blew up one by one. The power should not be underestimated, and even this world could reach the upper limit of the attack. But Lin glanced at the top of him with hindsight, as if he was tired from sitting, so he stretched and yawned. Boring, the golden sword, I really thought it would have the effect of beheading. Lin's eyelids blinked, and then, the repulsive force exploded, and everything around him was instantly squeezed apart, including the golden giant sword, which was squeezed into nothingness. Shenla o Tiantsing, restrain all dissatisfaction. But it's beautiful, thank you for your performance. Lin nodded to Queen Elizabeth. It's impossible at all. Fake. Must be fake. My king's sword. My king's unstoppable. Queen Elizabeth seemed to be hit by something. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was hideous, like a crazy old lady. Those knights also lost their momentum and looked at Lin blankly, full of despair. The empire never sets. It's over. Chapter 171. The current situation can already be clearly seen. The empire on which the sun never sets has ceased to rise, and there is no hope. The members of the knights also put down their weapons one by one, and even if the strongest leaders of their empire failed, they continued to resist, but they just gave their lives for nothing. The sword in the stone represents not only glory, but also absolute power and invincible strength. But it is such an invincible strength, in front of that terrifying figure, it shatters at a touch, like fireworks that disappear in an instant, illusory and unreliable. This is a monster, a complete monster, no one will be his opponent. Not only us, but even the White Eagle Federation's fate is not much better. The world will fall into the hands of this person, he is the real king. The residents and warriors of the empire where the sun never sets cried out in despair. How could my sword of kings lose? How could it possibly lose? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Queen Elizabeth said madly, waving the sword in the stone in her hand, slashing everywhere. She was crazy, completely crazy. After the sword in the stone used that trick, it completely lost its power and needed more mutation factors to nourish it before it could regain its original power. Lin's figure slowly floated in front of Queen Elizabeth, directly using the double action of repulsion and gravity to squeeze the woman into meat sauce, and the sword in the stone also fell into his hands. Next, only the last White Eagle Federation is left. Master Lin is invincible. With Lord Lin here, no matter what kind of enemy is running away, or failing completely, in front of the strong, there will never be a seat for the weak, and Lin is the strongest. With a loudspeaker in his hand, Daniel stood on the roof of the war machine, roaring continuously, spreading the sound throughout the entire empire on which the sun never sets. His dream, his philosophy, is to publicize the glorious deeds of Lord Lin, which is the only chance for him to get a little bit of glory. Lin glanced at this guy, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was going in a bad direction faster and faster. The empire on which the sun never sets is completely over, and it still operates according to the previous practice. Divide some people to control the upper level of the empire, and then go to some of the strong men of the empire where the sun never sets, and go on a great expedition together to support the war with war. The huge 100-meter steel behemoth ignited the oven again, pushing a huge burst of power to move towards the next goal. The White Eagle Federation is different from other human forces. They rely more on human high technology and explore human science and technology in the last century to improve their all-round technology. Variation factors are only secondary aids to them. Even if they occupy a large part, including the armed forces, they are also awakeners of mutation factors, but in the final analysis, the leaders of the top forces are actually ordinary people without special abilities. Of course, the awakened ones are called mutants. They have also dealt with the situation that Lin's war machine came to attack. But after synthesizing the analysis data and strength comparison, the upper-level people have different opinions and views. Some people feel that it is better to surrender than to fight stubbornly. Some people are just tough to the end, determined to fight. Even before the arrival of Lin, the civil war started in advance. The final result was also unexpected. The anti-war doves actually won, and all the hawks who were going to fight to the end were all imprisoned or killed. At the entrance of the safe area of the White Eagle Federation, when Lin's war machine arrived, a huge white flag of surrender was fluttering in the wind. A large number of senior White Eagle Federation personnel announced that they would be under the command of Lin. Respected and great Lord Lin, your strength has been recognized by the world, you have been admired by us, and we will surrender to you. The leader of the Dove faction, Bino, said that he knelt in front of the stopped war machine, waiting for his final result, while holding the items inherited from the White Eagle Federation in his hand. Crucifixion of Jesus. A thing similar to a pendant, the image of the crucifixion engraved on it is very lifelike. Lin's figure slowly flew out of the war machine. He glanced at Bino indifferently, and the crucifixion of Jesus flew directly into his hands. Thank you for the kind and righteous Lord Lin. A relieved smile finally appeared on Bino's face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Interpunct 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 interpunct. At this point, the great expedition is over. The human power of the entire world has fallen under the control of Lin, and he is the worthy center of the world. A month passed slowly, and under Lin's unification, all the human forces gathered together to form an unprecedented commonwealth. It is called the Red Dawn Community. And Lin was undoubtedly the first leader. Various new-style buildings were built one by one, and a large number of residents and survivors were relocated there, and the address was where the original Southern Sichuan military base was. In the rebuilt laboratory, Lin was wearing a white protective suit and a mask, and his eyes fell in front of him. The viscous liquid in the container was black, but there were tiny spots of various colors floating and sinking in it. 0. All the preconditions for this world have been completed. Under the operation of the Book of Vientiane, he can enter and exit at any time. The ceremony of the king requires the use of the highest level of high-purity mutation factors in the world, and the focus is on the 8 king beasts. Lin's eyes were dim. According to the information recorded by various forces, we know that these 8 king beasts possess unimaginable and terrifying abilities and are the greatest enemies of mankind. Of course, generally speaking, they are hidden in various parts of the world and prefer the corresponding geographical environment. Evil beasts of fire, evil beasts of water, evil beasts of mountains, evil beasts of earth. Next, Wang Yong will gather people to hunt these beings, bring their corpses and the corresponding highest level mutation factors back to the laboratory, and carry out the preparation ceremony for the king's trial. Perhaps the limit of 0-level extraordinary creatures has been reached. These king beast corpses can also be used as materials for my next gold training item. Lin poured spiritual energy into the black liquid in front of him. With a certain degree of exertion, the raw materials needed for this ritual of the king have recently been prepared. It is a medium fusion of all king beasts and the volatile factors of human heritage items. Lin suddenly thought about it, and directly used the Book of Vientiane to retransmit his body to the wizarding world. He needs to go back to see how much time has passed, and determine the proportion of time between the two. Earth. Chapter 172. In the Black Forest Laboratory, Lin's figure slowly emerged from the traces of the formation pattern. A sense of difference brought about by the difference in the world made him stunned for a moment, and then slowly accepted it with his body. The knowledge of various information laws in the wizarding world began to come into play. Hint. After analysis, the ratio of the two worlds is 1 to 4. Lin thought thoughtfully, which meant that he stayed in the wizarding world for 1 year, and 4 years had passed in the doomsday world. He has been in the doomsday world for about 2 or 3 years. Hint. The Book of Vientiane has completely solidified the world. As long as the energy supply is completely complete, you can enter and leave the apocalyptic world at any time, and the items in it can also be brought out at any time. Lin first looked at the culture of the flesh and blood embryo and found that it was fully mature. The next step was to carry out the fusion of extraordinary bloodline factors. There has also been considerable progress in the research and analysis of the corpses of the wizards of the stars. The overall meditation method has come out. As long as the follow-up research keeps up, it may be less than 10 years before the formal wizard-level meditation can be completed. The law is deduced. What surprised Lin the most was that while studying the corpse of the star wizard, he also obtained an unexpected result. Some peculiar and extraordinary knowledge, or the inheritance from the wizards of the stars. Interesting. I didn't expect that the wizard branch system of Star Wizard itself is also a very rare wizard type. Although it can't compare to my unprecedented curse wizard, which is based on the origin of the curse and the inscription of the curse, it is also extremely rare. The Black Triangle has never heard of the existence of a star wizard. Manipulating the power of the stars is really interesting. With a thought, Lin let the chip transfer the relevant extraordinary knowledge collected to the memory area of his mind. He also gradually understood what changes this knowledge could bring to him. Hint. Detailed explanation of the inheritance of the star wizards, advanced divination knowledge, advanced starry sky knowledge, advanced space knowledge, starry sky route map, world crossing identification, starry sky world coordinates, starry sky walking method, starry sky meditation method, can reach 3rd level wizard apprentice, 2 wizard apprentice spells, 1 spell above the official wizard level. They are, the light of the stars that pulls the sky, the illusion of the stars, uses the light of the stars to create their own light and shadow illusions. Meteorite crash, controls the falling of the meteorites that pull the sky above the sky, causing devastating natural disasters. Hint. The ability of the host awakener has been neutralized with the wizarding world, and the wizarding spells have been obtained, gravitational manipulation, repulsion burst, and gravity catharsis. Prerequisites are required: space science, gravitation, neurology, world principle research, natural rule cycle, energy. Lin's eyes lit up, and these abilities of his can correspond to the inheritance of the wizards of the stars. The combination of the two is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Xingqian wizards are wizards who are good at world travel, and the planeswalkers at the back are real-born world travelers. Lin obtained this information from the extraordinary knowledge that he knew. And the Book of Vientiane, the reason why the Sorcerer of the Stars is so urgent, even if he sacrifices his life, is the reason why he wants to get it. It can help the Wizards of the Stars to travel through the world very well, comprehend the transformation between spaces, the differences between worlds, and the colorfulness of the stars, so as to reach the level of planeswalkers in the next stage. There are very strict promotion conditions. Only the Book of Vientiane can shorten this accumulation. However, all the gains are in Lin's hands. Maybe I can try to get a new wizard division, to the point of the triple wizard system, the source of blood, the source of curse, plus the traveler of the world. Lin's heart is full of fanaticism. This is something that is very likely to be realized. And once it is realized, Lin will get a lot of help in the problem of world crossing, especially after becoming a star wizard, a planeswalker. In that case, Perhaps the follow-up issue of resource requirements will no longer be too difficult for me. Every world contains enormous value and benefits. Just a doomsday world can give Lin so much to gain. If it is an extraordinary world, Lin will be able to obtain more resources and other things. In ancient times, there was a famous saying in the wizarding world circulating: "Murder and set fire to the golden belt, repair bridges and repair roads without corpses. There is nothing happier than having friendly exchanges with other worlds." So much so that people in the wizarding world are famous in the surrounding world community, and they have disconnected from their world. Zero, in short, it is not the conquered world, but the ally of the wizarding world. Now, naturally, it is not as brilliant as before. Lin took care of everything, and when he returned to the apocalyptic world, it was already night. The chip is analyzing and processing the extraordinary knowledge of the wizards of the stars, and then it can directly pass through the memory connection area for Lin to master. It will take about 10 days. It's a pity that the subsequent upgrade to the official Wizard's Star meditation method does not exist, and it can only rely on the chip's self-deduction and analysis. Like the official wizard path of the cursed path. With the best template, the corpse of the Star Wizard, this is not a big problem. The troublesome thing is that there are too many experimental projects piled up, and there are also some experimental projects that were sealed before. For example, the mold I got from that dark cave when I called the other world for the first time. The opponent's means are now all under the control of AI. Lin had a deep memory, and he took it as a lesson. In addition, pharmacy has reached the bottleneck, and alchemy has also reached the edge of promotion. The fusion culture of flesh and blood embryos is also a water mill. Perhaps I have to start with the mutation factor of this world, perform the ceremony of the king, and give birth to the king of mutation that belongs to me. After thinking about it clearly, Lin organized the manpower the next day, and gathered a total of 10 third-order awakeners. This is a very terrifying force. Prepare to hunt down the 8 king beasts. First of all, the evil beast of water with the clearest information, the Blue Dragon King. The Blue Dragon King is located in the Blue Ocean. This is an extremely polluted area, but it is suitable for a monster like him to inhabit. There is enough food in the entire Blue Ocean for it to swallow. A bald-headed man without hair said so. He is the leader who understands the information about the Blue Dragon King better. Every major human force will collect information about the 8 king beasts and list it as the biggest taboo. This bald man is the candidate to study the information of the Blue Dragon King. At this moment, Lin brought 10 third-order awakeners to the shore of the Blue Ocean. Chapter 173. At this moment, Lin brought 10 third-order awakeners to the shore of the Blue Ocean. Looking at the undulating waves and the endless turbid sea water, there was a terrifying king beast, the Blue Dragon King. The pollution of seawater is very serious, full of various heavy metals and radioactive substances. If a normal living person steps within the range of seawater, within a short time, the skin will fester, the flesh will ooze pus, and the mutation factors in the body will accelerate. Mutation. In the end, it became a dead bone in this ocean, which was swallowed by other mutant creatures as nutritious food. The bald man continued, the Blue Dragon King is very huge, reaching a size of 400 meters. He is the absolute overlord in this sea area. In addition to paying attention to its size, there is also the inside of its mouth. The corrosive liquid that is spitting out is called the king's breath by our institute, and every king beast can spit out such a king's breath. With the constant introduction of the bald man, everyone gradually understood the truth of the Blue Dragon King. Powerful body, terrifying defense that even nuclear bombs can't break, not only high-temperature resistance, but also gradually adapting to the negative effects of various harsh environments. It has initially involved the Fourth Order, then it is Darwin's 30 survival of the fittest. Lin thought about it for a while, and Wang's eye guessed that it was the corrosive gastric juice accumulated in the body of the Blue Dragon King. He had eaten other mutant creatures in this sea area for a long time, and naturally accumulated a lot of toxins. Due to his strong physique and the highest level of mutation factor, the Blue Dragon King himself will not be affected by this. Is it a pseudo-fourth order? A subtle smile gradually appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. After all, Tier 4 represented the level of a formal wizard. If the ceremony of the king can be completed, then his soul level and essence will reach the stage of a formal wizard one step ahead, or after the blessing of the will of the wizarding world. Knowing the information about the Blue Dragon King, everyone began to discuss countermeasures. The war machine has already started, but there are only 10 third-order awakeners of them, and the third-order and lower awakeners come here to hunt the Blue Dragon King, which is purely a gift. This is a moment recorded in history. The new world is coming. If we can kill this Blue Dragon King, it will represent the glorious era of our mankind, from the end of the last century to the new beginning this time. Wang Yong was shocked and couldn't help but said, "Yeah? So in this battle, we must kill this beast no matter what." In addition to fulfilling Lord Lin's expectations, there is also our human self-improvement and hard work. After that, everyone decided to use a strong attack plan after negotiating, leading to the Blue Dragon King, with Wang Yong as the main force, using the physical method of thermal expansion and cold contraction, causing the Blue Dragon King to be devastated. The ability to deal damage and cause the final law. Lin just stared at them indifferently. The real finale must be the last appearance. Lin was habitually prepared to first take a look at the reality of the Blue Dragon King and make sure that there was nothing hidden before he would make a real move. To be foolproof. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One wave after another. Under the gust of wind and the ups and downs of the waves, everyone seemed to be able to see a vague giant in the sea, breathing, and the sea rose and fell with his breath. Countless mutant creatures couldn't control themselves, were swept away by the pressure of the seawater between their breaths, and then swallowed them into the mouth of the behemoth. An awakened man went to control the war machine, poured fuel into the seawater, and then fired a cannon. The explosion instantly ignited the fuel in the seawater. The flames suddenly expanded, and a sea of Wang Yang's fire ignited on the sea surface. Deeper under the sea, but the transmission is scalding temperature. Golem. Golem. The flames mixed the grey and gloomy colors of the sea water, but it was slightly colorful. Everyone felt a terrifying aura that emanated from the sea water, which was derived from the absolute suppression force of higher creatures on lower creatures. Roar. Along with the breaking of the waves, the monstrous waves suddenly raised a height of 100 meters, and a shrill roar spread in all directions, and the sound wave also shook everyone's ears, dizzy and tinnitus. It is the Blue Dragon King. It finally couldn't stand the high temperature of the sea and came out. Lin's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at the 400-meter-tall behemoth, which jumped up from the sea. The whole looked like a combination of a crocodile and a pterosaur. Its mouth was a huge beak. With sharp teeth, it opened its mouth and roared, and there was a pitch-black hole in the throat, exuding a tingling sensation on the scalp. He rushed towards us. Wang Yong couldn't help but exclaimed. The other third-order awakeners also changed their faces greatly, their pupils shrank, and they saw the scene of landslides and ground cracks, and the Blue Dragon King rushing over with huge waves. Go on, follow the original plan. Everyone has already put on the auxiliary equipment for flight. With the transmission of energy and the use of nuclear kinetic energy, one after another silhouettes flew into the sky, trying to do something to the Blue Dragon King. Roar. The Kanglong King was extremely angry. These abominable ants disturbed his sleep, and he must chew them all alive. Some awakeners gradually lured the angry Blue Dragon King to one side. Then you are Wang Yong, who is ready to go, His abilities have been overloaded. Of ice and crystals. Kai. Burning the sea had already left the Blue Dragon King's body in a state of extremely high temperature. At this moment, Wang Yong used his flame ability again, making the Blue Dragon King's body temperature even higher. Although it could not cause fundamental damage to it, this a chronic burning pain, but even more torture. The Blue Dragon King was almost insane. He used his wings to fan a huge gust of wind. A few awakened ones couldn't dodge in time. But Wang Yong has successfully done what he wanted to do. He came to the Blue Dragon King, hoping that his maximum ice power would cover the Blue Dragon King's body. For Lord Lin, for the new century of mankind, you must die. Squeak. The ice began to crystallize on the body of the Blue Dragon King, starting from the head, and then spreading to the neck. Finally, after Wang Yong paid the price of the chaotic backlash of the mutation factors in his body, he finally sealed the entire Blue Dragon King in ice. The reaction of thermal expansion and cold contraction began to occur inside the body of the Blue Dragon King, causing extremely serious damage, even a little lethal. All the awakened ones stared blankly at this scene. Did they succeed? Did you successfully kill this guy? However. Crack. Chapter 174. The sound of the ice cube thawing is so obvious. The originally frozen intact hole, with wisps of cracks appearing on it, began to shatter from the deepest part. The eyes of all the awakened people began to fluctuate violently, with disbelief and despair. They failed. The ice cubes were completely shattered. Roar. The roar of the Blue Dragon King suddenly came out. These stupid ant methods could not kill him, and it was time for him to use his own methods. The throat parts swelled suddenly, and a large amount of cold air was inhaled, and then there was a feeling of vomiting in the abdomen, and what was about to be ejected gathered in the throat part. All he has to do is spray his own royal breath. It's over. They're all over. Master Lin, help. With the help of Lin, Daniel successfully took the advanced evolution potion and became a third-order awakener, so he is also in this crusade. Seeing that his life was in danger, how could he still sing praises to Lord Lin's glorious deeds in the future? He flew towards Lin's location very realistically. He was far away, and he actually flew to Lin's side. Just as he was about to hug Lin's thigh, he was sent far away by a repulsive force, and he fell into the sand and soil below, his butt facing towards outside, constantly twisting. Master Lin, my true god. Lin stared blankly at the Blue Dragon King who was about to explode. The chip had already analyzed everything about him, whether it was his weaknesses or strengths. It was clear. Your weakness lies in this moment. When you breathe out the king's breath, the fragile internal organs of the abdomen and the skeletal protection of the neck will be completely opened. The next moment, Lin appeared directly in front of the Blue Dragon King as if teleporting, and used a wizard spell for the first time. The fire element gathered on the conjuration source staff in his hand, exuding terrifying energy fluctuations, and gradually formed a huge fireball, surrounded by burning flames. And no one reacted to all this at all, including the Blue Dragon King himself. The acidic liquid in his mouth caused his clumsiness. Lin stared at it indifferently, the sub-energy fireball in his hand smashed head-on without any hesitation. The high-frequency radiation energy, coupled with the blessing of the source of the spell in the hand, brought about this wizard apprentice spell, and the degree actually reached the level of an official wizard. Boom. The endless light and heat are sweeping, exploding, and venting, drowning everything, and the soaring fire-colored light makes all the awakened people watching this scene close their eyes one after another. The earth was continuously burned, squeezed and condensed by this energy. Since it formed a scorched black and strange crystals, the temperature was so high that the energy exploded and could not be vented. The condensed heavy metal crystals were not very useful. The body of the Blue Dragon King was swept away by the flame energy that erupted from this energy fireball. The thermal expansion and contraction reaction that Wang Yong had left on his body had not yet completely ended. The huge fire energy caused the most core and fundamental damage in an instant. A large number of body parts were burnt to charred black, and the flesh and blood tissue also shrank and solidified in an instant, leaving only the core charred meat mass structure, which was the final result of the Blue Dragon King. He died on a sorcerer spell that Lin randomly sent out. It is impossible for the upper limit of this world to exceed the level of an official wizard. Perhaps when Lin uses the king's ritual to create a fourth-order mutation factor, he can raise the level ceiling of this world. We won! Many awakened people stared blankly at the figure floating in the sea of fire, which formed a sharp contrast with the charred corpse lying on the ground. Lord Lin. At this moment, it seems like a god. The corpse of the Blue Dragon King was well collected, and transported by the war machine. It successfully appeared in Lin's laboratory. There are still 7 king beasts left, and they need to be killed one by one. And the news of the killing of the Blue Dragon King also let the residents and members of the entire Scarlet community know, and a wave of joy filled everyone's corners for a while. Lin plans to hurry up and gather the conditions required for the king's ceremony as soon as possible. The Blue Dragon King is the strongest king beast. If you deal with him, the rest will be much easier. A month later, somewhere in a huge forest mountain range, 7 or 8 third-level awakeners are bombarding a certain mountain range. Their respective energy effects destroy all attacks on the mountains. The trees in the forest collapsed, and all kinds of animals ran away quickly. In an instant, the top of the mountain rolled down, the ground cracked, and the halfway up the mountain was broken. The third-level awakened person can already be equivalent to the worst third-level wizard apprentice, and destroying the face is not trivial. Finally, this move seems to have angered a certain existence. The entire mountain range here is shaking, and soon a huge gap is cracked in the ground. More rocks crash down. A rock that reaches 500 meters high. The giant appeared. This is the target they are looking for. The king beast of the mountain, the giant of the mountain. Roar. The head formed by the accumulation of rocks, opened its mouth, and there is indeed a structure of flesh and blood in it, as well as organs that emit sound. This roar directly caused the eardrums of the nearest awakened people to burst, vomiting blood, and flew out. With an expressionless face, Lin slowly flew out of the forest and stood in front of the mountain giant. Without too many words, after killing this guy, only the last of the 8 king beasts is left. The spiritual energy was used, and the fire elements all over the sky gathered together, forming a 100-meter flame snake, geodas, that exuded thick flames and condensed terrifying energy fluctuations. The next moment, he charged directly towards the mountain giant, spitting flames, burning instantly, accompanied by bursts of howling. 30 minutes later, Lin harvested a king beast mutation factoring again. There was only the last king beast left, and it was the only king beast that was as powerful as the Blue Dragon King. Black King, Nyog. A black dragon that seems to have come out of myths and legends, possessing everything of a black dragon. The huge open wings cover the entire night sky. The roaring sound waves stare the earth, and the highly poisonous sharp claws are a nightmare in the hearts of countless people. It is also the only king beast with a record of shooting and destroying a major human force. And its location is in the depths of the no man's land, in the Black King Mountains. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still 2 or 3 at night. I have something to do during the day, and the update is relatively late. Anyway, there must be 6 guarantees every day. Chapter 175. The Black King Mountains are located in a no-man's land far away from human activities, where humans have never touched, and there are many dangers and hidden deadly crises. The relevant information collected by humans is also very small, only the approximate location is known, and with the change of time, it is uncertain whether the Black King is still in the Black King Mountains or not. However, it is not difficult to analyze and scan the chip. The awakened team, who is lightly loaded, is cleaning up the possible dangers in the mountains one by one. No man's land is different from the wilderness or other abandoned urban areas, where the mutant creatures are the real crouching tiger, hidden dragon, which is very terrifying. Perhaps it was a road just passed by, and a tree on the side of the road was an A-level mutant creature, causing unimaginable danger. Let's work harder. The new century of mankind is coming. As long as there is Lord Lin, even the King of Darkness is just like this. Don't you see that all 7 of its brothers have been slaughtered by Lord Lin by chopping melons and vegetables? Daniel held the loudspeaker and shouted all the way. Since he entered the no man's land, he has not stopped talking. Many people have doubted whether this guy has a throat on his own. But since most of them were praising the great achievements of Lord Lin, they could only endure it in secret, wielding sickles, machetes, and chopping obstacles, and the speed of plants was much faster. As time went by, they went deeper and deeper into the no man's land, and they also encountered some dangers of trouble. For example, when passing an inconspicuous small slope, suddenly an awakened don't know what triggered it, but I stepped on the top of the small dirt slope, which caused serious consequences. The dense black ants ran out of the hole at the top of the small soil slope. They were the size of fists, their bodies were covered with blood-colored patterns, and their mouthparts were abnormal. At first glance, they were meat-eaters. The number was very large, and it directly drowned the awakened person. Although it reached the 3rd order level, it also used its own ability to kill a large number of ants, but the number of ants is not too much. When swallowed, it becomes a skeleton. Everyone can only leave here quickly. Wang Yong has always used his gravitational ability to float himself in midair. These ants can't do him any harm. The Black King Mountains are getting closer and closer, and the chip has already felt the terrible fluctuations it radiates. That is Nyog, he is indeed in the Black King Mountains. Oh, it's weird, how come there are so many mutant creatures outside? It's empty inside, it feels like there's nothing, as if it's dead silence. A 3rd order awakener said curiously. Wang Yong just passed by him and said coldly, this also proves that the place we came to is correct, the Black King Mountains really exist, and the Black King Nyog is indeed in it. Only then can I explain why the surrounding creatures have disappeared. This is territorial awareness. How could such a powerful creature allow other creatures to be in his territory? For him, it's just a ration for hunger in his spare time. Suddenly, Lin looked at a towering mountain range in front of him, and a huge shadow spread out from the mountain range, covering a large area of sunlight, making many awakened people terrified. It's Nyog, here it is, out. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, as if the king of beasts, the reverence of all beasts, vented his sovereignty and wildness with his roar. In terms of momentum, he is no longer weaker than the Blue Dragon King, and even stronger. Lin couldn't wait in his heart, spiritual energy spread out and flew directly towards Nyog. There is still at least 2/3 of the spiritual energy reserve, and a short-term battle will not consume much. Nyog also found the traces of everyone. He was extremely hungry, and someone dared to break into its territory, opened his bloody mouth and flew directly over. In his understanding, there is no creature stronger than him in this world. But he found he was wrong. A little guy flying towards him actually burst out with a momentum and power fluctuation that made him extremely fearful. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The huge palm formed by the energy gathered grabbed Nyog's neck. Roaring and struggling, but to no avail. At the same time, Lin also felt the irritability and power of this beast, and immediately used gravity to vent again, blessing nearly 20 times the gravity, and fell on Nyog. The huge body directly smashed a deep pit on the ground, and the smoke and dust fell from the sky. The gap between wizards is huge, which lies in the accumulation and application of knowledge. What's more, Lin himself has been able to fight against official wizards, and he may be able to not be weak. No matter how strong Nyog is, the upper limit of the world is destined to not be Wang Ya's opponent. With the passage of time, the gravity continues to increase, coupled with the tearing of gravity. The final result is almost doomed. This mighty Black King has completely come to an end. All the things that Lin had to gather for the ceremony of the king have already been gathered. In the laboratory, Lin began to process various high-purity mutation factors. The strongest mutation factor brought by the 8-headed king beast has been handled well and put into the cultivation warehouse. The mutation factors of king beasts have their own different attributes, and the mutation factors of human heritage items also have their own characteristics and abilities, which just happens to confirm the connection between the body and ability. Lin's eyes were deep. The combination of spirit and flesh is the real perfect king, and is the key to entering the 4th rank. Perhaps it is also necessary to be promoted to a formal wizard in the wizarding world, so as to obtain the will of the wizarding world. Green. The first is King Arthur's sword in stone, which was completely crushed into pieces by Wang Yong, and then put into a grinding machine for grinding, becoming a little bit of powder, and finally after various treatments, it was a perfect success. Produced a high-purity mutation factor. Then there are other artifacts of human heritage. Finally, it took about 2 days and 2 nights to complete all the preparations for these items, and the next step was to carry out the ritual fusion. Put all the different factors into a culture container, let them devour each other and mutate each other, and finally reach the strongest. Wang Yong can add various auxiliary items during this period, and then use spiritual energy to participate. But after the final result is determined, it is to use one's own soul to welcome the infection of the mutation factor and make oneself a mutation factor, which itself represents the existence of the mutation factor. Chapter 176. Inside the laboratory, bright lights illuminate everything, and their respective technological instruments exude energy fluctuations. All gathered in the simulation training cabin in the center of the laboratory. A figure in a wizard's robe is watching silently next to the training warehouse. The king's ceremony will be carried out in this cultivation warehouse, allowing all the mutation factors to fuse with each other, and finally the strongest mutation factor obtained after a long period of mutation is the king of mutation. Through the scanning ability of the chip, Lin projected it onto the retina, so he could see more subtle things clearly. For example, in the culture cabin, those tiny microorganisms, the number and type of different factors, have slowly started to devour each other. Each other's mutation level is the strongest in this world. No one agrees with the other, no one wants to overpower the other, and there is always a winner. Originally, they might divide a part of the area by themselves and occupy it for their own existence, but driven by Lin's spiritual energy, they are slowly approaching, that is, they are swallowing each other. The 8 king beasts represent the mutated elements of this world, that is, the material types, mountains, oceans, sky, earth. The inheritance of human beings is engraved with illusory power, similar to ability and spirit, from the blood of the ancestors of the military base in southern Sichuan, the Shroud of Anubis in the pyramid, and the ancient White Eagle Federation. The covenant of blood, gathering and dispersing, resistance, belief, etc. As Lin analyzes more chips, he also knows more, and he has completely deciphered everything about mutation factors. The devouring of the king's ritual is not a simple devouring, it requires all kinds of assistance and an arrangement similar to an equation. Exactly. The king's ritual is not so much a ritual as it is a special formula with strange power. Variation formula. Lin's eyes lit up, letting his soul possess everything in the mutation equation, and he himself became the mutation factor itself. Become a metaphysical string, an indelible conceptual thing. And the foundation of the core lies in this apocalyptic world. After conquering all human powers and unifying all human beings, Lin became the center of the world, which means that with the help of the Book of Vientiane, the apocalyptic world has solidified into a page on it, and he is also the center of the world. The true master of the doomsday world. According to legend, in the very ancient wizarding world era, that was the time when the real wizarding world was glorious. There are powerful wizards who can wreak havoc on the heavens, plunder everything, and make countless lives terrified. Among them, a great wizard with the most famous name and the most powerful strength has come out with some clues. The path of truth has no end, it is always walking. But there are different paths, you need to choose a path. At this moment, Lin is choosing his own path in advance. To be precise, he already has two paths, and this is his third path. The combination of spirit and flesh, the formula of mutation. With the passage of time, Lin's spiritual power was continuously cultivated, and those high-intensity and high-purity mutation factors began to mutate themselves. They devoured each other, changed each other, and became a large mess of chaotic combination. The specific performances that a meatball with different colors and different characteristics appeared in the cultivation warehouse. Each different color is striving to make its own part more. The last remaining color will become the final winner, the king of mutation. I need to choose a characteristic that I want to obtain from it. The path I choose is the combination of spirit and flesh, and it is a metaphysical string, so it is the only one that is suitable for me. Lin has chosen the order of the mutation equations. Start using spiritual energy to control the direction of mutation. Mountain plus ocean plus sky earth. The flesh composed of various colors in the training cabin began to undergo deeper changes. Blood origin gathering and dispersing, resistance faith. Illusion plus reality. When the order of the mutation equations is completed, the miracle of flesh and blood is born, and the infinite possibilities of life are also revealed. This is the union of spirit and flesh. The path of the mutant king. The incomparably dazzling colorful light shone in the training cabin, and finally gradually converged into one color, and that was also the path that Wang Yong chose. Interpunct 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 interpunct. The third year of the Red Age. This is the third year after the establishment of the Red Dawn community. Various facilities and buildings have been gradually improved, and all human beings have been brought together, which has become an important chapter in the new era. Doomsday has gradually taken the first step towards civilization development. Change starts now. As for the authority, Lord Lin, who founded the Red Dawn community, served as the first president. Also set up various power organizations composed of third-order awakeners, as well as 12 round tables. Analyze and deal with the big and small matters of the Red Dawn community. Build an army, develop a population, clear the dangers of uninhabited areas or wilderness areas, and let human beings have more activity sites and more safe areas. 0 With the joint efforts and progress of mankind, the recovery of lost land and the restoration of human sovereignty to the new world are progressing more and more rapidly. Let everyone see real hope. The capital of the Red Dawn community is called the capital of Erin. This is due to the memory of Lord Lin, who brought all this and built it. I haven't seen Lin Sama appear for a long time. Yeah? The Red Dawn community is thriving now. But we shouldn't forget Lord Lin, who brought all this, and we don't know how long Lord Lin's experiment will last. Wang Yong and another Tier 3 awakened were on the balcony of the fortress in the capital, looking into the distance and talking. And what they said is that the master is in the experiment, and it is the most critical time. Inside the laboratory, Lin sat cross-legged in front of the training cabin, but in fact, this was just his physical body, and his soul was no longer in this body. Instead, it entered the mutation factor collection in the culture cabin. In the final transformation, let yourself become a mutation factor, representing the concept of mutation factor, a kind of metaphysical string. Lin's consciousness was in a state of daze and cohesion, and he saw many pictures. I also felt a lot, from the birth of the mutation factor to the origin of this apocalyptic world. Finally, I saw myself, my true self. Earth. Chapter 177. Who I am. What is my existence? Why do I exist? In the pitch-dark world, only these three thoughts are slowly reverberating. There is no sound, and there is no concept of time and light. Some only have these three thoughts, similar to obsession. I don't know how long this reverberation has lasted, and finally there is the first change. It seems to be the first ray of light in the dark night, and it seems to be the most beautiful early sun when the dawn blooms. In short, these three thoughts have found opposite answers one by one. I am Lin. Look, I don't exist for anyone, and I don't exist for any reason. I am who I am, and I am everywhere. As long as there is a mutation in the world, I am immortal, and I exist. I am the string of metaphysics, transcending the form, but also existing in the form. In the dark night, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, with purple, incomparable rumors, filling the entire darkness, until it became everything in those eyes. Golem. There seemed to be something flowing. When Lin opened his eyes, the covers of the familiar laboratory and culture chamber and the thick black liquid flowing beside his cheeks. It's really amazing, this is me. Lin saw himself, to be precise. His body, which is now the state of the soul, but it has another form. The meaning of metaphysical strings allows him to no longer be limited to a single one, but to exist in both illusion and form. For example, Lin's soul now presents a collection of mutation factors, which are very small, reaching an extremely deep level, surpassing bacteria, surpassing microorganisms, and directly becoming the root cause. Inside the training warehouse, the condensed purple flesh mass instantly dissipated into nothingness under Lin's thought. Even though it was isolated from the training warehouse, it appeared directly outside. My existence is really strange, my soul quality has reached the level of a formal wizard, no, even far beyond, and I have reached the root, just need to strengthen the root, I can be on this root path. Going farther and farther, only to see the truth. Lin is clearly in front of his own body, but there is only a piece of nothingness, which is more small in the air. As long as the life breathes, Lin can also breathe into the body, and even complete it in the body of other beings. Parasitic. The last life became Lin. The real Lin. In order for the root cause to grow, I must make my existence known to more people and affect more existences, that is, the concept of existence of mutation factors, and the only thing that can accelerate this is to occupy. Lin saw the book of Vientiane that floated up and down in front of his body from his own perspective, and then directly entered his body the next moment. Origin, source, concept. The road to the metaphysical string is so long, so far and infinite. I have only just entered the second stage. But even so, this realm is that only the existence of the 5th level Great Wizard, the 6th level Great Wizard will start to try, Lin has been grasped in advance due to many coincidences, and has the potential, but it has not yet been reached. My cursed path is just the source. The same is true for the bloodline. Even the source has not been fully mastered yet. The next step is to try to advance to an official wizard. The deduction time is almost halfway through. As long as the remaining 5 years are reached, the wizard level meditation method can be used to make a breakthrough. Lin has been stuck at the pinnacle of the 3rd level wizard apprentice for too long. In addition, the extraordinary knowledge that I have obtained from the wizards of the stars must also be studied carefully. Lin moved his body, stretched, and walked out of the laboratory. The changes in the Red Dawn community still made Lin very surprised. Buildings built, empty roads, and energy lines with a sense of technology appeared in almost every corner of this huge city. It has developed to this point. Lin was walking on the road, he didn't disturb anyone, and appeared here almost teleporting directly from the laboratory. The Doomsday world has been included in the Book of Vientiane, which is equivalent to his back garden. He can do any operation at will. Here, he is the master of the world and the center of the world. Looking at the huge statue in the center of the city, Lin was still a little stunned. Because this statue looks like him, it is 100 meters high, the material seems to be made of steel and cement, and the construction is very vivid. Whether it is the flying wizard robe or Lin's indifferent and handsome expression, as if to come to life, lifelike. The name of a construction master is at the foot of the statue, and it is actually Daniel's name. Lin's mouth twitched, as if he had remembered something. At this time, some monitors monitoring the intersection in the city found Lin's figure and passed the news to some high-level people. There is a big earthquake. All the awakened people who got this news, or some key officials of some agencies, showed excitement and shock on their faces. It turned out to be the legendary Lord Lin, but didn't that one stay in the laboratory for a long time? Did you finally get out of the customs today? Is there another earth-shattering research? There are still many residents walking on the road, and some people also walked towards the statue. It was a few children and 2 adults. It seemed that the teacher was leading the students. Classmates, you have to remember that this Lord is the savior of our legend, the great man who saved us and gave mankind a new future. The female teacher touched the child's head and said with a smile. Another male teacher said something that made Lin's mouth twitch. Everyone must remember, Lord Lin, the eternal God. Lord Lin, eternal God. Eternal God. The children followed the male teacher's words and shouted. He had already guessed who did it, except for that Daniel, there was nothing else. In the eyes of other people, his appearance is completely different, which affects the visual map of others, so that he will not recognize himself as the statue himself. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary troubles. Didn't you think it's been so long? Lin sighed a little. The chip collected relevant information and knew that he had been in the laboratory for 20 years in the apocalyptic world. Indeed, the ratio to the wizarding world is 1 to 4. 20 years, it really is a different thing. Chapter 178. Brothers, I am struggling to fix the heroine, or the heroine is from another world, such as a wizard and a cultivator, a wizard and a fantasy girl. Tangled, let me vote, see if you want it or not, mistress. 20 years is enough for a young man to enter the stage of middle-aged and old age, and for a child to grow up and pass it on to the next generation. It is understandable that the changes in the city will be so great, but I don't know if the awakened ones I know are still there. The power structure should be based on the previous one, and there will be no major problems. The savior who saves the world, the hero sent by God, is really interesting. A funny smile gradually reappeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. Next to the statue, those children were still reading, very serious, and other residents followed and watched with smiles. For them, Lord Lin is a great person. He saved the world, unified all human beings, and brought them to a glorious direction. He deserves the respect and love of all. Lin was also watching them silently. When 30 was about to leave, he noticed something and looked in one direction. There, a large number of soldiers were approaching around some people dressed as executives. Some were awakened, some were not, but there were still some acquaintances of Lin. Wang Yong was among them, and Okizo, but it was Daniel was not among them. The old friend should be very happy to meet, but Lin's heart is very dull. He has gradually adapted to the life of a person, silently walking on the path of truth. His figure gradually turned into nothingness on the spot, but a message was also passed to the minds of Wang Yong and Okizo who came over. Gradually, the anxious expressions of the two became thoughtful, and the information Lin told them was that some information from other worlds, to establish a special pattern formation. If there are people who reach the critical point of the third order awakener in the future, you can inform him through the pattern formation, and he will take them away to a stronger new world. And the world they live in is just a very ordinary world in the endless world. Sure enough, it matches some of my guesses. Lord Lin is indeed a person from another world. There is no such powerful existence in our world. But Lord Lin is indeed the savior of our world, bringing a new century to mankind. This is a brand new era. He also promises to have the opportunity to take some awakened people to other worlds, so that they can advance to a deeper level. That is, after Tier 3. The expressions of the two showed a longing look, and they became stronger. This is what everyone yearns for. It is your opportunity that makes me extremely envious. You are the next president of the Red Dawn community. Okizo said somewhat appetizingly. Wang Yong's expression showed determination. I won't let down the trust of Lord Lin. Everything today is given by Lord Lin. We must manage the new world well, develop mutation factors, and make this world more brilliant. Wizarding world in the Black Forest laboratory, Lin's figure slowly appeared. He stood in the pattern formation and did not act, but was adapting himself to everything in the wizarding world. Changes in the world would still cause some physical laws and other aspects different. 3 minutes later, Lin came out of the pattern formation, and found that the energy supply of the entire laboratory had almost stopped. Indeed, at least 5 years had passed, and no matter how long the deadwood remains, it is impossible to support 5 years. However, there should be no problem with the cultivation tank. Before entering the apocalyptic world, Lin had set up a program. If he found that the energy was insufficient, he would gather all the energy in the cultivation tank to supply the cultivation and fusion of flesh and blood embryos. At least it can last for 10 years and come back to Lin. The information that Lin gave to Wang Yong and Okizo in the doomsday world also had his own deep meaning in it. Now Lin himself has represented the mutation factor, and the doomsday world is the birthplace of the mutation factor. As they continue to research and develop the mutation factor, the quality of Lin's soul will gradually improve. In addition, there are almost endless mutant creatures in the doomsday world. The mutant spark can be used as a follow-up reserve of resources for Lin. Now his purple gold flower ring and space storage belt are filled with a large number of mutant spar, ready to be used to supply the energy required by the laboratory. As long as the deduction of the follow-up formal wizard meditation method is completed, you can still rely on these mutant spar to make breakthroughs. The resources are already enough for Lin to use. After all, it is the supply of the whole world, even if it is not an extraordinary world. At least there is no problem in supplying promotion to official wizards. In the follow-up promotion and cultivation, we need to find a way. Lin first accepted the information accumulated in the laboratory and dealt with the accumulated problems one by one. After they were all roughly resolved, he began to arrange the pattern array for transforming the mutant spar, transforming the energy in the mutant spar into a can supply general energy for laboratory and own use. In addition, the mutation factor in the mutation spar can also be absorbed by Lin's soul, increasing the amount by a small amount, not the quality. As for the improvement of quality, it is necessary to make the mutation factor known to more people and to infect more existences. That is to invade the world again. If the mutation factor is allowed to exist in the entire endless world, and if it blossoms and bears fruit, the existence of Lin itself will also turn into an unimaginably terrifying level. 3 roads, almost every one of them is an avenue. A smile slowly emerged from the corner of Lin's mouth. Perhaps there are not only 3, but also a path of Star Wizard and Planeswalker, which can cooperate with world aggression and traversal, plus the Book of Vientiane. This is simply the most perfect complement. Just like the path of blood and the path of curse. It took about a day or so, and Lin finally got everything done. The energy conversion array was perfectly manufactured. Although the energy contained in the mutant spar will be lost after energy conversion, the overall it's also innocuous. It's just about 7 or 8% of the loss. The laboratory has resumed its functions, various facilities have resumed operation, and some projects that have stopped research have also been restarted. In addition, the most important thing is the cultivation of flesh and blood embryos. Lin came to the room where the cultivation warehouse was located, and his spiritual power spread into the cultivation warehouse to check the status of the flesh and blood embryos. Chapter 179. Okay. Then we don't need a female lead. I mentioned the update these days. I went to play with my friends a few days ago. As a result, I was empty of money and people. I was hit by 400 or 500. Alas! This woman is really difficult to deal with, and it wasted my coding time, which caused my grades to drop, and I was so pissed. Attachment, brothers, am I the only one who is single? I have been single for 20 years. Woo-oo? Inside the cultivation warehouse, sure enough, as Lin expected, there was no major problem with the cultivation of the flesh and blood embryo. That is, perhaps due to the lack of energy, the flesh and blood embryo looked a little malnourished, and the fleshy mass seemed to shrink. Hint, the current flesh and blood embryos are mature, and the fusion of extraordinary bloodline factors can be performed. The current pre-selection plans are as follows: Thunder Flame Wild Lion, Factor Bird, Jenny Turtle, Wonderful Frog Seed. Lin's expression was as usual. He planned to put all his extraordinary bloodline factors into the fusion list, so as to strive to cultivate the flesh and blood embryos that would break through the bloodline official wizard in one fell swoop. The cultivation stage of the cursed snake is 80%, which is very possible. At that time, Lin's soul quality and bloodline path strength will reach the level of an official wizard. Maybe I can enter the wizarding world earlier. I already have enough strength to protect myself. After all, blood wizards and meditation wizards are not too big. The difference is that the former is very dependent on blood and has limitations. Although it will have a very strong strength even if it has just been promoted, as time goes by, the extraordinary knowledge of meditation wizards will become deeper and deeper, and it will eventually slow down. Slower than one takes time to develop, the other is relatively fast, but it is also more difficult to improve the relative strength. There are advantages and disadvantages. One thing gradually caught Lin's attention, and that was that his student was no longer in the laboratory, and the mutant blood-sucking vines from the outside world showed signs of damage. This is rather strange. What is the reason for this student of yours to go outside? A raised arc gradually appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. it was also a coincidence that in his mental power perception, he actually found that Kate was back with some outsiders. Interesting. It seems that some very interesting things happened in my days. The four figures are coming out of the depths of the Black Forest, their bodies are in bad shape, and their expressions are still very flustered, as if some terrifying existence behind them is chasing them. There are 3 men and 1 woman, all in their 20s. All of them are very handsome. Even if the clothes are dirty and damaged, you can vaguely see their original price. Kate, are you sure that there is our vitality here? It is the powerful magic knight who is chasing us. Among them, the blonde man couldn't help but started talking, and at the same time expressed his opinion to the women in the team. As of now, the safest way is to lure away the pursuers and let others escape. Who knows if this kid is lying? Between the words, there is still some taste and contempt. The silver-haired woman, Wana said dissatisfiedly, Hannibal, I won't allow you to say that to my friend Kate, we should believe him. Another short-haired young man said coldly, trust him? Don't forget, we were well hidden, but after he suddenly joined in, it triggered such a pursuit, and we were discovered by the Magic Knights. In response, Kate's face blushed a little. The truth seemed to be exactly as he said, but he didn't understand that he had not been discovered by anyone, and he used the relevant wizard spells for no reason. Okay, don't talk about Mickey, you are all my friends, what should I do now? The Magic Knight has extraordinary power, and it is not something we can resist at all, and there is a special way to track us, what should we do? Is good. Wana said worriedly. Her country is not in this area of the mainland, but in a farther place. The lord of the country discovered an ancient ruin, and obtained extraordinary power from it, which was also used in the country, which increased the national strength several times and attacked the after visiting the surrounding countries. It was very imposing for a while. But I don't know what happened. The lord of the country suddenly died suddenly, that is, Wana's father. As a result, the country fell apart all of a sudden, and Duke Zofi raised an army to rebel, occupying everything, including the ancient ruins. The original high level naturally, it has to be cleaned. As the princess of the country, Wana and her 2 noble friends, who were the same, fled here all the way, and also carried a token that is said to be able to save the country and control the ancient ruins. This is what Duke Zofi wanted. The Magic Knight has extraordinary power and can use some special abilities, and was sent by Duke Zofi to hunt down. You exposed us, you should lead those Magic Knights away. Hannibal said with a sneer. To be honest, he looked down on this commoner very much. Even if he had some strength, he was a powerful knight, but he was still so close to Princess Wana. I agree. Whoever leads it, whoever solves it. Mickey's eyes moved slightly and said slowly. I disagree, Kate is my friend, I trust him. Wana thought for a while, then said firmly, which moved Kate very much. But he didn't know that the good friends he was thinking of were thinking that the Magic Knights were following them and had nothing to do with Kate. And all this was seen by Lin. Under the cover of spiritual power, the entire Black Forest was his eyes. It's interesting, the water on the island continent, Jiaodiao, is really turbid, and there are some extraordinary, ancient ruins. And this kind of old-fashioned hunting. The treatment of the protagonist. Bunge, and there was a smile on the corner of Lin's mouth. Just now, he had transformed his soul into a little mutation factor in this Black Forest. When the 3 of them were breathing, they breathed Lin's existence into their bodies, and then, under Lin's control, took root in their minds. He knew all the secrets hidden, and he could occupy the bodies of these 3 people at any time, turning them into Lin himself. This is by definition of existence. Of course, the weaker the better, the stronger is another. It's so stupid, how can this be my student, who has become an idiot, and is being played around by a woman? Lin's expression is a little strange. Chapter 180. Lin has almost figured out the ins and outs, chased and killed in a conventional manner, and then the three little guys met various nobles. Finally, after all kinds of assistance, they became stronger, returned to the country, beheaded the big devil, and brought happiness to the people. This student of yours may be an unlucky and ignorant nobleman. In various night and night novels, nobles are often the worst dead, or are used in various ways. But Lin doesn't intend to intervene too much. Everything depends on Kate himself. When the laboratory was successfully established, he had already set the relevant rules. One of the most important is not to allow any outsiders to disturb me and enter the laboratory. Others are not strictly required. It's been a long time since I saw such a plot, which made Lin a little interested. Kate, then what's your choice? Apostrophe. When Wana said those words, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became awkward. Then what should we do now? The magic knights will soon come after us. What can we do to resist? The final result is death, and then the eye of the mind is taken away. Hannibal said with dissatisfaction. He pulled out the gem sword from his waist, and with one stroke he chopped down the big tree beside him. There is no doubt that his sword is a long sword with extraordinary characteristics. At the handle of the sword, there are colorful gems shining. Mickey subconsciously looked at his wristband. It was all black, with peculiar patterns, and exuded extraordinary fluctuations. It was an extraordinary item that belonged to him. Suddenly, Wana supported her chest, to be precise, the pendant gemstone on her chest, and said with a horrified expression, I sensed the trail of the magic knight. He is getting closer and closer to us, and there are 5 more. You can catch up to us in minutes. Kate looked very hesitant, and he slowly said, I really have a way to protect your safety, just trust me once. The teacher once said that no one is allowed to disturb him, not even himself, and no one is allowed to enter the laboratory. Kate's plan is to bring these friends of hers to the mutant vampire vine. She has the mark left by her teacher. Under his protection, the mutant vampire will not attack them, but will protect them. I trust you, Kate. Wana smiled sweetly at Kate, and at her strong request, everyone followed Kate and went deeper and deeper into the Black Forest. Kai. There are more and more areas in troubled times. This is a disguise made by Lin. He doesn't want mortals to often disturb him after he finds it. There are a lot of black vines on it. What is this place? You can stop those magic knights by bringing us here. What a joke. Hannibal said disdainfully, and the anxiety in his heart also rose. These vines are alive, look at it. Mitch said in surprise. At this moment, I noticed the traces of the living people, and the mutant blood-sucking vines rushed in, and they wanted to suck up a few people. Damn, this is an extraordinary monster. There are similar existences in ancient ruins. I have seen it once. Hannibal also recognized it, holding a jeweled long sword with a hideous face. You bastard, you actually want to harm us, bring us to this place, and die for me. He rushed towards Kate directly, and the blade slashed down. Wana's eyes flashed with suspicion, and then she stood in front of Kate. I believe Kate will not harm us, right, my best friend Kate? Wana turned around, was incomparably close to Kate, and smiled slightly. Kate could even smell the fragrance from the other party's body. His face flushed and his heart was moved. Seeing this scene, Hannibal was extremely jealous. Kate raised her right hand high, the lines on her palm glowed faintly, and spiritual energy exploded. The next moment, the mutant blood-sucking vines who swarmed over seemed to be frightened and stopped coming around. This scene made Hannibal and Mickey stunned. How is it possible that this ordinary country knight can do things that they can't do? What is the pattern and the strange fluctuations, and why is it able to control this extraordinary monster? Wana's eyes glowed with brilliance. Kate, you. I'm sorry, I can't tell you, but this time, It's a secret, okay? Kate took a deep breath and said. At the same time, there is a kind of pleasure in my heart, a kind of pleasure that is valued by others, shocked and surpassed by those who looked down on it before. Lin's consciousness looked at them with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his disciple still needed to be trained, yet he still had such a boring vanity. Show your extraordinariness in front of mortals, thereby producing superiority. The most important thing is that he still uses his capital to pretend, rather than relying on himself. We are hiding in these chaotic heaps. With the protection of these blood-sucking vines, we are safe, and those magic knights will be attacked by these vines. Kate said that he has also encountered those magic knights. With the strength of his wizard enlightenment and the stage of not learning wizard spells, he is not an opponent of the other party at all, especially the other party is immune to the influence of spiritual power and spiritual energy. After everyone hid for a while, 3 magic knights really came after them. They were all 2 meters tall, wearing strange energy armors, and had metal helmets on their heads, all of which were isolated from some influence. Fire, the power of fire or ice. Soon they attacked each other with vampire Tengman. The final result was that the blood-sucking vines were severely injured, a large number of vines were cut off, and green blood flowed out, but the 3 magic knights were also completely drained. We're safe and can go out. Where do you plan to go next? Wait, there is a passage behind this pile of stones, it seems to lead to a deeper place, and there is still space inside. Mickey suddenly said in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Wait. You can't go in. Kate's complexion changed, and she stood in front of everyone with a very solemn expression. Wana's heart moved, and Hannibal said with a smile, "What are you blocking us from? Is it your home? It's so mysterious. As friends, why don't you invite us in for a sit?" Having said that, she pushed Kate away and walked deeper into the passage. "You can't go in. Kate, aren't we friends? It's all right, let's go in and have a look, in case there are magic knights outside." Wana persuaded Kate. Lin watched indifferently, and a subtle smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 181. Hannibal and Mickey have discovered the difference between Kate, a seemingly ordinary knight. He also possesses extraordinary abilities and can control these mutant blood-sucking vines. Perhaps there are extraordinary secrets hidden in the deepest part of this passage. Their hearts are hot, and their greed has risen. With anxiety on her face, Kate drew her long sword and was about to go to stop them, but was stopped by a warm embrace. Wana hugged Kate and whispered in his ear, "It's okay, Kate, it's okay." However, the next moment, a terrified scream came from the deepest part of the passage, with the sound of muscle tearing and blood splashing. Mickey's head rolled out, and his eyes were wide open. At first glance, he looked like he was dying, and there were still signs of being eaten on his skin. How could this happen? How could this happen? What is going on here? Wana was completely terrified. She was fine just now. Why is this happening? Hannibal ran out of the passage. At this moment, he had turned into a monster. His body was full of ferocious bone spurs and dazzling pustules. He was still dripping with black viscous liquid. He looked very disgusting. The part of the head can hardly be seen as a person, and he can only be identified from the clothes. It's Hannibal. Meat. I want meat. I want meat. Hannibal said vaguely, but the viciousness and greed in his eyes had already expressed something. Throwing away half of the body in his hands, he drooled and charged towards Kate and Wana. And all of this is the result of these two trying to enter the depths of the passage. Lin looked at all this with a blank expression. Hannibal's mutation was because he stimulated the mutation factor in his body, which directly caused deep mutation, and became such a monster. Interestingly, the role of mutant factors in the wizarding world has not been weakened in the slightest. If I let go of my hands and feet and leave it alone, mutant factors can quickly infect the entire island continent and become such a mutant monster. Hannibal was nothing more than an attempt by Erin. On the contrary, his student disappointed him a bit. He didn't stand up to the passage of time and the loneliness. This was a huge mistake for a wizard. The new ancient relic. The chip analysis may be an ancient relic of the official wizard level. For me, the effect is still very big. Lin decided to take some time to visit the ancient ruins to see if he could find something useful to him, such as precious materials or extraordinary items left over from the ancient times, and the most important extraordinary knowledge. However, the most important thing now is to do my own experimental research. What happened in the rubble is just a small episode. Be careful, Wana. Kate looked at Hannibal, who had turned into a monster, and resolutely resisted. Although he didn't know what happened, his good friend was behind him and he had to stand up. Scoff. A sharp blade pierced directly into his lower back. Kate's pupils shrank for a while, full of disbelief, but the coldness and pain from the lower back were so obvious. He slowly turned his head and said tremblingly, "Why, Wana, aren't we friends?" The smile and beautiful face that I thought was extremely sweet before, are now twisted and crazy, with extreme disgust. Wana said hysterically, "Who is your friend? Who is your friend? Don't make fun of a pariah. You are just a maggot in a mudpit, and I am a noble princess. If you didn't have a little use worth, I will be friends with you. I actually hug you. The smell on your body really makes me sick." These words seemed to hit Kate in the soft depths of her heart, which was miserable and broken. His pupils became more and more desperate, and his face also had a miserable smile, unexpectedly. Since you want to be friends with me, then you can play your last role. Although I don't know what you did, Hannibal and Mickey became like this, but you can also be Hannibal's ration and help I procrastinate for a while. Wana was about to flee. She calculated it very accurately. Now there is nothing that can be dangerous in all aspects. Even the surrounding blood-sucking vines have lost their vitality. The magic knights chasing soldiers are gone, and now is her safest moment. You really disappointed me, Kate. An indifferent voice sounded slowly, making Kate's face full of shame, and the smile on Wana's face instantly froze, and even her footsteps stopped. Interpunct. This voice, this feeling of fear that comes from the heart and even every cell. What the hell is this? A figure dressed in a wizard, wearing a hood, holding a snake-headed staff and an ancient book walked out slowly, full of mysterious and profound temperament. Wana looked at this person in horror. When this person came out, the monster Hannibal turned into actually stopped attacking. Who is this person? Teacher. Kate lowered her head, feeling extremely ashamed and desperate in her heart. He completely disappointed the teacher, and he never fulfilled any of the vows he had made. It turned out to be the teacher. Wana laughed miserably. Everything made sense, all of this. The terrifying blood-sucking Vineman, Kate with extraordinary abilities, and the deeper passage. I am afraid it leads to the residence of this terrifying existence, and this dress is exactly the same as the records about the legendary wizard found in the ancient ruins. Slap. With a snap of Lynn's fingers, Kate's injury healed automatically in an instant, and the dagger fell to the ground. You can handle the rest yourself. Lin left a light sentence, turned around and walked towards the laboratory. Hannibal followed closely behind him. Even if he becomes an irrational mutant monster, he can still feel the aura of the source of all the mutants coming from Lin. He is the mutation factor itself. Don't kill me, Kate, aren't we friends? Wana looked at Kate, who was approaching step by step with a knife, with a horrified expression on her face, begging for mercy in a hurry, using all kinds of methods. I'll give you whatever you want, and you can have whatever you want. Even I can give it to you. Wana looked at Kate, who was becoming more and more indifferent, and her heart was almost filled with despair. Kate grinned, and turned out to be a little hideous. If that's the case, then do you want a knife or a stick? I want a stick, I want a stick. Wana has compromised, as long as she can save her life, even if she pays for something else. But when she approached Kate, she was greeted by a resolutely stabbed dagger. Blood spattered, and the body fell down. You are also worthy of grasping my future, Kate said disdainfully. This time, he really stepped into the psychology of Absolute Wizard. Earth. Chapter 182. Outside the laboratory, a figure is kneeling for a long time. He has been kneeling here for almost 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, I didn't drink a sip of water. The door to reality finally opened, and Lin walked out slowly. Kate, I'm really disappointed with you. It's not that you left the lab without permission and brought other outsiders in, but your mental state didn't meet my expectations. Lin said indifferently, what really satisfies me is letting me see your actions, not that you are still on the way. Do it first and then talk about it. Kate's face was very pale. Listening to her teacher's words, she wanted to understand the mistake she made. Teacher, I understand, I will make it for you. Kate left a pendant, left the laboratory, and entered her room. He decided to retreat for a long time, not to become a first-level wizard apprentice, and not to come out again. Even if you die in a closed place. The pendant left behind floated directly into Lin's hands. This is the eye of the mind, so it is just a small signal reception, a bit similar to the method of mechanical wizards, and this method is too old. The current mechanical wizards will not use such a low drop rate signal. Receive guidance. Lin recalled that those magic nights also had some fluctuations in energy lines. It is almost certain that the ancient ruins are the ruins of a mechanical wizard. But mechanical wizards are the strongest in this era, and the weakest in the ancient era. The old antiques who don't keep pace with the times, even if they still have some strength, they are nothing more than that. Lin's thoughts about the ancient ruins also faded. Walking into the laboratory, with the control of the chip, all the scientific research facilities were started at full power. The research on the corpse of the Xingqian wizard is progressing more and more smoothly, and it may be less than 10 years before the formal wizard-level meditation method can be successfully deduced. What Lin has to do now is to conduct knowledge research on star science. It is best to become a star wizard, so that he can assist the Book of Vientiane. Follow up world travel. In addition, the fusion of the flesh and blood embryos is already in progress, and it is highly likely that the fusion will be completed when they are stuck in the formal wizard meditation method. Lin was looking forward to it. Abel's mold experiment is also on the agenda. He has not forgotten the other party's deep malice. It was the first time that he was treated so maliciously during the in-world exchange ceremony, so Lin still remembers it deeply. His mental power fell on the corpses of many mutant creatures in the purple gold flower ring, especially the parts of the 8 king beasts. These are all good things, and research on alchemy can provide great help. Time flies, it's half a year. Kate is still in retreat, and there is no sign of it coming out. In addition, the research on alchemy has reached its limit, and Lin needs to find new alchemy knowledge to improve. However, you can try to advance, that is, to refine an alchemy item that belongs to you again, and thoroughly establish your strength as a first-class alchemist apprentice. In the same way, the same is true of pharmacy knowledge. The reason why Lin has no clue is because there is no follow-up pharmacy knowledge. The Apothecary Alliance can help him, but only when he is in the wizarding world can his ID card take effect, and he must be within the area of the Black Triangle before the signal can be received. The island continent does not have the coverage of the Wizard Technology Signal Network at all, and it is impossible to connect to the Apothecary Virtual Alliance terminal platform. Naturally, it is impossible to obtain some follow-up high-level pharmacy knowledge. The flesh and blood embryo has been fused with 3 extraordinary bloodline factors, and the speed is not bad. It will take about 4 years. This is a kung fu that requires a lot of time to wait. If you are not in a hurry, even if you speed up, sometimes it will only backfire. Lin also deliberately added some mutation factors in the essence of his soul into it, so that the fusion time can be relatively accelerated. And it is easier to adapt to the blood vessels. If my calculations are correct, the flesh and blood embryo with the mutation factor added can directly raise the level of my cursed snake cultivation to perfection and raise it to the level of a full-fledged wizard. I hope all of this can be carried out according to my calculations. Lin continued to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge, and research and experimentation had become an indispensable part of his bones. However, when Lin was immersed in research experiments, someone in the capital of the region farther away from the Black Forest was plotting against him. The cause can also be derived from the magic knights who were killed by the mutant blood-sucking vines. Through some clues, the Lord, who has changed his name to the Mechanical Empire, discovered the real situation. I'm bound to get the eye of the mind. A mere mortal can escape from the palm of my hand. If it wasn't for adapting to this body, how could this be possible? The gray-haired, gloomy old man sat on the throne of the machine, looking into the distance through the window. The ancient ruins are not that simple. These foolish mortals think they have discovered new world, but they do not know that there are deeper traps. The current new king has long since been taken away, and now he is Avatikin. He was also once a third-level wizard apprentice, who snatched the intruding humans from the ancient ruins, which triggered the follow-up. The change of Wana's country was caused by Avatikin's backing and participation. With the eyes of the mind, I have the right to enter the teacher's laboratory and obtain more valuable things, which is the key to my ability to continue to practice in this demon-free land. The most important thing is that I have to get the mechanical power core of the research results of my teacher's life, which can give me immortality. The legendary perpetual motion machine. Avatikin has almost completely adapted to this mortal body. He is going to use all the power of this mechanical empire to find that damn human princess. Anyway, the place where the Knight of the Magic Knight died is fixed at the end, and he can always find clues from there. 1 year later in the Black Forest laboratory, Lin walked out of the opened laboratory door. He didn't see exhaustion on his face, instead he was very excited. He has gained a lot, so he is in a very good mood. Regarding the extraordinary knowledge obtained from the Wizard of the Stars, he has completely figured it out, and he has his own new ideas. A number of combined wizard spells have been developed. In addition to the original Starlight, Star Projection, Meteorite Fall, a new combination of gravitational and gravitational. Chapter 183. In addition to the original Starlight, Star Projection, Meteorite Fall, a new wizard spell formed by combining gravity and gravity is called Transfiguration. It can be exchanged with any person or object in an instant, which can be called an absolute magic skill to save life. And the most peculiar thing is that it is a pure exchange of positions, which will not be interrupted by any factors. Because Lin also added knowledge such as space science and star science. The only limitation is the scope, which must be within a certain scope to take effect. The range of the effect is within 100 meters. However, as long as the subsequent knowledge of star science increases, the range and degree of power of this self-created wizard spell will increase. Will also increase. Then came the second wizard spell, combining repulsion, gravity, and gravity with a triple combination spell, called Earth-Splitting and Heavenly Encounter. Gravity reduces the weight of the earth and soil, gravitational pull, repulsion squeeze, forming a strong attraction, attracting together with a large amount of soil and enemies, so as to restrain the enemy, control the enemy, suitable for some relatively large guys. The flesh and blood embryos in the culture tank have already reached 1/3 of the fusion level. But Lin suddenly had a whim, feeling inexplicably that someone was thinking about him. When he used his divination to conduct divination, he finally found some clues. So that's the case. Is it actually an accident caused by that ancient ruin? The corner of Lin's mouth was smiling, and he was holding the eye of the mind in his hand. The whole thing was a pendant made of strange crystals, which looked very beautiful. But this was the first time that he didn't go to others to trouble him, but the trouble came to him. Lin remembered the reason and came to the place where the mutated blood-sucking vines were. He could vaguely see the bones of a few knights wearing magical armor. The flesh and blood had been swallowed up, but there were still some signal energy transmission fluctuations. With a thought, Lin separated part of his soul essence onto these 3 corpses. Soon there was an astonishing change. The corpse, which originally had no flesh and blood, trembled spontaneously. The black viscous liquid proliferated instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a living person. But as for whether it is really human, only Lin knows its essence. Lin's soul is the mutation factor itself, and he represents the existence of the mutation factor. As long as it's a mutation factor, it's a part of his soul, and it's just because of its quality. These 3 resurrected corpses are dominated by his mutation factor. Even if they have flesh, they are just walking dead. Watching the 3 magic knights walk into the black forest, Lin said faintly, "I am very uneasy to be remembered by others. I was hesitating at first, whether to spread the mutation factor all over the island continent, but it is still completely under my control. I am more at ease." Under the order of Lin, the 3 magic knights will bring a huge surprise to the so-called mechanical empire. If nothing else, the entire empire will be infected by the mutation factor. Of course, the infected person is still himself. But as long as Lin thinks, he can replace that person's existence at any time, just like the Matrix in the Matrix. Time flies, and 3 years have passed quickly. After Lin dispatched the 3 magic knights, the feeling of being remembered on a whim disappeared. Instead, the soul found a place on the island continent through induction, and there were a lot of mutation factors. As long as Lin wants to, he can reach there at any time, condense his temporary body through the mutation factor, and also mutate, increase the body, and the related ability mutation direction has been stored in the core of each Lin mutation factor. It can be said that the people in the apocalyptic world can use the abilities that Lin can use. At present, the use of mutation factors is still being continuously developed, and the quality of Lin's soul is also improving at a considerable rate. Inside the laboratory I'm also 40 years old. I can't imagine. Lin sighed, but this feeling was quickly swept away. What troubled him was not the issue of lifespan. Now he still looks like a young man, and he is considered to be very young among the wizarding community. Knowledge, progress, I finally see hope for the way forward. Lin looked at the flesh and blood embryos in the culture cabin with excitement on his face. Hint, the flesh and blood embryo has been successfully cultured, and the host has a 70% chance of reaching a complete level of cultivation and successfully advancing to the next stage. The next stage is the stage of the official wizard, which means that this time the flesh and blood embryo will be the opportunity for Lin to advance to the official wizard. The possibility of 70% is already very high. Even if some bloodline wizards have reached the critical point, the bloodline cultivation level has reached the limit, and the probability of being able to advance to the official wizard is not 50%. The flesh and blood embryo in the culture cabin had turned into a black crystal, without any other color. It was pure black, but it shone with an inexplicable luster, giving Lin the feeling that his appetite was completely widened, from the depths of his soul. Desire. Golem. Lin swallowed, then couldn't help grabbing the black crystal and eating it in one bite. Instantaneous effects are produced, the potential in the body is quickly stimulated, and a subtle heat flow begins to be generated from each cell, and then it flows like a rolling river, from small to large, from large to large, from large to large. Full, which is the bloodline level of the snake stage, is rapidly increasing. Kai. Lin's skin suddenly split open, revealing a stronger body posture like a snake peeling off its skin. Every blood vessel has a black liquid flowing, and it is remodeled until it extends into Lin's pupils. The purple light shone again, and it continued to deepen, solidifying the ability of a certain type of eye. The purple liquid was secreting, spreading on the ground of the laboratory, gradually forming a solidified mass, and it also looked more and more like a snake's scales. In the dark, Lin had a hunch that this time he succeeded in the bloodline promotion, but due to the cursed snake, the blood demand is too huge. He needs to sleep, he needs to absorb more energy to replenish himself, and the nutrition he needs as soon as possible. And this time, the expected time to sleep is 3 years. The purple scales gradually clinged to his skin, and more fluid flesh rushed over, gradually wrapping him around like a snake egg. The surface of the snake egg was uneven and the scales were indirectly interlaced. The path of evolution is now under the control of the chip. The laboratory was completely closed, and a large amount of energy was continuously gathered into the purple snake eggs, supplying everything Lin needed. Chapter 184. Brothers, I've been in a bad relationship recently, and the updates are not good. I update every 3 or 4 times. I know, I try to update as much as possible. Women are so troublesome. 3 years later, when Lin opened his eyes again, a terrifying aura erupted from the closed room of the laboratory. It was far beyond the ordinary, a wizard apprentice. Hint, the host has successfully reused the flesh and blood embryo, successfully cultivated 100% of the bloodline of the cursed snake, and has successfully advanced to the official wizard stage. The current bloodline level. The first stage of the cursed snake, 0%. If the first stage reaches 100%, it means that Lin has reached a complete success in the official wizard stage, and the next step is to consider advancing to the second level bloodline official wizard. But it's still a long way from Lin. Crackling. Lin felt the change in himself, that is, the muscles and bones all over his body have been greatly increased, and the bloodline has become stronger. I already have the same strength as a dragon lizard wizard, and I can do whatever he can, such as the bloodline real body, the most powerful means of this bloodline wizard. Lin clenched his hands tightly, feeling the power from above. He felt that he could kill himself before with one punch. Whether it is the power of chi and blood or the power of blood, it is completely different from before. Is this the realm of strength of an official wizard, really stepping into the path of truth and starting to climb on the road? The purple light shone on the skin, and the snake tattoo on the chest also changed. It had been distributed on every inch of the skin and could no longer be seen, as if Lin himself already represented the cursed snake. His bloodline has initially matured, equivalent to a purebred cursed snake in the childhood of humans. Hint, the bloodline of the cursed snake has been successfully promoted. On the basis of the original characteristics, the following characteristics have been added. 1. The physique is increased 10 times on the original basis, and the power of rigidity and softness is obtained. The soft nature of snakes does it all. 2. Unlock the power of the bloodline real body, which can be partially and fully integrated into the original body. 3. The power of the curse is displayed. When the power of the curse and the power of the bloodline cooperate with each other, the strength will be greatly increased. 4. Obtain the eye of the curse, use the power of blood, and when incarnating into the real body of blood, you can release the power of the curse through both eyes, giving various impressions to the enemy, and it can also be used in the human state, with see-through, curse, spiritual suppression, spiritual protection, imposing oppression, etc. Ability characteristics. Hint, mental strength is increased, current, 29, physique is increased, current. Lin was stunned when he saw his information. Because the successful promotion to the official wizard was within his expectations, but he did not expect that the related increase would be so exaggerated, and the physique directly reached the point, even if it was officially bloodline. The wizard is also very powerful. How strong am I now, and how strong can I rank among the first-level official wizards? Lin took a deep breath. His body had never been so comfortable. I shouldn't be a human now. It should be said that I have become another extraordinary life form, a young cursed snake. The current human form can also be supported by the bloodline power at any time. The original form of the cursed serpent appeared. Lin's hands bloomed with purple light, and 2 purple giant pythons appeared. They began to climb on the ground of the laboratory, exploring with their tongues. The subtle information and heat factors were clearly distinguished, and any hidden elements could be traced. Enemy, no matter what method the opponent uses. Unless the other party is no longer in this world. More powerful snake-like, snake nature. Lin couldn't help showing his full body any longer. Every wizard who stepped into the first-level wizard cultivation realm has already left the category of human beings in terms of existence. Even if he still maintains a human form, but the various body organs and the degree of exaggeration that can be achieved make it completely irrelevant to the human species. Which human being can go 10 days and 10 nights without food, breathe frost and snow, drink magma? After some elemental wizards advance to the level of formal wizards, their bodies will turn into their real bodies, and there is something peculiar about it. Kai. The wizard's robe suddenly fell to the ground. The real Lin turned into a purple shadow and climbed everywhere in the laboratory. Whether it was on the wall or the ceiling, he was able to rely on his original ability to climb, completely ignoring gravity. Because at the moment his form is a 10-meter-long giant purple python with 2 pairs of small wings on the back, and there is also an adsorbed skin under the lower abdomen, which can support itself on the ceiling, as well as other limbs. Small claws are growing everywhere, and the most important thing is that the head can still vaguely identify some of Lin's handsome features, and the black hair is floating in the air. Even if it is a snake, it is an incredibly handsome snake. If you need association, please refer to Ochimayu's Ochi form. The form of the bloodline avatar is really peculiar. No wonder the dragon lizard wizard once said that for the bloodline wizard, the bloodline avatar is his true face. It is good to control the instinct and animal nature of the true body of the bloodline, and maintain the original rationality and wisdom of the wizard. In the blink of an eye, Lin recovered his human body and put on his wizard robe. This 10-meter-long cursed snake avatar is the result of Lin's suppression of himself. If the firepower is full, I am afraid that it will not be much worse than the bloodline avatar of the dragon lizard wizard, and the minimum system is 500 meters above the idol. Hint, the new inheritance ability has been opened, on the basis of the original, Jiaoditsao, snake-like and snake nature. The bloodline ability has become the bloodline real body, the eye of the curse, and the poison of corrosion, the undead body, the ancient power pressure. My strength has truly reached the point where I can control my own voice and destiny. The real inner world can also be explored, building the gate of the world, and researching places that make countless formal wizards fascinated. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. Another happy thing is that the research on the corpse of the Xingqian wizard is at the end, and it will take about half a year to obtain the meditation method of the official wizard. At that time, Lin will be able to make an official wizard breakthrough to try the path of curse meditation. Double official wizard. If the soul essence of the mutation factor is added, it is a triple level. It seems that the branch of soul wizards has not yet appeared in the wizarding world. Chapter 185. I can afford to wait for half a year. Lin started to deal with some accumulated things as usual, and then passed his consciousness to the side of the mechanical empire through the connection of the mutation factor. In the original human empire, under certain circumstances, there were various mechanical creations, and a large number of soldiers equipped with mechanical armor and magical weapons were patrolling. The residents still live and work as usual, creating value for the prosperity of the mechanical empire, and as the lord of all this, Avatikin, sits on his throne with an indifferent face, no one knows the original country. The lord has already been occupied by the souls of others. But now, it is controlled by Lin's mutation factor, and the soul in the body is also infected and assimilated into a part of Lin. There were no other people in the hall, only Avatikin. Suddenly, the blue veins on his face burst out one by one, and black substances flowed in the blood vessels, and then spread all over the body. In the blink of an eye, his face changed. It became Lin's face. So that's the case, is this the situation here? Lin has already learned all the information, including the situation in the ancient ruins. Inadvertently, I thought it was just an antique mechanical wizard's laboratory, but I didn't expect to study this thing, perpetual motion. It's really interesting. Lin's eyes flickered. This eternal energy, eternal movement and workmanship, although it seems to abide by the law of conservation of energy, but no one has ever realized it, even some great wizards in ancient times have not understood it with research. This is an obscure ancient ruin, there will be such things. Lin didn't believe it, but in Avatikin's memory, the teacher he worshipped was studying this topic, and he had achieved preliminary results, creating the core of the perpetual motion machine, which is a mechanical wizard's treasure. Anyway, since I've found out about it, it's better to go and have a look. As the treasure of mechanical wizards, according to the information obtained, the perpetual motion mechanical core can allow a mechanical wizard to advance all the way to the third level great wizard, and it can be unimpeded. The eye of the mind was in Lin's hands, and when he replaced his consciousness, he had already replaced it with the eye of the mind. Lin, whose soul has become a mutation factor, can already do this. According to my memory, the location of the ancient ruins should be here. Looking at the pitch-black mountains in front of him, the bare ones no longer have any vegetation. Instead, they exude a mechanical, greasy feeling, as if they are lubricating. Really, the unique beauty of mechanical wizards. It took Lin about half an hour to get here all the way from the Machine Empire. It was not hindered by anything. With the result that the mutation factor has completely covered the entire machinery empire, it only needs a thought. What the residents and soldiers see and hear will become what Lin wants them to observe. The moment he stepped into the pitch-black mountain range, the eye of the mind in his hand suddenly radiated light, and a unique signal echoed a certain part of the mountain range. Lin's expression moved slightly, and following the induction, he entered the depths of the mountain. In front of him is a huge blank section between the mountain walls. Under the radiating perception of spiritual power, he can clearly know that there is something special here. So that's the case, is it a hidden special simulation scenario? The old trick of the mechanical wizard. Lin holds the eye of the mind in his hand, without any hesitation. Whose went directly to the wall. The next moment, the wall in front of him seemed to be fluid, and the body sank into it and disappeared. 2 hours later Lin walked out of the relic of the mechanical wizard, and his expression did not change much. As he expected, this is just a very old mechanical wizard, and his knowledge and research level are completely incomparable with the current mechanical wizard, so he doesn't get a lot of useful things. However, he still found the perpetual mechanical core that Avatikin had in mind. Hint: the analysis results are as follows. The perpetual motion mechanical core has the function of improving the strength of the mechanical wizard and storing energy, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of the mechanical wizard's promotion. It has such an effect before the third-level wizard, but hesitant to obtain the host. The core of the perpetual motion machine is not intact, it is in a state of incompleteness, and it can only reach the official wizard level at most. Lin can only say that little is better than nothing. For the time being, he has no idea about the path of the mechanical wizard. It's a treasure for mechanical wizards, but for me it's just tasteless. It's a pity that it's tasteless and discarded. Lin is going to keep it, maybe it can be used for some transactions in the future. Other mechanical wizards, but they are very crazy about this thing. Next, Lin has to consider the schedule of returning to the wizarding world. Forced to leave the wizarding world, now that he has enough strength, he naturally does not need to fear some dangers that he was unable to face before. The Ring of Ouroboros, the three alliances, are all in the past, and what I want to pursue is a further path of truth. Lin decided to wait until half a year later. The official wizard level meditation method was successfully deduced, and he was promoted to the official meditation wizard and returned to the wizarding world. There are enough resources to support Lin's subsequent improvement, and there are more extraordinary knowledge for Lin to absorb. Chapter 186. Everything in the mechanical empire was running as usual. The sun had just reached the center, and a vague figure appeared on the sky. With the inexplicable call and attraction, a large number of mutation factors emerged from the body of each life. The frequency of breathing. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly, and the mutation factor also has a hidden ability, that is, when entering other life forms and parasitizing, he can slowly absorb nutrients with the metabolism of the life body and blood circulation. With energy. Now, when Lin took back those mutation factors, he could clearly feel that those mutation factors had been enhanced, merged with Lin's soul, and also led to the growth of Lin's soul in a disguised form. The path of the soul has never been explored, and it is often passively promoted. As for whether there is a branch root of the soul wizard, I have never heard of it in the long time from the ancient wizarding world to the present. Lin's ambition has developed a path of his own soul wizard, based on mutation factors, to nourish and strengthen his soul quality. After absorbing all the mutation factors, Lin carefully measured his body. Compared with before, the quality of his soul increased by at least about %. In the Black Forest laboratory after Lin completed all the matters, he continued to come back here to carry out the follow-up experiments. It is worth mentioning that the student Kate finally came out of the retreat, breaking through the first-level wizard apprentice. It can be considered that Lin has a small change in him, and he will not be so disappointed. After giving him the follow-up wizard meditation method and related resources, Lin entered a deep retreat, and the retreat period was set for half a year. Time passed, like a grain of sand, unable to hold it at all, slipped away from the gap between the fingers. Half a year later the door of the laboratory opened again, with a little vicissitudes of time on his face. Lin's eyes were faint, but he could clearly see the joy on his face. The formal wizard-level meditation method has finally been deduced, and it is 100% matched, and the efficiency of meditation is also the highest. I've finally waited for this day, and I've spent too much time and energy for this. Lin recalled bits and pieces in his mind. Because of lack of strength, he was forced to come to the island continent. Because of the lack of resources, he was forced to choose the world to travel, to seek resources, and went through untold hardships. All this finally paid off. I don't have an extraordinary background, powerful forces, and inexhaustible resources. All I have is myself, relying on my own efforts and diligence. Hint: after the official wizard meditation deduction is completed, the core inscription will become an arrangement of core witchcraft. Each time you advance to one level, you will get a core witchcraft arrangement, but you also need to outline the subsequent core inscriptions. Hint: unnamed wizard meditation. The effect is as follows: the meditation speed is increased by 100%, the physique and soul spirit of the data are perfectly matched, and the effect of the curse power is 100%. Lin can't wait to make his own meditation breakthrough. The third-level wizard apprentice has been deadlocked for nearly 10 years, reaching a critical point, and he can break through at any time. But there is still a prerequisite. The spiritual tide content of the island continent is still too low. I need to reach the wizarding world before I can make a breakthrough. In this way, the success rate will be greatly improved. It is almost a sure thing. Interpunct 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 interpunctation immediately began to pack his luggage and put all the useful things into the bore-in-earring and space storage bag. Data of various ages and stored extraordinary materials, experiments on Aberdeen mold, follow-up research on mutation factors, pharmacy, alchemy, fusion of extraordinary blood, in-depth research on flesh and blood knowledge. Everything that can be taken away is taken away, and what cannot be taken away can only be destroyed. Soon Lin was finished. As for Kate, he had already informed him. Inside the teleportation formation, Lin placed the remaining magic stones one by one in the grooves of the teleportation formation. Kate is now acting as the coffin bearer, and the corpse of the Star Wizard is still useful. This is just a formal wizard-level meditation method. There will be a second-level wizard meditation method. You can continue to deduce it with this corpse, but it will probably take an extremely long time. Lin knew all about it, but as long as he was promoted to the official wizard, he could afford it. After all, the lifespan can be greatly increased and improved, at least 3,000 years. The extraordinary beginning is born at this moment. With the white light of the teleportation formation shining, the two figures disappeared in the teleportation formation, together with the coffin. In the depths of the inexplicable mountain range, I don't know how long it has passed, the strange lines carved on this rock have long been covered by the leaves and dust. With the generation of spatial fluctuations, the white light began to shine, and the dust was blown away, revealing the real traces. The interface of the space began to connect, the coordinates were found, and then Lin and Kate arrived. After many years, I finally returned to the wizarding world. Earth. Chapter 187. Brothers, I'm back. I don't have a woman in my heart. The code word is natural, a lie gives it. Ace. Lin had a deep meaning on his face. His eyes flickered, and the scene of being chased and killed by the official wizard was still vivid in his mind. When he came back, he would settle what should be settled, and what should be settled. The Ring of Ouroboros is just a habitat for him, to help him take revenge, or to rebuild the wizarding power of the Ring of Ouroboros. Lin will not do such thankless things. I hope that there will be no trouble finding the door. Perhaps I can name my wizard meditation the Ancient Curse. The most important thing now is to find a suitable place, practice the breakthrough method above the ancient curse, and advance to the official wizard. There are enough spiritual tides in the wizarding world to support Lin's breakthrough, which is unmatched by the island continent. By combining all the core inscriptions into a core wizard spell, you can become a first-level wizard, and that core wizard spell can also echo the will of the wizarding world, or the blessings of the wizarding world, so that the quality of spiritual power will grow by leaps and bounds. This is the biggest difference between a formal wizard and a wizard apprentice. No matter how huge the spiritual power of a wizard apprentice is, as long as it is not blessed by the wizarding world, it is far incomparable. Lin already understood everything. Now the next step is to purchase materials, build a defensive formation, and then find a relatively safe and suitable place to break through. It is not an easy thing to be promoted to an official wizard. It must be safe, quiet and not disturbed. The magnificent and tall city wall is engraved with the traces of the historical years. The flow of people coming and going, entering and leaving the gate of the giant city, does not seem to be checked and dangerous. Yes, after all, it has been 10 years since the annihilation of the Ouroboros. I don't know how many times it has been cleaned up in the past 10 years. Those who have been caught and died have died. Lin's dress, gates follow and the coffin on his back are enough to attract attention. Fortunately, they entered a wizard city, not a human city. Ordinary people can guess Lin's identity at a glance. They bow their heads and dare not look any further, showing their respect. When Lin entered the city gate, he could see that many ordinary people were also entering the wizard city. He shook his head secretly in his heart. The radiation from the wizards is enough for these ordinary people to drink a pot, even if there are isolation measures. But it cannot achieve complete isolation. Just because of such a pitiful and slim chance, how can it be so easy to become a wizard apprentice? Bix grocery store. Lin looked at this ancient shop and nodded. It seemed that it had at least a history of over 100 years. There must be a powerful wizard family behind it, and he needed to be able to find what he wanted in it. Welcome to what this customer wants to buy. We have everything in the big grocery store, only customers you can't think of, nothing we can't do. On the counter, an old man who looked to be in his 60s greeted Lin with a smile when he saw Lin walk into the shop door. I need to buy some materials. The contents are as follows: snow silver flower, wilderness stone, diamond iron, long igneous. Lin went straight to the topic and told the old man his needs. Some guest, we have all the extraordinary materials you mentioned here. I've summed it up, and there are 3,650 magic stones in total. Lin thought that his magic stones seemed to be exhausted, and he had been using mutant's power to supply energy, which naturally wouldn't work in the wizarding world. The old man has already packed the corresponding materials in a simple spaced storage bag. Is temporary, it can only last about 3 days, and it will be completely damaged. It is a very broken space storage bag. It is generally used for temporary use of purchasing items. The wholesale price is 2 magic stones per piece. The guests are honored to patronize. Lin thought for a while, and took out a bottle of medicine from his storage bag. The medicine is generally gray, but it is inexplicably shiny, and there are white lines with spots in it, which is very beautiful. The magic stone is very scarce for the time being, but I found that there is still such a bottle of high-level potion left. Why don't I use this as a mortgage to exchange it? Lin said slowly. The old man hesitated for a while, and carefully identified the bottle of medicine, only his eyes revealed shock and fiery. The value of this potion has been seen. Instead, he looked at Lin in shock. He could take out this kind of potion with the effect of the rank. What is the origin of this sorcerer? Under Lin's perfect use of the power of blood, the breath was hidden very well, and the other party could not find Lin's strength. He could only feel like an ordinary person, and there was nothing outstanding. Then the store just agreed to exchange. Lin grabbed the bag in the missing space on the counter and walked out of the store. At this time, the old man hadn't reacted yet. When he recovered, he found that Lin had already gone far, and it was too late to say anything if he wanted to. It's weird, it's really weird. In such a remote wizard city, since there is such a sample-level potion, it's really interesting. The old man's eyes were faint, some ideas sprang up in his heart, and some information was passed on. Lin walked on the street with an indifferent expression. The ordinary people on both sides would stay far away from him. Only the rest of the apprentice wizards would get closer, but they also kept their distance. Kate went down to Lin's knowledge, and bought some things in another place, which were the corresponding potion materials, and the two met at the corner of the street. "Teacher, I have finished buying what you want." Kate handed the broken space storage bag to Lin, and all this was seen by the hidden figure. Also, I became more and more certain of my inner thoughts. Lin didn't respond much to this. This is the confidence brought by his strength. He is now an official wizard of the bloodline, and the quality of his soul is comparable to that of a full-fledged wizard, and it is an unprecedented soul level. As a normal official wizard, Lin no longer pays attention. Inside the city lord's mansion in this wizarding city, the corresponding person conveyed the news to the city lord's ears. The city owner is a middle-aged Mediterranean man with sparse hair. At this moment, he welcomes a distinguished guest in the gorgeous and luxurious hall room. The two chatted very happily. The servant's behavior of passing the news and the change of the city lord's expression made the distinguished guest sitting opposite a little curiosity in his heart. Oh, did something interesting happen? Chapter 188. The city owner Becky asked curious questions when he saw his guest, and immediately said with a smile, "It is indeed an interesting thing. In our small border town, there is actually a transaction of high-level medicines, and the source is still a single source. Wizard, the identity is very attractive." The figure in the wizard's robe said with a little surprise, "This is a bit interesting." Behind the high-level pharmacy represents a pharmacist with a high grade. Is this person still a pharmacist? Becky said, "It's really as Norman you think, indeed a pharmacist." He told the informant what the informant saw. The expressions of the two of them gradually became serious. How could a pharmacist with a high rank appear in such a small border town, usually only in the core area of the Black Triangle? The two of them have decided to go check it out. If there is something wrong, they can also start to solve it. Of course, it is more about pulling it under the name of his own wizarding force. Rare talents like pharmacists will be sought after wherever they go. Norman, although our three alliances are one family, we have a clear score. How about this 13 pharmacist give us the Tower of Elements? The two had already left the city lord's mansion, Becky said with a smile. Although the two were talking, the pace under their feet was surprisingly fast, and they had already walked several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. "I'm afraid this can't be compromised, Becky. Let's do what we can, but you find the pharmacist first, or I will find it first, and he can't force whoever he chooses, no." Norman's eyes flickered in the dark crypt. If a pharmacist with a high level could join his wizarding force, he might be able to get rewards and raise the resources to become an official wizard. Both he and Becky have been stuck in the third-level wizard apprentice for a long time, mainly because the resources are not enough to support the promotion. Slave place in Wizard City. This is responsible for selling all kinds of slaves, with different races and identities. Almost the entire slave market in the Black Triangle is connected in series, and you can buy any slave you want, unless it is especially precious and cherished. Lin walked slowly on the street of the slave market. On both sides were the entrances of the slave shop. There were many women of a different race in thin clothes who were soliciting customers. Pass by. Don't miss it. There are guests here that you want any slave, whether it's a girl from the Ice Wolf clan, a matriarch of the Mountain Spirit clan, or a handsome man and a beautiful woman from the Elf clan. Can buy it. Under the arrangement of Lin, Kate has chosen some places to live in the city, focusing on the more remote and quiet independent mansions. Used as a temporary laboratory for retreat breakthroughs. Lin locked up a shop called Bingshan Slave Farm, walked in, and was greeted by the corresponding service staff immediately. This precious guest, welcome to Bingshan Slave Farm. I don't know what kind of demand you have, what kind of effort you want to buy, and how much to expect. This service staff is a young orc woman, wearing animal skins and wrapping vital parts, cat ears, and amber pupils. He led Lin to the interior of the slave farm, and he did not forget to introduce him when he left. Slaves in iron cages on both sides. Its related information, what features, and how much is the price. Even Lin saw the original compatriot of the orc race in a certain iron cage. It's really interesting to sell your own people. But Lin has already made his own choice, and he is not here to buy these so-called pleasure-seeking slaves. These are not what I need. What I want is the kind of extraordinary creature with special abilities, whether it is a beast, a race, or other aliens. As long as it contains extraordinary and can use special abilities, I need it. Lin said lightly, although he doesn't have magic stones, he has accumulated a lot of potions, which is also an alternative hard currency. The reason for buying slaves is whether you have completed some of the results of the Flesh and Blood Conjecture plan, which has upgraded from the structure of tissues and organs to the level of more subtle cells and microorganisms. Lin urgently wants to have his own knowledge of flesh and blood. It is also possible to obtain a batch of new extraordinary bloodlines, even if the rank is not very high, it is enough. I want to try to see if I can fuse a large number of zero-level extraordinary bloodlines together, and spontaneously give birth to a first-level extraordinary bloodline. It's just not based on the extraction of Lin's own blood fusion point, but chose to let these different kinds of extraordinary creatures fuse with each other, whether it is blood or body tissue, with the knowledge of Lin's flesh and blood at the cellular level, can it be fused to break free from the shackles of blood. Of high-level extraordinary creatures. If possible, Lin can also clearly grasp the direction of the follow-up advanced flesh and blood knowledge. The most important point is that Lin wants to try adding a mutation factor. Maybe you can find a way to enhance your soul mutation factor and improve your soul wizard level. I'm sorry, this honorable customer, your request is too much. I have to find my supervisor here, please wait a moment. The orc woman's face showed shock, resisting the violent beating of her heart, and hurriedly ran to the backstage. This is an unprecedented big customer. Usually, not many people would come to buy these things. There were already a lot of extraordinary creatures, and the meat to be consumed every day was a problem. Not many. An elegant and fat old man dressed in luxurious clothes and gold-rimmed glasses walked out and said to Lin with a smile, I understand your needs, guests, don't worry, our iceberg slave farm it will surely satisfy you. Soon, I took Alan to see the relevant slaves. Indeed, as someone said, the types of slaves are very complete, including beasts, humanoids, and humanoids. Lin's eyes fell on a handsome man and a beautiful woman in an iron cage. She looked very human, with delicate and beautiful facial features, and fair skin. Only her ears were long and pointed, revealing her identity. Elves. Guest, the elves are not cheap. If you need it, you can also sell it to you. Lin thought about it for a while. He had always wanted a house elf to help him handle some trivial matters in the laboratory. Unfortunately, house elf, this elf race has not appeared for a long time. Taking the second place, choosing some ordinary elf clans is still reluctant. Then pick me 2 female elves, and try to control the settings and there won't be any problems. He ignored the anger in the eyes of the two elf girls and the hatred on their faces. Alan asked, "Don't worry, with just a single thought, you can make these slaves do whatever you want them to do, if they don't obey." A subtle smile appeared on the fat old man's face, and he handed Lin an iron chain ring. Lin nodded. This is the extraordinary item that controls these slaves. Chapter 189. It was agreed that after 3 days, Lin would come to extract the corresponding slaves. Since the quantity purchased by Lin is too large, the iceberg slave farm needs to be prepared, the corresponding follow-up processing will be completed, and the information center about the slave control device will be transferred. Lin chose to go to the mansion he purchased first. Kate has heard the news that the matter has been done. The location is in the northwest of Wizard City, a vineyard that has been abandoned for about half a year. But as he was walking, he stopped and set his eyes on the two figures on the corner of the street. They are all wearing wizard robes, exuding not weak energy radiation fluctuations, reaching the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Hint, name, Becky, level, third-level wizard apprentice, mental strength, 15, constitution, 40. Hint, name, Norman, level, third-level wizardry disciple, mental strength, 16, constitution, 35. This can only be the leading class of the wizard city, and the strength of the city owner. Every wizard city will have a wizard force that will issue a mission, and the powerful wizard apprentice is sent out, who dare to take this mission, naturally cannot be underestimated. Interesting, it seems to be very clear, it's aimed at myself. Lin remembered the little tail that had been following him in the dark. Even though he had drawn these two guys over, he didn't care too much. She walked towards the end of the street on her own. Soon, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Becky and Norman smiled as they took a step forward, wanting to pass each other first and call this pharmacist into their wizarding force. "I think this is the unmasked pharmacist. I'm lucky to meet. I'm Norman from the Dark Crypt. I want to invite you to join my wizarding force, and I will give you satisfactory remuneration and suitable the contract. Rest assured, all this is not compulsory, it only requires your consent." After all, Norman was one step ahead of Becky, with a smile on his face. Becky's pupils shrank suddenly, not because of anything else, but in his space-holding bag, there was a slight trembling reminder sound, which was transmitted to his arm. Those are warnings and reminders that will only take effect many years ago. A warning that can only be triggered by the remnants of the Ouroboros ring that has been destroyed? The pharmacist in front of him turned out to be the remnant of the Ouroboros ring. His expression immediately became extremely excited. In the organization, the task of remainder is still hanging high, and the rewards are getting richer and richer. If this pharmacist could be captured, it would be completely different from capturing ordinary remnants. He has given up the idea of recruiting Lin into his wizarding organization. Instead, he will directly subdue Lin and send it to the wizarding organization in the form of slaves, which can reduce more consumption expenditure. The water element gathered between heaven and earth, condensed on his hands, and ripples appeared in the wizard's robe. "Becky, what are you doing?" Norman had a puzzled look on his face. "This guy is the remnant of the Ring of Ouroboros. I didn't expect that in the past 10 years, I would still meet the remnant. It's really a reward from God," Becky said with excitement on her face, and a water dragon condensed in her hand roared towards Lin. Roar. Remainder. Norman's breathing became quicker. Obviously, he also understood the meaning of being a pharmacist. Why should you pay huge profits to invite people who can be prostituted for free? Negative energy gathered in Norman's eyes. His eyes were modified to adapt to the release of this wizard's spell. This was his specially modified petrified eyes. There was a faint light, and a grey light shot out at Ling Xiao. Lin looked at him very calmly. The two of them were acting like turtles. As long as he wanted to, he could easily avoid them and kill them instantly. He did exactly that. The water dragon hit Lin directly, but it was only an afterimage, blasting a hole in the ground. The petrochemical light was also a late striker, but it was empty. Two purple giant pythons slowly climbed over their shoulders, sticking out their slender tongues, probing their cheeks. Unprecedented fear surged in the hearts of the two of them like waves, ups and downs like earth-shaking ups and downs. An oppressive force and murderous aura made the two of them unable to move one of their fingers, and they could only tremble slightly, waiting for the fate, Zhao Liao's, to receive the sentence. Such strength, such momentum. This person is definitely not a wizard apprentice, but a stronger official wizard. They're actually having an idea for an official wizard. This is really the funniest joke in the world. Why does the official thing come to such a small border town with a high-level existence? The hearts of the two were gradually filled with despair, and they knew that they were finished. The purple giant python opened its blood basin and bit on the necks of the two. The mutation factor was injected through the fangs, filling every part of the two's bodies. Lin also learned the memories of the two, and what happened to the Black Triangle in the past 10 years. Chapter 190. That's how it turns out. Unexpectedly, in the past 10 years, the situation in the Black Triangle has undergone such earth-shaking changes. Lin has already learned everything. During these 10 years, all traces of the Ring of Ouroboros have been erased, and then there are many major forces in the Black Triangle, the distribution of the occupied territories, and the three alliances have shared the distribution of the Ring of Ouroboros because of the destruction of the Ring of Ouroboros. Start the site. The three regions were given the three forces of the three alliances, and this wizard city belongs to the sphere of influence of the Tower of Elements. The three alliances still cooperate with each other. From the outside, they look like a complete alliance, which can already be divided into one force. After so long, there are still remnants of the search force deployed. It seems that the Ring of Ouroboros is really dead. Even if there are some remnants of power, it will not help. Unless you leave the Black Triangle, otherwise as long as they accept the endless pursuit and investigation, the other big wizards don't mind selling to the three alliances for such a face, and the Ring of Ouroboros is like a mouse, everyone is shouting and beating. Lin's expression did not change in the slightest, as if the Ring of the Ouroboros was just a possibility for him. Nowhere. His eyes fell on the two third-level wizard apprentices whose bodies had been manipulated by mutation factors, changing their memories, conveying the information he wanted to convey, and denying their cognition. A minute later the two third-level wizard apprentices with a blank expression stood in front of Lin blankly, and the others around them had already moved away from the battle. The battle of wizards is not something that ordinary people and low-level wizard apprentices can watch. The part of Lin's revision is to let them live according to the original behavior, but about Lin's own existence. He will be considered a pharmacist who is isolated from the world but with superb skills. In order to obtain the medicine in Lin's hands, the two of them tried to please them in every possible way, and subconsciously, they would not reveal Lin's information, so that they thought it was extremely beneficial to them. Deployed in this way, it is foolproof and will not be detected by anyone. Lord Lin, what's wrong with me? Norman's expression was still in a trance, but he quickly reacted and said respectfully to Lin. Who knows what's wrong with you? Maybe you're too old and your brain is dull. Becky, who was beside him, joked. I have the potion, but I need you to come to me with the corresponding materials to practice calligraphy, and I will charge an extra fee, which is expensive. You can figure it out for yourself. Lin said slowly, deepening the impression in their minds again. To do a play, you need to do a full set. We know this, Lord Lin. Entrance of Wizard City. Manilan's figure came here slowly, No matter what the follow-up result is, the most important thing for him now is to break through to the official wizard level of meditation. Only then will we have more confidence to face the three alliances. Speaking of strength is the most important thing. The manner Lin is named the manner of conjuration. Invite the corresponding staff to clean the manor, and then repair a lot of damaged areas, and the laboratory is also arranged as soon as possible. The two third-level wizard apprentices Becky and Norman were also very attentive, helping Lin to prepare all the affairs of the manor. 3 days later, a relatively complete laboratory and gorgeous manor were repaired. Lin arranged corresponding protective wizard formations inside and out. Adora's wizard terminal core has not been eliminated. It should be used as waste. It was integrated into the core of the three alliances and was dismantled. Lin looked at the mark of Adora's on his body and was slightly taken aback. As a result, the news that a mysterious, powerful and wealthy pharmacist was located in Miko Wizard City slowly spread, and even the Lord of the City and Lord Norman had to pay great attention. In the laboratory, Lin put his consciousness into the official wizard meditation method. After various choices, he decided to name this deduced wizard meditation method, the origin of conjuration. Being able to fit his meditation path is the source of the cursed wizard path. He will become the source of the cursed wizard, and go on like this. Soon the corresponding extraordinary knowledge filled his mind, making every brain cell tremble and fascinated by it. The road behind, the higher step, he found it, he knew how to do it. Sorcerer apprentices draw inscriptions one by one in meditation, and use this as a foundation to echo the energy particles in nature, which is also the root of transcendence. If you want to advance to a formal wizard, you must increase the connection between these inscriptions and the nature of heaven, earth, and nature. The closeness can drive more energy particles, echoing the heaven and earth. Then it must be used in combination. Inscriptions have extraordinary power. A single inscription may be weak, but after enough inscriptions are created, they will add up to an unimaginably powerful force. The first-level wizard apprentice is the most basic inscription. The second-level wizard's apprentice continues to draw on the basis of the first-level wizard's apprentice inscription. The strength will increase, but there will be no difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the third-level wizard apprentice, all the basic inscriptions will be fused together to form a complex inscription, which has brought about an essential difference. Lin's thoughts became clearer. And the way to advance to a formal wizard is to arrange and fuse the complex core inscriptions of the third-level wizard apprentices with the auxiliary inscriptions. The order of arrangement will become the core wizard spell solidified by the official wizard. Then what is the core inscription spell I want to solidify? Lin began to question his heart. He was looking for the answer. Chapter 191. After a long time, Lin suddenly laughed at himself. All these choices were already destined. Didn't you already make up your mind? Lin recalled the moment when he changed his destiny on the island mainland. Fusion of the blood of the cursed snake, stealing the extraordinary with a mortal body, and then to the present point. Scenes of pictures, adventures again and again, and struggles to become stronger again and again. As early as the moment of fusion of blood, my inheritance and solidification of witchcraft was already doomed. In Lin's mind space, the undulating Wang Yang Sea, the boundless sea and blue sky, the complex core inscriptions exuding purple light, hang high in the sky, surrounded by auxiliary inscriptions, with subtle purple light entwining and connecting each other. There is a connection between the auxiliary inscription and the core inscription. I will. Key is to make this connection even closer and completely reintegrated. Spiritual power spreads out to control those inscriptions, and walks according to his own hunch. The core inscription is still in the middle, the third inscription hangs on it. The eighth inscription takes over again, and the first inscription is integrated. This is a sort of sort, which best fits Lin's own sort. As long as the sorting is completed, you will be able to advance to the official meditation wizard and obtain your own solidified first-level core witchcraft. But the difficulty is also obviously terrifying, far exceeding the meditative sketches between wizards and apprentices. There must be a huge mental power to support the fusion and arrangement of these inscriptions. Every time the inscription is moved will be a great test for the wizard's mental power. To use the most natural and coherent method. Even if you are a little unstable, you won't let your promotion fail, but after the promotion becomes a first-level wizard, it already represents imperfection from the foundation, and the follow-up potential will also be reduced. With a thought, Lin called out the chip. With the auxiliary fusion of the chip, the arrangement of the inscriptions was much easier, and the chance of Lin's successful promotion to the perfect promotion was almost increased by about half. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it took. The door of the laboratory finally opened slowly under the gathering of energy, a slight white smoke came out, and a figure walked out. Lin's face was filled with joy. It was obvious that he had succeeded in his breakthrough. In the mind, each inscription is integrated with the core inscription in a specific order. It only needs mental power to trigger it, and under the reaction of the spiritual energy in the body and the external energy particles, the corresponding core wizard spell can be used. The slight release of mental power spread out and stretched out, setting off a hidden fluctuation in the laboratory. This kind of fluctuation can only be felt by those with mental power and relatively strong mental power. The feeling given is different from the dimension, which is essentially higher and more terrifying. Is this the realm of an official wizard? Lin muttered to himself. What he saw in his eyes and what he felt with his spiritual power was different from everything before. In addition to everything he could see before, he could also vaguely see the energy particles in nature. A variety of color maps, up to thousands, or even more. This is something that could not be observed before. This is the reality of the world. When the spiritual power is highly concentrated, it seems that you can still see the spiritual tide in the natural world, the origin of the spiritual tide, and the more core secret, about the existence of the inner world. My strength is almost everywhere. Lin squeezed his fist lightly, and a storm of mental power broke out in the entire laboratory. Interpunct, 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 interpunct. Various instruments and objects began to become disordered, unable to withstand Lin's mental power. Suddenly, Lin's expression changed. As if he felt something, he looked up at the ceiling, more precisely at the sky outside. He felt the will of the wizarding world, an unpredictable, unmeasurable unknown known as infinity. A force that Lin couldn't detect acted on him, as if a mother was stroking her child, whispering softly. This is the blessing of the wizarding world. Hint: the host has successfully advanced to meditation as an official wizard. He is blessed by the will of the wizarding world. His spiritual power has been fundamentally transformed, his physique has been enhanced, his spiritual energy has been enhanced, and the core wizard spell has been fixed. The data are as follows: mental strength, 20, constitution. Attachment, spiritual power has been concentrated, purified, and sublimated to the highest degree with the blessing of the wizarding world will. Lin understands that this is the role of the foundation. The spiritual power of more than 20 is the standard for a wizard apprentice to advance to a formal wizard. It will be more difficult to improve the spiritual power in the future, but it will also increase the spiritual power after becoming a full-fledged wizard. Now, I am stronger than the average official wizard. What is the specific level? I need a reference. Every promotion in the future will attract the blessing of the will of the wizarding world, and the spiritual power will be sublimated, so it is almost impossible to challenge the higher level. The stronger is stronger. The current Lin, with a single thought, can instantly crush hundreds of apprentice wizards to death. This is a real difference. Hint. The core curing spells are as follows. Soil. Chapter 192. Brothers, I have already arrived at the studio. I was busy going to Hunan a few days ago. Now it's here. I can write it carefully. I never cheat on my brothers. You bring it up. Hint. The core curing spell is as follows. Name, unknown, function. Through the participation of spiritual energy and spiritual power, communicate the negative energy, positive energy and special energy of heaven and earth. Manipulate the soul and flesh and blood of the target, and achieve the highest degree of resurrection of the dead. Frequency, shadow energy GT23 in negative energy, emotional power Q3, secondary energy GJ6. Lin's consciousness is immersed in the magic of his own solidified wizard, and the various complex preconditions make the average official wizard despair. This is a combination with all kinds of extraordinary knowledge and ideas of Lin. It is the first level core witchcraft that is most suitable for Lin. In addition to the large branches of energy of various general categories, there are even smaller branches in the shadow energy, a strange formula. A little speechlessness appeared on Lin's face, which was too exaggerated. The preconditions were based on the extraordinary knowledge he possessed. Otherwise he might not be able to use this sorcerer spell. This should be the strongest wizard spell in first-level witchcraft. Although it seems to be biased towards assistance, the perfect application of flesh and blood knowledge has proved its extraordinariness. Lin took a rough scan. The negative energy in the emotional energy and mental will energy, the applied formula is as follows. Low loneliness plus N alienation plus fear plus despair plus SF woe self-worth M ridicule con condemn me misunderstanding XGLT guilts shames failures due trial N equals Y equals ho hope N equals faux stupidity, low love equals lee life equals to death, says self. This is the power of human emotions. The power of the mind also contains extraordinary, and in essence, far surpasses all energy properties, because it contains infinite possibilities without an upper limit. Almost every power has such a formula, positive, negative, spiritual. Everything contained in this Lin has converged into such a core solidified witchcraft. Perhaps I can call this witchcraft spell the resurrection of the dead. Lin knew that its function could manipulate all flesh and blood and a certain degree of soul, and it was very easy to resurrect the dead. The premise is that the time to die does not exceed 7 days. If it exceeds 7 days, the difficulty of resurrection will increase. Not only that, but the construction basis of the resurrection of the dead is flesh manipulation, soul interference, energy pulling, and spiritual resonance. Even if it is used alone, there is no problem. Each one is comparable to the most powerful core first-level witchcraft. On the other side of the wizard city, it is probably a relatively poor area. There are no prosperous buildings and unattainable wizards here. Some are just poor ordinary people, sitting the hardest jobs and holding the least money. Congenital factors determined that they could only do this, looking forward to the turning point of future generations. But it's an almost impossible thing. No, my hubby doesn't allow this to happen. I want to be a superior person, I want to be rich, I want to have power, and I want to make those superior wizards pay the price. The dilapidated house is full of all kinds of stinky and dirty things. It is hard to imagine that this is a place where people live, but there is a figure here, facing the strange statue in front of him, uttering his most sincere roar, can say it is a request. The statue is grey, with an inexplicable luster shining, and it looks like 3 heads and 6 arms, one is a dragon head, one is a rabbit head, and the other is a human face. The 6 arms are open, as if to grab something. Zero, but now it's empty. Hubby is a poor man living in this rubbish heap. He found this statue when he was scavenging waste. He thought it might be worth some money, but he heard the call and murmur of the true God. This statue is the incarnation of the true God. As long as he listens to the ravings and instructions of the true God, he can get everything he wants. Hubby's face was full of enthusiasm. His eyes were filled with black blood and capillaries were filled with blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a ritually satisfying behavior. That is to use a knife to dig out his heart, liver, spleen, etc., and dig out all the internal organs and hang them on the 6 arms of the statue. Kai. With the piercing of the blade, his stomach was cut open, and his internal organs were placed on the statue one by one, and a strange atmosphere descended, and this absurd and bloody ceremony reached its peak. Everything is for the true God, everything is for my future. There was a weird smile on the corner of hubby's mouth, and he dug out his own heart, thumping, beating, blood-colored, a very irritating scene. The next moment, he ate directly by himself. Praise Adora, praise the great Lord of Adora. The black light, accompanied by the permeation of blood, made this dirty house even more misunderstood, and a terrifying existence began to be born. A layer of invisible ripples radiated from this, covering the entire pore area, affecting all the pore. The effect is to stimulate the unwillingness and longing in their hearts, and trigger their desires and resentments. This is the means of the evil god, and this statue is the legendary demon god of flesh and hatred, Adora, who possesses the terrifying ability to manipulate flesh and blood and arouse the resentment of life. It is better to kill by mistake than to let it go, but if you let it go, it will be a catastrophic catastrophe. Chapter 193. Lin was promoted to the official wizard, and fixed his core witchcraft, with joy on his face. After 1,000 hardships, he finally changed from a boat that drifted to a storm in the ocean, and was qualified enough to drive those the boats are up. In other words, from a chess piece to a weaker chess player. Walking out of the door of the laboratory, after learning that Lin had left the customs, the news, Kate, who was waiting outside the door, immediately greeted her with admiration on her face. "Teacher, you are out of the customs. Congratulations on your success in breaking through the official wizard." Lin has become stronger, and for Kate herself, there are also many benefits, and it is natural for them to be in the same line. Lin learned some relevant information from Kate, that is, the big and small events that happened outside this retreat. This time the retreat was not as long as I thought, it only took a month, but there are 30 things that exceeded my expectations. Lin was a little surprised. In his plan, he set a standard for himself for about 3 months, so it seemed that it was because it came naturally. However, 2 things still caught Lin's attention. "You mean, the 3 alliances will send an official wizard, and the wizard city we are in is within its jurisdiction? Interesting. In addition, several bad incidents have been discovered in the wizard city recently. In some hidden places outside the city, many have lost their corpses. It is suspected that something terrible happened in the dark and threatened Becky and No. Man, there are also security risks for the entire wizarding city." Lin almost finished understanding, and the huge spiritual power spread out in an instant, covering the entire wizarding city. Invisible and intangible, but can instantly explore all the big and small situations of the wizard city. What? Surprise flashed in Lin's eyes, because just now, with his current mental strength, he didn't find the slightest inappropriate or abnormal phenomenon. Sometimes no abnormality is the most abnormal. Lin was interested. Not only did he use his mental power to explore more carefully, but he also used the scanning function of the chip to scan the entire wizarding city. Finally, he realized the truth that was really hidden under the ordinary. Hint: after scanning, the situation is as follows. The high energy reaction of the wizard city has. There are places where there are extraordinary energy fluctuations. There are places that threaten the host. There is a place that contains something that can threaten me too. Then this place is the beginning of the anomaly that Becky and Norman perceive. Lin's eyes were faint. You had to know that he was an official wizard now, so what could threaten him? I'm confident that I'm also a leader in the category of official wizards. Then it only exists in the category of official wizards, and even more powerful. Kai. In the slums, more and more poor people couldn't bear this terrible influence, and lost their self-awareness. Instead, they dug out their internal organs and performed horrific and inhumane rituals. The abnormal point that happened at the beginning, that is, the location of the evil god statue, the feeling of weirdness and disorder became more and more obvious. It seemed that the existence that was born and nurtured was constantly becoming stronger, and more power and nutrients were absorbed and gathered. The Great Lord of Adora, the Great Lord of Adora. A frantic and disorderly prayer is repeated, the most obvious of which is such a name: praise the Lord of Adora. The Lord of Adora will bring you everything you want. In this way, without anyone finding out or controlling it, Adora's influence completely occupied the slums and spread to more places in the wizard city. 3 days have passed like this. The cup was dropped directly to the ground by one hand. In this city lord's mansion, the brief meeting made the atmosphere extremely depressed. Damn it. Why does the evil god exist? You didn't report it, you rubbish. Actually made Adora a climate, and soon his incarnation will be cast, and then the time comes coming to the world, we all have to play. Norman's face was so gloomy that he couldn't help but be angry. The evil god was terrible. Every wizard with a little knowledge would understand it. It is extremely troublesome and extremely difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, the influence of the evil god will affect the wizard himself, so he will always suffer from Adora's babble and murmur, causing the wizard to degenerate, causing even more terrifying threats and threats. Disaster. Ordinary wizards' operations take advantage of the fact that the situation has not expanded, and destroy the infected existences in place, and they are completely dead. Without the media and communication, the evil god is useless no matter how terrifying it is. Finally, the source was found to be sealed and contained. Chapter 194. I'm a night owl. If I say 5 watch, I will finish it before 5 o'clock in the evening. You stupid pigs. Norman threw the teacup to the ground, and the fragments and tea splashed onto the several apprentice wizards who were kneeling below, but they did not dare to react, because the situation this time was very, very serious. Becky's eyes were faint. He didn't say anything, but there was a little killing intent on his expressionless face. Adora is a notorious evil god, and the world is extremely terrifying in the inner world, and is notorious for the flesh and blood of life, especially the human flesh and blood in the real world. One lesson has been taught. If he could, he really wanted to run over these negligent guards in the Wizard City area. Now that the slums have fallen, then too many people have become the nutrients for Adora. Who knows how strong he has become? Now it is still spreading to more areas of the Wizard City. We are running out of time. If it continues like this, we will have to finish playing. Becky told this cruel truth. Either stop this happening in advance and seal the statue of the evil god at the source, but it is unrealistic now. The slum is so large, who knows where it will be, and Adora will definitely stop us. It is estimated that flesh and blood has been produced. It only takes time to pass and grow into a moving natural disaster. Damn it, What bastard dares to play the evil god? Becky thought of how bad this was, and couldn't hold back any longer, so she scolded it out of hand. Norman sighed. If possible, no one would want to be involved in matters related to the evil god, but the wizard city is very important to the above, and they must defend it. You can't even escape, unless the wizard city is really destroyed and encounters a force majeure enemy. At this stage, the evil god incident has not reached the point of being uncontrollable, so they must stay in the wizard city. This is the difference between not becoming an official wizard, a pawn and a chess player. It seems that there is only one way, and that is to choose to gather the exploration team and enter the slum to try to find out the source of the evil god incident. Norman's eyes were icy cold. You did this matter, so of course it's up to you to solve it. Just form an exploration team and go in. The several second-level wizard apprentices who were watched by Norman's eyes had sweat and panic on their faces, but there was no way. Here Norman and Becky are the masters. Their strength and power are not as good as each other. If they don't agree, it is equivalent to betraying the wizarding organization to which you belong. Somewhere on a high platform in the wizard city, a figure between the illusory and the real, watching the entire wizard city, to be precise, the slum, where the evil god incident happened. The evil god in the legends of the world, the demon god of flesh and hatred, Adora. A big man with a lot of background. Using the chip and his enormous mental power, Lin checked everything out and understood why he felt threatened. Adora's body in the inner world is at least a 4th-level great wizard. If she develops her incarnation in the wizarding world, she may even reach the stage of a 2nd-level wizard and a 3rd-level wizard. But Lin's face was not only without fear, but full of enthusiasm. I have never been able to understand the structure of the evil god. The last time Vivian dissected, it can be said that the plan of the god of lust was a complete failure. After the analysis, nothing substantial was obtained. I must not miss it. Understood the structure of the evil gods, study their inner, what is their root? Why are they so powerful, with almost instinctive authority, if you can study these existences clearly? Brother, Lin's breathing gradually became rapid. The most important thing was that there was flesh and blood in this evil god's authority, and Lin's fundamental research was flesh and blood. If he robbed the other party's flesh and blood authority, wouldn't his knowledge of flesh and blood be turned upside down? The enhancement, and even his core witchcraft can be further improved. One thought resurrecting ordinary people and manipulating them, and one thought resurrecting a formal wizard, the two have different meanings. Even my follow-up path will be smooth, and the shackles of the cursed snake blood will not be so weak. His mutation factor on Becky and Norman brought the relevant information back. The exploration team, just right. I also want to try the depth of Adora, even if it's just an avatar, but after all, Xiao Hao is the avatar of Adora. There is nothing wrong with being careful. He is going to mix his mutation factors into the bodies of the members of the exploration team. When entering the slum, he can learn about the situation inside, and he can make advance predictions at the time. Therefore, the exploration team is almost certain to die. Even if he wants to live, Lin will urge them to enter the most dangerous place to find the source of the evil god. I need to really see Adora before I can analyze the success rate of my plan to win him through the chip. Lin said quietly, the situation is stronger than people. When the superiors have needs, the inferiors are not qualified to refuse. This is caused by their own lack of ability. Chapter 195. Brothers, I didn't make it to the 5th watch. I only have the 4th watch today. I'm so sleepy, I can't stand it anymore. I'll make up for it tomorrow. 6 watch plus. The investigation team was formed by 2 2nd-level wizard apprentices and 4 1st-level wizard apprentices. They were all wizard city officials who made mistakes and did not do their duty well. Through the city streets that are no longer inhabited by people, they came to the vicinity of the slums. The originally gorgeous building has turned into a dilapidated state, and there seems to be a faint smell of blood coming from the depths of this area. The leaders are two second-level wizard apprentices. They obeyed the arrangement of Becky and Norman. They will be divided into two small exploration troops, surrounded by exploration from the left and right sides. If something happens to one side, or something happens, you can light the flare to alert the person on the other side. Retreat. Of course, this must be the opponent to be encountered, to the extent that it cannot be confronted, before the signal bomb is allowed to be launched. Spades, go to the right, I'll go to the left. The exploration team used the serial number of the playing cards as an excuse. One of the second-level wizard apprentices was Hearts. They glanced at the dilapidated building complex. Their walls were stained with a lot of blood and flesh and blood, and the ground was also stench. Objects and sticky little flesh and blood tissue mixed with various types of maggots wriggling, giving people a great discomfort in physiological behavior. Let's go. Spade took a deep breath and led his team to the left passage. The original life of the slum has disappeared, only blood and flesh and blood. It seems that the tragic situation that happened here can be imagined. The inexplicable sense of dead silence is always absent in this oppressive atmosphere, shrouding everyone. Just as they were carefully exploring to understand what happened in the slum, their perspective was also transmitted to Ya by the mutation factor in the body. In Lin's perspective, you can switch a tool and observe at the same time. The powerful mental power can support Lin in multitasking that he couldn't do before, and the upper limit is 5. It seems that the people in the slums have died cleanly. Could it be that these have become the nutrients for Adora's incarnation? Lin is analyzing and deducing through the chip. No, if he dies, it's not good for Adora. According to the information I have collected about Adora, what he is best at is the use of his power over flesh and blood and the power of hatred in the soul, combining the two to create a kind of flesh and blood that only obeys its own orders. It seems that we are about to encounter this flesh and blood mud. On the unknown high platform, Lin said slowly, from his perspective, the team of Spades passed through a tight alleyway with a relatively large sewer, forming a thick and disgusting filthy fluid that was slowly discharged. In the densely packed prefabricated rooms of the two rooms, bright red blood instantly flowed out from the walls and flowed onto the ground, very much like a scene in a horror movie. Although Spade's expression became tense, it was within the controllable range. In the face of the evil god, he must remain calm and not lose his sense. At least he firmly remembered this point. Spiritual energy began to spread out from the body of these wizard apprentices, forming a transparent, invisible, but unstable spiritual energy protection, which could only last for about a minute and consume a lot of money. This is the latest research on wizard spells from the Tower of Elements. It is said to be an official wizard who specializes in the principle of official wizard energy shields, which are specially simplified into spiritual protection that can be used by wizard apprentices for a short period of time. The flowing blood began to roll, as if it had come to life. The walls were also full of flesh, and they actually began to combine, forming tall figures, like huge monsters assembled from various corpses, with multiple arms and feet, and only a twisted face in the center. It's flesh and blood, go fast. They move slowly, you don't need to fight with them. Spades said, and at the same time, ripples began to appear on their spiritual energy shield, as if something they could not see was attacking them. Lin's complexion suddenly moved slightly, he felt his mutation factor trembling, as if he had encountered the same type of existence. The spiritual energy shield was attacked because the blood factor of microorganisms was attacking in the air, which was secreted by Adora, and it was also the flesh and blood ability brought by his authority. Sure enough, this evil god has what I want. I don't need to dissect it at all. This is a complete waste. I just need to swallow it. This blood factor will be swallowed and fused by my mutation factor. so that the quality of the soul is raised to a higher level, and the extraordinary knowledge of other aspects will also be naturally comprehended, because I am also a master of flesh and blood knowledge. The direction of the soul wizard's path can also be determined, that is to eat this type of existence, that is, to occupy more worlds and let the mutation factor affect more. Lin's heart was roaring, and his saliva was secreting rapidly. He had never felt so eager before. This was the peak of his unimaginable appetite. He is going to eat this demon god of flesh and hatred. Hunger is the best whipping. Chapter 196. Lin was almost unable to suppress his appetite, and his body also changed a little because of this desire. Purple scales were produced under the skin, and the characteristics of snakes were prominent. SSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Two purple giant pythons emerged from the cuffs of Lin's robes, with greedy appetites in their brown pupils. There is only one clearest idea. Eat. Not only the team of spades encountered this, but also the other side of hearts. Even the number of flesh and blood mud is more numerous and larger, and it is still in a fluid form, which can have a relatively considerable movement speed, chasing them. As long as one is shrouded in, it can devour life as a part of itself. It's impossible to penetrate deeply. The amount of flesh and blood is just right. Each one is an indestructible monster. Even if it is destroyed, it will quickly gather up spontaneously and be resurrected again. Hong Tao's face was very ugly. Just now, they tried to see if they could eliminate the flesh and blood. After all, escaping all the time was not a solution, but the final result was not what they wanted to see. With elemental spells, these flesh and blood are muddy, frozen, burned, or pulled into the ground, but they cannot be stopped and killed. The ones under the ground can also be like oozing blood, and then come out to the ground and gather together. I felt like there was something in me, something appeared, something. A team member said with a fearful face. He touched his chest, and then his throat. It seemed that something subtle was running around in his body. Only in this way could he grasp and feel that subtle thing. In fact, it is everywhere. The blood factor from Adora has begun to invade their bodies. If it is not for their spiritual energy shield and the mutation factor of Lin in the body, I am afraid it would have been long ago. Become Adora's puppet, a thing manipulated by flesh and blood. Now, because the previous battle can no longer support the spiritual energy shield, the blood factor was introduced into the body by the breath of the members of the exploration team, and the mutation factor started to control the body's sovereignty. In order for the blood factor to manipulate these wizard apprentices, it must overcome Lin's mutation factor. I also felt it, as if a foreign body had invaded my body. He wanted to occupy my body, and it was moving towards my heart, and my head began to spread immediately. What the hell are these? Another member of the exploration team also had a look of horror on his face, showing real fear in his eyes, and even started to collapse and yell. We will all die, we will all die here. We shouldn't enter this place, this is the evil god, how can we deal with it? On the other hand, he is the leader of the team. The temporary symptoms of hearts are not as serious as those of the team members. In fact, the mutation factor in the body is strong enough and there are enough. After all, he is a second-level wizard apprentice. The variable factor is relatively more. BFFT. One of the team members vomited out a mouthful of blood and stopped in place. The flesh and blood in the back had already caught up. There was a sharp look in Hong Tao's eyes, but she actually ran away and left, regardless of her two team members. He can still hold on. He must leave here quickly. The team members will die if they die, but he doesn't want to die yet. Captain, save me, don't abandon us. The eyes of the two exploration team members were intertwined with unwillingness and despair, but the blood factors in their bodies occupied more and more parts, and they had lost part of the ability to manipulate their bodies. Over time, they would be controlled. Interpunct 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 interpunct. As expected of Adora's authority, this blood factor actually overwhelms me in terms of quality. Unfortunately, after all, it is not the real Adora's landing. It's just an incarnation. Hearts looked terrified. Who was talking, and why did it come from his body? Who is? Then he saw the sarcastic eyes of his team members. Ha ha ha, you are all so affected, you can't escape at all, die here with me, Captain. Then the two of them lost their self-consciousness directly. Their bodies were manipulated by the blood factor and turned into flowing flesh. Did they fuse with each other and become a new flesh and blood mud? Although there are only two, but because they are wizard apprentices, they can be called the strongest among the flesh and blood. No. Hearts was horrified to find that the voice came out from her body again. It seems that I have to come and see the depth of this Adora myself. Who are you? Who are you? The complexion of Hearts changed suddenly, and the purple-black mutation factor showed unusual lines on his face. The next moment, the whole person directly turned into Lin's face and body shape. Although it's rushed, it should be enough to deal with the problems here. After all, Adora is not stronger. Lin chose to use the mutation factor to replace the existence of Hearts with himself. Seeing the monster that had become flesh and blood rushing towards him, he smiled coldly. His mutation factor was not so easy to defeat. Then, he stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Chapter 197. Slap. The crisp finger snap sounded in this area. It was so clear, that originally hideous and terrifying flesh and blood mud suddenly stopped its own movements and actions, as if it was restricted by something. The flesh and blood on the surface of the body also swelled into large bags, still shaking violently, and something inside was fighting for the control of the body. I am the mutation factor itself, and it is full of the most powerful aspects of the mutation factor, and your blood factor is just a castrated version, not the original powerful blood factor. This is also a chance for me. If this Adora clone is swallowed, Lin's mutation factor will definitely be able to undergo earth-shaking changes, and even give birth to special characteristics for Adora. Lin's face had an incomprehensible meaning. Perhaps even the blood factor overwhelmed the mutation factor and occupied the bodies of the two wizard apprentices, all in his calculations. He slowly came to the immobile flesh and blood, and said faintly, "Ordinary people are afraid and puzzled, just because they don't understand and don't know everything, but I know the bottom line, and the unknown that doesn't exist will naturally not make people afraid." The purple light on the arm flooded, and it turned into a ferocious giant. The python opened its bloody mouth and bit on the flesh and blood, and then more purple light spread out, and the giant pythons dripping with unknown liquid gnawed, wishing to digest and devour even the marrow. This is the most correct way to deal with it. Eat it, digest it, assimilate it, and strengthen yourself. After 3 minutes, there was no trace of flesh and blood, but Lin's face was flushed with satisfaction. Taste. Chicken. No, it's creamy. There were also slight tremors under the skin of his body, each with a small bump, the size of an egg. The blood factors are resisting. Although Lin eats them, it will take some time to digest. The next step is to find more blood factors to devour. Those flesh and blood mud are highly agglutinated objects of blood factors. It took about 10 minutes for Lin to successfully swallow and digest this large mass of blood factors. On the other hand, the Spades team that also has the Lin mutation factor is rarely lucky. It should be said that they are more cautious. They didn't rush into it. It seems that they are thinking of retreating at any time, but they are all intact. The erosion of blood factors is not serious, and it is blocked by the mutation factors in the body. The depths of the slums. Lin's figure slowly walked on the street. There was a bloody side all around, filled with the extreme bloody smell. The walls were completely alive under the influence of the blood factor, similar to the activity of a fungus type matter, including deeper ground, too. This is the real core, and the place where the evil god incident first happened must be near here. Inside Lin's seemingly thin body, it is constantly operating, and the mutation factor suppresses the blood factor that is constantly trying to break through the shackles of the body. Hint: according to the analysis, if the blood factor is completely digested, it will greatly help the host's soul upgrade. The preliminary planning of the soul wizard path has been completed, and the specific path details are being deduced. Lin noticed that the Red Peach team was already preparing to leave the slum, and was always surrounded by the edge. A cold look appeared on his face, and he directly used the control method of the mutation factor to change some of the thoughts in their minds. We'll make them come to the depths of the slums. My plan needs to actually see Adora's incarnation before it can continue. Before that, the mutation factor I assign to these people is very important, and there can be no mistakes. 0 Spades, a second-level wizard apprentice. As a medium, the transformed and replaced body can only reach the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. With the help of the mutation factor, it may be able to reach the combat power of a third-level wizard apprentice, but more is impossible. As much as the mutation factor, the strength of my incarnation can be as much. From the very beginning, this exploration team was Lin. Dual man plus ration bearing. Kai. The scarlet rays of light erupted, and instantly swelled up in the building, with an even more confused and disgusting smell. Adora. King of Adora. Inside the building were a large number of civilians who were carrying out resentment rituals. They dug out their internal organs and threw them into the ritual pattern in the middle. Following the groove marks on the ground, blood was flowing, and the corpses were one after another left behind, or melted into flesh and blood and flowed into it. Amidst the terrifying fluctuations, the core of the ritual pattern was born. This is the incarnation of Adora. It is about to take shape. The overall performance is a huge flesh and blood sphere, covered with the core and various uneven ravines. Its 8 fleshy tentacles waving. These tentacles took root into the bodies of the commoners who were sacrificing, sucking them dry, and then the flesh and blood on the ground. In short, as long as it was related to flesh and blood and rich in nutrients, it greedily did not let it go. Mature. I'm about to mature. I want to be born in this real world, and bring the best truth to the world. Flesh and blood, resentment, killing. The ancient roar, the breath of the years is permeating, and part of Adora's consciousness is also in this huge fleshy sphere. A large number of blood factors are also emitted from this fleshy sphere. Chapter 198. Commonema, confused, spades and hearts. It's the spades that are still alive. Lin's foot suddenly stopped, and he looked solemnly at a place that was only a few hundred meters away from him, in a relatively large building. Although there was nothing above the building, under the perception of spiritual power, a very evil and ominous radiation wave erupted. Hint: after scanning, it can be confirmed that the maturity time of Adora's incarnation is constantly shortening, from the original 1 month to 10 days. 5 days. 3 days. Lin's pupils changed slightly. Perhaps the entire slum has become Adora's nutrient, which is why the maturation time has been reduced so exaggeratedly. However, it is still within the scope of its own control, and as more and more 3 the closer 0 is to Adora's incarnation, the more things the chip scans and analyzes, including how strong it is now. The stage of the 3rd level wizard apprentice is at a critical point, but it's not so easy to break through. Only by swallowing the entire wizard city's population can this be possible. Lin looked at the flesh and blood gushing out from the road ahead. It seemed that he came out to stop him from moving forward. Did Adora find himself? But a sneer gradually appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth, and he was really looked down upon. To disperse one's own blood factors like this, isn't this weakening one's own heritage in disguise? As long as he saw Adora's incarnation, it was the moment when Lin decided whether to implement the plan. As for these obstacles, Lin's footsteps did not stop at all. A layer of purple light gradually emerged under his feet, and then spread rapidly, covering the road ahead and the surrounding roads. Naturally, it is also shrouded in the flesh and blood. The huge body with its limbs piled up has slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under more subtle observations, there is another tiny creature with amazing activity. Rushed into the flesh and blood, and competed with the blood factor to fight for the control of the flesh and blood. The final result was that the mutant factor won, because Lin himself, who was the mutant factor, was here and started to play with maximum power. In an instant, a large amount of blood factors were swallowed up. The original blood red flesh and blood mud turned into a purple appearance. When Lin passed by, he did not respond to any attack. Instead, he spontaneously followed behind Lin. At this moment, the control has been alternated, and it is the mutation factor that manipulates these flesh and blood. The chip is scanned slightly for a slightly more detailed analysis. I see. It's actually an alternative version of the flesh and blood puppet in the depths of the knowledge of flesh and blood. It combines its own flesh and blood authority, that is, the blood factor, to create a monster. Then, can you also gain your own authority through the mutation factor? Obviously, the blood factor of Adora's body far exceeds that of Lin's mutation factor, and the level it can reach may be a reference for the future path of Lin's soul wizard. No matter what, as long as you swallow this evil god, everything will be clear. The source of flesh and blood knowledge can only belong to me, and I am the owner of the blood source. Lin has the ultimate killing intent in his heart. He and Adora, the evil god, are almost born against each other. There is only one path, and no one can set foot on it. Taking a step forward, the blood-colored hell-like world in front of him instantly changed into a purple-colored dream. Crack. It is a tear-like trace. In this relatively wide building, there is a pile of flesh and blood. The huge fleshy sphere was pierced by a sharp-clawed arm and stretched out. I, Adora, came to the world again, and I will bring the best truth and justice of time to the real world, that is, killing and resentment. Only the world where flesh and blood collide is the ideal world. The imposing aura of the resurrection of the ancient behemoth erupted in an instant. The building couldn't bear it and collapsed directly. The huge figure stretched out his body, the vital parts were covered with scales, and there was a cross mark on his chest, which seemed to be a scar or a pattern with a special effect, a barbed skeleton on the shoulders, dark wings on the back, and a hideous face covering the face. Showing only long fangs. As soon as Adora's avatar was born, she flew in one direction very purposefully. Lin looked at the huge figure that covered the sun, came towards him with the ultimate killing intent, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Damn worm, how dare you touch the roots of flesh and blood? This is the point where only this god can touch. I will kill you like pinching an ant. The incarnation of Adora obviously knows everything, and Lin can use the mutation factor to know a general idea. Even if the incarnation of Adora is not the blood factor itself, it is still possible to know some information through the blood factor. The daring wind lifted by the wings came directly towards Lin. Whether it was momentum, posture, or strength, Adora's incarnation seemed to have reached the peak of a third-level wizard apprentice, which is why the other party dared to spread his blood. Factor. Because once he was born, he was invincible in this small wizard city. As a heretic god, his perception ability is also extremely large. He has detected the wizard city with a high probability, and there is no wizard who can pose any threat to him. Chapter 199. You know me well, just as I know you. But actually? Lin looked calmly at the daring wind that Adora used her wings to whip up. It turned out to be his eBay stuff. It's not worth it. Adora's avatar said a word with disdain. Without even looking at Lin's corpse, she opened her mouth. Her fangs were red with blood, and an inexplicable suction suddenly bloomed, and the blood factors in the entire slum gathered. Come! And Lin, who was directly beaten to death, seemed to be really dead, without any reaction. His bones fell into the mud. Kai. The blood-colored light appeared again, and it showed its true form in the void. This was the condition of blood factor condensation, which was continuously absorbed by Adora's incarnation at the same time. The momentum of Adora's incarnation is also constantly increasing, and it seems to be moving closer to that limit. City Lord's Mansion. I have reported it to the Wizarding Organization. I hope they can accept it sooner. Becky was holding a peculiar crystal ball with black magic patterns flashing on it, which seemed to be able to do some extraordinary things. This is the shadow element ball of the Tower of Elements. It can transmit some particularly important news at a relative frequency, and it can be known to the people of the Wizarding Force almost in an instant. It seems that there is a reaction. Norman suddenly reminded. The shadow crystal ball began to glow with pitch-black light, and a message came over, and Becky, who manipulated the shadow crystal ball, had a surprised look on his face. The Tower of Elements decided to send an official wizard to take over this matter. It's really too big. With the official wizard there, no matter what the evil god Adora does, he can completely suppress it. Yeah, let's go to the teleportation rate to meet this official wizard. Becky and Norman's unease instantly calmed down. On the way, Norman asked casually, who is the upcoming official wizard? Becky responded, it's Lord Ace, who has just been promoted in the last 10 years. He has been practicing in the Tower of Elements recently. Now that he has completed his practice, he has won the approval of the rest of the official wizards in the Tower of Elements, so he can come and deal with it when he is free. This matter? Becky suddenly said strangely, it wasn't Lord Ace who came here, but another official wizard, but Lord Ace seems to attach great importance and persistence to this matter, and is determined to come here to deal with it. It's like he's coming over to deal with a private matter. In a splendid wizard city somewhere, a tall figure was annotated with admiration and respect by the surrounding wizard apprentices, with an incomprehensible complexion on his face, and walked into the teleportation array. With the flash of white light, he teleported to the past. Since he was crushed by that freak-like third-level wizard apprentice 10 years ago, Ace felt an extremely strong sense of humiliation, which almost became his shadow. In order to get rid of this influence, he specially spent 10 years later, he came to practice the various extraordinary knowledge and wizard spells of the Tower of Elements. With the support of these foundations, he was fundamentally different from the one he was 10 years ago. A formal wizard with a profound background is the most terrifying and the most powerful. I, Ace, must take revenge against that person. I hope that the trace of that person is still there. I must kill him. I will be ashamed. He still has the last sense of shame. He didn't report it 10 years ago. It would be too embarrassing. A wizard of the official wizard level was actually defeated by a third-level wizard apprentice and almost killed. At the same time, in the outskirts of the slum, another group of the exploration team is gradually deepening. Because of the indirect influence of the mutation factors in the body, they had given up the idea of finding a chance to leave, and have instead gone deeper. Under their full speed, they soon reached the core area of the slum, saw more terrifying scenes and felt that there was a terrifying atmosphere all the time. There was fear and despair in Spade's eyes. He and his two teammates both saw the huge monster in the mid-air absorbing posture, the monster with the piercing bone. This is the existence of the evil god, the incarnation of Adora. We can't fight it at all. Why do we continue to go deeper like crazy? Now it's over. Whoa! Spades said desperately. After entering here, the influence of the mutation factor in the body suddenly disappeared, and the instinct of survival also awakened their original character. Come on, get out of here. The three madly fled towards the road they came from, but they were noticed by Adora's incarnation. Although he was surprised why there were snacks delivered to his door, he was greedy and arrogant. Forget these three delicious wizard apprentices. A blood-colored arc burst out from his eyes, and then hit the three of them. The blood factor enveloped them, and he lost all his resistance in an instant. In the face of the absolute strength gap, any resistance is futile. Every cell in the body was occupied and manipulated by the blood factor, and was relatively transformed. The next moment, the blood factor directly turned into a blood mist that flew into the mouth of Adora's avatar and entered his body. It's exactly the same as the ridiculous face-to-face, year before. All this was watched by another pair of eyes in the dark. Finally got hooked, all the opportunities have been completed. Chapter 200. From the perspective that no one observes, it seems to be another world, only a world of shadows. Lin's body shrouded his body with shadow particles, and he also used his bloodline ability to reduce his sense of existence. From a corner of the slum, he silently watched the ravages of Adora's incarnation. As long as he has not reached the official wizard level and has core wizard spells of the observation type, he cannot be discovered, even if it is a first-level wizard spell to deal with. With the continuous recovery of blood factors, Adora's incarnation will only become stronger and stronger, but it is still unable to break through the boundaries of formal wizards. It needs more flesh and nutrition to allow more people to perform rituals, which means his next destination was the rest of the wizarding city. Those two guys still have some brains. We'll think of this, we'll disperse the crowds in the area near the slum, and the residential area will become an isolation area. Lin also knows about the official wizard who is coming to the Tower of Elements. He sighed inwardly. He is still an old acquaintance. His purpose this time is to solve the grievances from 10 years ago. At the intersection, the other party also came here spontaneously. It seems that I can fully understand it. Likewise, Lin has a deeper plan. This wizard city is not my wizard city after all. I'm not in a hurry, and there are still some unknowns in Adora's incarnation, and these unknowns have not been explored. Lin's eyes were faint. Take the initiative to attack, desperately. Why don't you wait until someone goes to test it? The real test is deep and shallow. And this best candidate is naturally only Ace, who is about to arrive through the teleportation array. The location of the Wizard City teleportation array, Becky and Norman had been waiting for a long time, with excitement on their faces. At this moment, there was a convergence of energy on the array pattern of the teleportation array, and it seemed that someone was using the teleportation array to teleport over. Becky and Norman glanced at each other. The surprise in their eyes could not be concealed. As long as this official wizard arrives, this time the evil god incident will be solved without any problems. Soon a figure appeared in the teleportation array. Are you the managers of this wizard city? Ace's youthful face still surprised Becky and Norman a lot. Reporting to Lord Ace, my name is Becky. Norman. We are the managers of this wizard city. The current situation is like this. The evil god incident happened in. Becky quickly finished talking about the various events of this evil god, the ins and outs, etc., including the measures to deal with the evil god incident. It's not too late for you to remedy it in time, take me there. Ace said lightly. He was very confident. He was different from the one he was 10 years ago. He was stronger and more invincible. This is the arrogance and confidence of Tianjiao, the Tower of Elements. In such a short time, according to the information obtained, it only occupied some areas of the slum. Even if the entire population of the slum was swallowed up, it would not have skyrocketed to the point where he could not deal with it. At most, they are only third-level wizard apprentices. Ace seems to recall what happened 10 years ago. At that time, he was directly tortured and killed by a remnant of the Ouroboros. Humph! The aura of his body suddenly erupted, and the rubble on the surrounding ground suddenly became smashed. Master Ace, what's wrong with you? Becky and Norman asked cautiously. Nothing. Ace's expression was cold and arrogant, and he didn't even have the heart to talk to the two wizard apprentices. He is no longer the same. He is a noble official wizard, a mere wizard apprentice. Led by Becky and Norman, Ace came to the slums of Wizard City. Is this the place where the evil god incident broke out? It really smells like an evil god. Ace looked at the blood-colored fluids raging in the slums, which were continuously gathering in one direction. He could naturally see what those blood-colored fluids were. In the Tower of Elements, there were also special records of some characteristic deeds of the evil gods. All kinds of things. This is Adira's blood factor, which is extremely terrifying and must always be careful not to be invaded. A layer of white light shield completely shrouded Ace's body. The wizard shield can perfectly solve this problem. Becky and Norman could only watch Ace show off his prowess and flew directly into the depths of the slum. Official Master Wizard. The two of them looked at Ace's back, and their eyes were very hot. In the field, the momentum of Adora's incarnation has reached its peak, and the blood-colored fluid is almost completely absorbed, and it roars happily. But Lin's eyes moved slightly. Here he comes. Looking in the other direction, I saw a figure flying over from the distant horizon. It looked like the official wizard Ace that Lin had encountered 10 years ago. After 10 years of absence, the strength has improved a lot. It seems that it should be supplemented by extraordinary knowledge, but Lin used the chip to check Ace's latest strength. But it's still weak and pitiful.